Welcome, dear friends, to a gentle evening of imagination and wonder. As the night wraps its comforting embrace around us, let your thoughts drift into whimsical worlds and magical realms. Cozy up and feel the warmth of anticipation, for the soothing stories we share tonight will transport you to peaceful and enchanted places. This is the perfect time of the year to let calming tales guide you into restful dreams. Relax, and let the gentle narration take you away. Story 1. In the cozy forest glade, where sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Her fur was the color of early morning mist, and her eyes sparkled with a perpetual curiosity that belied her small stature. Though diminutive, her heart overflowed with an unquenchable thirst for knowledge about the great wide world beyond her woodland home. Each rustle of leaves in the wind stirred her imagination, conjuring visions of distant lands and untold stories. Willow's days were filled with the gentle hum of the forest, where the whisper of the wind through the leaves seemed to sing songs of lands far beyond her reach. She often sat in the shade of her favorite oak, its bark rough beneath her paws, dreaming of places unknown. Her best friend, a wise old owl named Eldrin, would sometimes visit on a nearby branch to share tales of the world as he knew it. Eldrin's feathers were a patchwork of gray and silver, his eyes holding secrets of the ages. He would often recount his flights over moonlit landscapes, describing vast meadows that shimmered with dew and mountains that pierced the sky like ancient sentinels. One crisp autumn morning, as the air was tinged with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the promise of change, Willow decided it was finally time to explore the unknown. The forest, usually her sanctuary, now seemed merely the threshold to something grander. The morning light cast an amber glow through the trees, igniting a spark within her that could no longer be ignored. Nibbling a tart blackberry for courage, its sharpness awakening her senses, Willow hopped along the winding forest path. The familiar trees soon gave way to an enchanting meadow blanketed in wildflowers, their colors a riot of reds, yellows, and purples. Willow's nose twitched with delight at the sweet floral perfume dancing on the gentle breeze, while the distant hum of bees added a rhythmic background to her adventure. In the distance, a crystalline brook babbled merrily over sun-dappled stones, its song a welcoming melody that beckoned her closer. As Willow drew nearer to the brook, something caught her eye. A family of plump turquoise frogs splashing in the shallows. Their skin glistened like polished gemstones, and their laughter was contagious, bubbling up in chorus with the brook. One little pollywog wriggled right up to greet her, its tiny eyes filled with mischief. "Why, hello there, Cottontail," he squeaked, his voice high and cheerful as a songbird's call. "Care to join our splishing and splashing?" Willow's eyes widened, her heart skipping a beat, for she had never encountered a speaking frog before. Mustering her courage, she replied, "Oh my, you really can talk! I'm Willow, and I'm exploring this wonderful new place." The pollywog grinned broadly, his enthusiasm infectious. "Well then, you're in for all sorts of delights. Why, just around that willow thicket lives the remarkable Madame Pondskater. She's sure to have a fascinating tale or two to share with a curious traveler like yourself." With that, Willow bid her new amphibian friends farewell and hopped deeper into the lush meadow. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and the promise of discovery. Sure enough, resting on a flat rock was the most extraordinary insect, a sleek ebony beetle gliding gracefully across the surface of a woodland pool, her movements as fluid and serene as the water beneath her. "Madame Pondskater?" Willow called softly, her voice almost a whisper amidst the symphony of nature. "I'm ever so sorry to disturb you, but might you share one of your stories with me? I'm on my first great adventure beyond the forest." The elegant beetle turned, her eyes wise and kind, her presence exuding an air of ancient knowledge. With a warm smile, she replied, "Why, of course, my intrepid young lady. One can never have too many stories to fill their hearts." For the next little while, Willow sat enraptured as Madame Pondskater spun tales of her own travels across glistening rain puddles and winding streams. She spoke of brave leaps into the unknown, of making friends in the most unlikely of places, and treasuring every moment life's winding current carried her. Each word was a thread, weaving a tapestry of adventure and wisdom that filled Willow's heart with wonder. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of amber and rose, the beetle's stories drew to a close. Thank you for your courage and your openness today, Willow. You've reminded this well-traveled soul that there's beauty in stepping outside what's familiar. Feeling a sense of kinship with the beetle, Willow rose, her mind swirling with everything she had experienced. The vibrant blossoms, the jolly frogs, Madame Pond Skater's inspiring tales. Though her adventure was just beginning, she felt her heart swell with newfound courage to embrace the great wide world. On her journey back, Willow came upon a clearing she hadn't noticed before. The air was cooler here, and the ground was covered in a carpet of soft moss. In the center stood a towering cedar tree, its branches stretching toward the sky like a guardian of secrets. At its base, she found an old faded map etched into the bark, a map of the forest and beyond. Curiosity piqued, Willow studied the map, tracing her paw along the lines that led to places she had only dreamed about. Her heart raced with the realization that this map could guide her on even grander adventures. The map was a gift of knowledge, a promise of destinations waiting to be discovered. As dusk settled, Willow decided to return to her glade before darkness fully embraced the world. Along the path, she heard the rustle of leaves and paused to see Eldrin gliding silently through the trees. He landed gracefully beside her, his eyes twinkling with the wisdom of the night. "You've ventured far today, young Willow," Eldrin hooted softly, his voice a comforting lull in the encroaching night. "What tales have you gathered on your journey?" Willow shared her day's experiences with Eldrin, her voice animated with excitement as she recounted meeting the frogs and Madame Pond Skater. Eldrin listened intently, nodding thoughtfully, his feathers rustling like leaves in the wind. "Ah, there is much to learn from the world outside our familiar woods," he mused, "and even more to learn about ourselves in the process." Before they parted, Eldrin offered a piece of advice. "Remember, Willow, every adventure begins with curiosity, but grows with courage. Each step you take into the unknown is a story waiting to unfold." With a renewed sense of purpose, Willow continued her journey home. The forest around her seemed to hum with the energy of her newfound resolve. The journey back home was illuminated by the silvery glow of the moon, casting long shadows that danced alongside her. For the first time, the woods felt a touch smaller and less daunting, the mysteries they held now inviting rather than intimidating. Willow couldn't wait to seek out other enchanting new realms and the incredible friends awaiting her there. As she nestled into her soft mossy bed, the forest sounds lulling her to sleep, Willow realized her journey had only just begun. Her dreams that night were vibrant tapestries of adventure, each thread a promise of the wonders tomorrow could bring. Her heart was light, her spirit emboldened by the knowledge that the world was vast and full of stories waiting for her to discover. In the quiet of the night, the forest seemed to whisper its approval, the rustle of leaves and the gentle song of the brook harmonizing into a lullaby. Willow's dreams carried her across meadows and rivers, over mountains and through valleys, each vision a testament to the endless possibilities that lay ahead. Her adventure was alive, a living tapestry woven with the threads of her courage and curiosity, a prelude to the wondrous tales she would one day tell. However, as the cool night air wrapped around her, Willow's mind drifted back to the map she had discovered. She couldn't shake the feeling that it held secrets and stories that merited exploration. Perhaps it was not just a guide to physical destinations, but to moments of growth and understanding. The world, she realized, was not just a place to explore, but a canvas upon which to paint her story. The following morning, the sun rose gently, painting the sky with hues of gold and lavender. Willow awoke with a sense of purpose, the memory of her dreams still vivid and alive. She resolved to revisit the cedar map, to study it more closely and uncover the paths it promised. With a heart full of anticipation, she set forth again, each step a testament to her growing courage. Along the way, Willow encountered other forest dwellers, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a pair of young foxes playfully tumbling in the fallen leaves. Each encounter was a reminder that even within the familiar, there were untold stories and lessons to be gathered. She paused to watch them, her heart swelling with the understanding that every creature, every moment, added depth to the narrative of her life. Reaching the cedar tree once more, Willow carefully examined the map. As she traced her paw over its lines, a gust of wind rustled the leaves around her, as if the forest itself was urging her onward. She knew then that her journey was not just about new places, but about discovering the interplay of curiosity and courage, and the way they could shape her destiny. With a deep breath and a heart brimming with excitement, Willow realized that her story was only beginning. The world was vast, filled with wonders yet to be revealed, and she was ready to embrace each one. The forest, her eternal companion, whispered its encouragement as she set out once again, ready to chart her own path and discover the tales that awaited her beyond the horizon. Story 2. In the gentle embrace of the valley, where mist kissed the emerald hills each morning, and daisies dotted the meadows like stars scattered across a green sky, there lived a young girl named Anara. The air was always fresh, carrying the scent of pine and wildflowers, and the distant hum of cicadas formed a soothing symphony that accompanied her every step. Anara had always felt a deep connection to the land, as if the whispering winds and babbling brooks spoke directly to her heart. Her village nestled comfortably between the arms of two ancient mountains, their peaks veiled in perpetual clouds, guarding secrets as old as time, with their rocky faces carved with stories told by the winds and rains over countless generations. Anara often wandered the wooded paths, her bare feet brushing against the cool, soft earth, soaking up stories from the rustling leaves and the songs of distant birds that flitted through the branches overhead. Her grandmother, a wise woman with silver-threaded hair that shimmered in the sunlight like strands of moonlight, would often tell tales of their ancestors, weaving tapestries of words that danced like fireflies in the evening air. Her eyes, a deep shade of green, held the wisdom of years and a spark of mischief, hinting at a life rich with experiences and mysteries. One quiet afternoon, as the sun dripped golden light across the land, Anara's grandmother summoned her to the hearth. The fire crackled softly, casting flickering shadows that swayed like dancers on the walls. With a voice as soothing as the lullaby of a gentle stream, her grandmother spoke of an ancient tradition, a legacy of their family that had been passed down through generations. Our ancestors, she began, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories, were keepers of the luminous stone, a magical artifact that holds the essence of our heritage. She reached into a velvet pouch and drew out a small, iridescent stone that shimmered with hues of blue and green, as if it contained the very soul of the ocean. The stone seemed to pulsate with an inner light, casting a gentle glow on Anara's face, illuminating her curiosity and wonder. This is the heart of our lineage, a beacon that links us to the past and guides us into the future. Anara felt a warm tingle in her fingers as she cradled the stone, its surface smooth and cool like a gentle breeze on a summer's night. Her grandmother explained that the stone was a symbol of wisdom and unity, a reminder of the love and strength that bound them to their ancestors. The luminous stone, she said, held the power to reveal the hidden paths of their heritage, illuminating the truths that lay within their hearts. Inspired by the stories of old, Anara decided to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets of her ancestry. She set out at dawn, the horizon painted with soft hues of pink and orange, a promise of the adventures that awaited her. The air was crisp and filled with the scent of dew-kissed grass, while the path was lined with wildflowers swaying gently in the breeze, their fragrance wrapping around her like a comforting embrace. As she traveled deeper into the heart of the forest, Anara encountered many wonders. She met a wise old owl, its eyes like amber pools of ancient knowledge, who advised her to listen to the whispers of the winds, for they carried the voices of those who had walked the path before her. Its feathers were a tapestry of browns and whites, blending seamlessly with the dappled shadows, and its presence felt like a guardian watching over her with silent wisdom. Further along, she discovered a grove of trees whose leaves shimmered like silver in the dappled sunlight, their branches reaching out as if to offer guidance and protection. The ground was covered in a soft carpet of moss, and the air was filled with a sweet, earthy scent. Anara paused here, feeling the energy of the place seep into her bones, as if the very earth was sharing its secrets with her. One evening, As twilight descended like a gentle lullaby, Anara found herself at the edge of a serene lake. The water was a mirror reflecting the sky's myriad colors, a canvas painted by the hand of nature. A gentle breeze rippled the surface, creating waves of light that danced across the water. She sat by the shore, the luminous stone resting by her side, and closed her eyes, allowing the soothing symphony of water and wind to envelop her. In that moment of stillness, Anara felt a profound connection to her ancestors, a deep-rooted understanding blossoming within her like a flower opening to the sun. She realized that the legacy she sought was not just in the stone she held, but in the love and wisdom of those who had come before her. It was in the songs they sang, the stories they shared, and the land they cherished. The realization was like a gentle wave washing over her, bringing peace and clarity. Yet, Anara sensed there was more to discover. Her heart drawn by an insatiable yearning, she decided to seek counsel from the village elder, a man whose knowledge of lore was as vast as the starry sky above. His hut, nestled on the edge of the village, was filled with scrolls and artifacts, each with a story to tell. The walls were lined with cryptic symbols and etchings, narratives of time woven into the fabric of their existence. Upon entering his abode, she was greeted by the smell of incense, a smoky fragrance that seemed to wrap around her, whispering secrets of ages past. The elder, with eyes like deep wells of forgotten tales, welcomed her with a knowing smile. "Ah, Anara," he said, his voice a gentle rumble akin to the rolling thunder of a distant storm. "The winds have been speaking of your journey." As they spoke, the elder revealed that the luminous stone was part of a triad of stones, each representing a facet of their heritage: wisdom, courage, and unity. He encouraged her to seek the remaining stones, for only then could the full power of their ancestors' legacy be realized. Anara's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and trepidation, the prospect of a deeper journey both daunting and exhilarating. Guided by the elder's insights, Anara ventured once more into the forest, her spirit buoyed by the knowledge of her task. The land now seemed alive with purpose, each rustle of leaves and birdsong a herald of paths yet to be trodden. Her journey took her to a forgotten glen, where the air was thick with the fragrance of jasmine and the sound of a hidden stream harmonized with the rustling leaves. In the heart of the glen, she discovered the second stone embedded in an ancient oak, its surface etched with runes that glowed faintly in the dim light. The stone, a deep crimson, radiated warmth, as if it held the very essence of courage. As she touched it, a surge of energy coursed through her, igniting a fire within her soul, a courage she never knew she possessed. Emboldened by her discovery, Anara returned to her village, the twin stones cradled in her hands, their combined glow a beacon of hope and renewal. Her grandmother met her with open arms, her eyes gleaming with pride and wonder. Together, they placed the stones alongside the luminous stone, their combined luminescence casting a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the walls, weaving a new chapter in their family's legacy. As the fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow around the room, Anara felt a sense of peace and fulfillment. She understood now that her journey was but one chapter in a long and beautiful story, a tapestry woven with threads of love, wisdom, and unity. And as she drifted into a gentle slumber, she knew that the legacy of her ancestors would forever be a guiding light, illuminating the path to a future filled with hope and harmony. And so, in the quiet of the night, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Anara dreamt of the adventures that awaited her, comforted by the knowledge that she was never alone, her heart forever intertwined with the timeless legacy of her heritage. The valley, with its misty mornings and vibrant meadows, was not just her home, but a living testament to the enduring spirit of her ancestors, echoing the promise of tomorrows yet to come. Several days later, as Anara settled back into village life, whispers of her journey began to spread like wildfire, igniting a collective curiosity among her fellow villagers. The air seemed to hum with a renewed vibrancy, as if the very land rejoiced in the awakening of its ancient legacy. Her friends and neighbors were drawn to the tales she shared of her journey, their eyes wide with wonder and inspiration. Anara found herself becoming a storyteller, weaving her experiences into the fabric of village life, each narrative a thread connecting the past with the present. One afternoon, while sitting beneath the shade of a great oak in the village square, Anara spotted a familiar face among the crowd. It was her childhood friend, Alara, whose fiery spirit and endless curiosity had always matched Anara's own. Alara approached with a smile, her eyes twinkling with the mischief of shared memories and a yearning for adventure. "Anara," Alara began, her voice a playful melody, "you must take me with you next time. I want to see the world beyond our valley, to feel the stories in the wind and the secrets in the stones." Anara chuckled, touched by her friend's eagerness. "Alara, I'd be honored to have you by my side," she replied, already imagining the shared adventures that lay ahead. "The world is vast, filled with mysteries waiting to be uncovered. Together, we can explore its wonders and weave new stories for our village." Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of a young boy, his eyes wide and questioning, mirroring the innocence and curiosity of a new generation eager to forge their own paths. "Anara," he asked, "how do I find my own stones? How do I discover the courage and wisdom within me?" Anara smiled, her heart swelling with the knowledge that her journey had sparked a ripple of discovery that would extend far beyond her own life. She leaned down to meet his gaze, her voice gentle and encouraging. "Every journey begins with a single step," she said. "Listen to the whispers of the wind, follow the paths of your heart, and trust in the stories of those who came before you. Your stones are out there, waiting for you to uncover them." The boy nodded, his face alight with determination, and Anara watched as he ran off into the meadow, his spirit buoyed by the promise of adventure. She realized then that the legacy of her ancestors was not just a personal journey, but a collective one, a shared story that would continue to unfold with each new generation, a testament to the unbreakable bonds of family and heritage. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Anara and Alara sat by the village square, already planning their next adventure. They spoke of distant lands and hidden treasures, of the countless tales waiting to be discovered and shared. The mountains stood as eternal guardians, their peaks reaching toward the heavens, whispering promises of tomorrows yet to come. And as the stars emerged one by one, twinkling in the vast expanse of the night sky, Anara knew that her journey was far from over. The winds carried the songs of her ancestors, a melody of hope and unity that would guide her steps as she explored the infinite possibilities of the world beyond. The valley, with its misty mornings and vibrant meadows, was not just her home, but a sanctuary for all who sought to discover their own truths, a place where stories of old and new would forever intertwine. Story 3. In a hidden corner of the world, where sunlight kissed the tops of ancient trees and the air danced with the fragrance of pine and wildflowers, lay the enchanted glade. This was no ordinary forest. It was a realm where the whispers of the wind carried ancient tales and the streams sang songs of time long past. Here the creatures of the forest lived in perfect harmony, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the earth and sky. At the heart of the glade stood an ancient oak, its branches sprawling like welcoming arms. Beneath its canopy, a gentle rabbit named Thistle made her home. Thistle's fur was as soft as the dandelion fluff that floated through the air, and her eyes sparkled with the wisdom of countless generations. She had learned from her mother, who had learned from her mother before her, the secrets of the forest and the importance of balance in all things. As the seasons danced their eternal waltz, the forest transformed in a symphony of colors and sounds. In spring, the glade was a tapestry of emerald green with new leaves unfurling to greet the sun. The air was alive with the hum of bees and the sweet melody of birdsong. Summer followed, painting the forest in hues of gold and amber, while the scent of warm earth mingled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. Autumn brought a crispness to the air, as the leaves turned to brilliant shades of red and orange, falling like whispers to the forest floor. Winter arrived on the breath of the north wind, draping the glade in a blanket of snow, where silence reigned and the world seemed to sleep beneath its cover. It was during one such winter, when the moon hung low and full in the star-strewn sky, that a peculiar event unfolded. The forest awoke to find a peculiar frost had settled overnight. It wasn't the usual frost, but a shimmering frost that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, casting gentle rainbows across the snow. Thistle, curious and unafraid, set out to investigate. As she hopped through the forest, her little paws leaving delicate prints in the snow, she noticed that the frost seemed to pulse with a rhythm all its own, as if it were alive. She followed the light through the trees until she reached the banks of a frozen stream, where she found the source of this magical frost. There, standing on the ice, was a creature unlike any Thistle had ever seen. It was a frost fawn, its coat glistening like 1,000 stars, and its eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky. The fawn was delicate and ethereal, its presence both wondrous and serene. "Greetings, gentle rabbit," the frost fawn spoke, its voice as soft as the whispering wind. "I am the keeper of winter's magic, and I have come to remind the forest of the balance that must be maintained." Thistle, with her heart as warm as the hearths of the homes she had often observed from afar, nodded in understanding. "What can I do to help?" she asked, her voice filled with kindness. The frost fawn smiled, a gentle light dancing in its eyes. "In each season, the earth gives and the earth takes. It is a cycle as old as time itself. But there are those who forget this truth and take more than they give, upsetting the balance." Thistle thought for a moment, her mind as sharp as the cold winter air. She remembered how in the past some creatures had hoarded more than they needed, leaving others to go without. With a gentle determination, she vowed to remind her forest friends of the importance of sharing and harmony. "Thank you for your wisdom, dear fawn," Thistle said, bowing her head respectfully. "Your message will be heeded." With her newfound understanding, Thistle returned to the heart of the forest, where she gathered the creatures of the glade. Beneath the ancient oak, she spoke of the frost fawn's message, weaving her words with the gentle warmth of friendship and the bright light of the fawn's magical frost. The creatures listened, their hearts open to Thistle's gentle wisdom. The squirrels, who had gathered more nuts than they could ever eat, shared their bounty with the birds who struggled in the winter cold. The foxes, known for their cleverness, organized the creatures in caring for the elder trees, ensuring they were not overwhelmed by the frost's weight. As the days passed, the forest began to thrive once more, each creature contributing to the balance that ensured their survival. The magical frost began to recede, leaving behind a sense of unity and peace that hadn't been felt in a long time. Winter slowly gave way to spring, and with it the forest bloomed anew, more vibrant and full of life than ever before. The creatures, now bonded by their shared understanding and cooperation, found joy in the simple act of living together in harmony. One night, as the moonlight played upon the leaves and the stars twinkled like diamonds, Thistle found herself once more at the frozen stream. The frost fawn appeared again, its presence a gentle glow in the night. "You have done well, Thistle," the fawn said, its voice a soft caress upon the chilly breeze. "The balance has been restored, and the forest sings its gratitude." Thistle felt a warmth spread through her, a contentment that only comes from knowing you have done something good. "Thank you, kind fawn," she replied, her voice filled with humility and joy. It was the wisdom of the forest, passed down through generations, that guided us. With a graceful nod, the frost fawn turned and vanished into the night, leaving Thistle alone beneath the starry sky. Yet she was not truly alone, for the spirit of the forest was all around her, cradling her in its ancient embrace. And so, the enchanted glade continued to flourish, a testament to the power of balance, wisdom, and the gentle strength of friendship. Thistle, the wise rabbit with eyes that sparkled like the stars, lived out her days beneath the old oak, her heart forever linked to the magic of the forest she loved so dearly. As each generation of creatures came and went, the tale of the frost fawn and the wisdom of the seasons were woven into their lives, a living legacy that ensured the harmony of the enchanted forest would endure for all time. As the glade basked in the renewal of spring, the creatures of the forest embraced their new understanding. Thistle, feeling a new sense of purpose, decided to further explore the depths of the forest, embarking on a journey to discover more about the magic that pulsed beneath the surface of her beloved home. One balmy afternoon, while the sun painted patterns through the thick canopy, Thistle ventured beyond the familiar paths, her heart alight with curiosity. The air was thick with the scent of fresh earth and vibrant blooms, and as she moved deeper into the forest, she discovered a hidden grove she had never seen before. This grove was unlike any other in the glade, its atmosphere charged with an ancient energy. The trees here were older, their gnarled trunks twisted with age, and their leaves whispered secrets with every gentle breeze. In the center of the grove stood a pool of crystal-clear water, its surface shimmering with a light that seemed to emanate from within. Drawn to the pool, Thistle approached cautiously, her reflection gazing back at her with eyes wide with wonder. She sensed the presence of the forest's spirit more strongly here than anywhere else, as if the heart of the forest beat beneath those tranquil waters. As she peered into the depths, she saw visions of the past, of the forest in times long forgotten, and of creatures she had never seen before. There were great elks and wise owls, ancient and majestic, sharing their wisdom with those who would listen. Thistle realized that the pool was a window into the forest's memory, a repository of knowledge that had been preserved through the ages. Feeling a profound connection to her ancestors, Thistle understood that this was a place of great learning, a sanctuary where the wisdom of the forest could be accessed by those with pure intentions. She felt a gentle tug at her heart, a calling to preserve this knowledge and ensure that it would be passed down to future generations. Determined to share her discovery, Thistle returned to the glade and gathered her friends beneath the ancient oak. She spoke of the hidden grove and the pool of memories, urging them to visit and learn from the ancient wisdom stored there. The creatures listened, their curiosity piqued and their spirits invigorated by the promise of deeper understanding. In time, the grove became a cherished place of gathering, a sanctuary where creatures of all kinds came together to share stories, learn from the past, and plan for the future. The forest, once a place of mere survival, became a community of shared purpose and growth, where every creature contributed to the health and harmony of their home. Thistle, now a revered elder, watched with pride as the generations that followed embraced the lessons of the past, weaving them into the fabric of their lives. The forest thrived, a living testament to the power of balance, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of cooperation. And so the tale of Thistle and the Frost Fawn grew, becoming a timeless legend within the Enchanted Glade. As the seasons continued their eternal dance, the creatures of the forest lived in harmony, guided by the wisdom of those who came before and the promise of those yet to come. But the story did not end there. As the forest continued to thrive, a new challenge emerged. One summer, a drought swept through the land, and the once abundant streams that crisscrossed the glade began to dry up. The creatures, though united, found themselves tested by the scarcity of water and the withering of familiar food sources. Thistle, now older but no less spirited, gathered the creatures once more beneath the ancient oak. Her heart, as ever, was full of compassion and determination. "The forest has given us much," she began, her voice carrying the weight of her years and the strength of her convictions. "Now it is our turn to give back, to preserve what we can in these trying times." The creatures listened, their eyes reflecting both fear and hope. It was then that a new voice joined the gathering. A young fox named Ember, with fur as russet as autumn leaves, stepped forward. "I have an idea," she said, her voice clear and earnest. "If we dig channels in the earth, we can redirect water from the deeper parts of the forest to the glade." Inspired by Ember's suggestion, the creatures set to work, each contributing in their own way. The moles dug tirelessly, creating intricate networks of channels. The birds flew to distant parts of the forest, scouting for hidden springs. Even the mighty deer lent their strength, using their antlers to clear debris. As they toiled under the summer sun, Thistle felt a swell of pride in her heart. The forest was more than a home. It was a community bound by shared purpose and mutual care. Though the work was hard and the days long, the creatures found solace in their unity and the hope of renewal. Slowly their efforts bore fruit. The channels brought life-giving water to the parched glade, and the forest began to recover. The once dry earth turned lush and green, and the air buzzed with the vitality of new growth. The creatures, having faced adversity together, emerged stronger and more connected than ever before. As the drought finally broke and rain blessed the forest once more, Thistle gathered the creatures beneath the ancient oak. "We have faced hardship and prevailed," she declared, her voice resonating with gratitude and joy. Let this be a lesson to us all, that with unity, wisdom, and love, we can overcome any challenge. And so the tale of Thistle, the frost fawn, and the creatures of the enchanted glade became richer and more profound, a living testament to the resilience of nature and the power of community. The forest, vibrant and full of life, continued to thrive, its harmony guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of the future. Story 4. In the quaint village of Willow, nestled at the edge of the whispering woods, where twilight painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, a gentle mystery began to unfold. Willow was a place where the cobblestone paths glistened with morning dew, and chimneys puffed wisps of friendly smoke into the crisp air. The villagers lived in harmony with the magic that wove through their daily lives. For here, magic was as natural as the breeze that rustled the leaves. The village itself was a tapestry of vibrant life, with cottages adorned in climbing ivy and window boxes overflowing with colorful blooms. The air was a blend of the sweet scent of wildflowers and the earthy aroma of the forest, creating an ambiance that enveloped one in warmth and serenity. In the heart of the village stood the communal garden, a verdant haven where life thrived under the gentle caress of sunlight and moonbeams alike. One serene morning, as the sun stretched its golden rays over the sleepy village, a curious event occurred. The villagers awoke to find that the blossoms of the moonlit roses, which grew only under the nurturing light of the moon, had vanished from their communal garden. These roses, with petals that shimmered like silver under the night sky, were cherished by all, especially for their soothing fragrance that lulled the village to sleep each night. The disappearance of the moonlit roses puzzled the villagers. They gathered in the garden, murmuring softly among themselves, their breath visible in the cool morning air. The cobblestones beneath their feet were still damp, glistening like tiny crystals. Although the mystery was perplexing, there was no sense of panic, for the people of Willow believed that every puzzle carried within it the seeds of its own resolution. Among the villagers stood young Finn, a thoughtful and observant soul with eyes that twinkled with curiosity. Finn had a knack for noticing things others might overlook, and his heart was as warm as the hearth that flickered in his family's snug cottage. His mother, a weaver of tales, often spoke of the unseen wonders that lay just beyond the ordinary. Inspired by her stories, Finn decided that this mystery needed solving, for he dearly missed the sight of the roses and the peace they brought to the village each evening. The previous night, Finn had dreamt of the roses. In his dreams, the roses spoke in whispers, telling tales of the stars they gazed upon each night. It was as if they wanted to share their stories with him, to unravel their mysteries in his curious mind. This dream lingered in his thoughts, urging him to uncover the truth behind their disappearance. With the sun rising higher, Finn set out to find answers. His first stop was the village library, a place filled with the scent of aged parchment and bound leather. The library was a sanctuary of knowledge, its shelves brimming with stories and secrets from ages past. He perused ancient tomes and whispered stories, seeking any mention of the moonlit roses and their lore. As he turned the pages, he learned that these roses were not merely beautiful, but held the power to unite disparate souls, a symbol of harmony and balance. As Finn delved deeper into the library's secrets, he discovered an old parchment detailing an ancient festival called the Night of the Luminescent Petals, an event held once a generation when the moonlit roses were believed to bloom with an unparalleled brilliance. According to the legend, the roses' glow revealed hidden paths leading to places of great wisdom or hidden treasures, a rare event that drew beings from the mystical realms surrounding Willow. Armed with newfound knowledge, Finn ventured into the Whispering Woods, a place known for its enchantments and secrets. The woods were alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant chatter of woodland creatures. As Finn wandered deeper into the forest, he came upon a small, bubbling brook that glistened like a ribbon of stars. Seated by the brook was a gentle creature known as Lumen, a wise old owl with feathers the color of moonlight and eyes that gleamed with ancient knowledge. Lumen was a friend to all in Willow, often offering guidance with a kind heart and a gentle hoot. "Good morning, Finn," Lumen greeted, his voice as soft as the whispering leaves. "What brings you to the woods on this fine day?" Finn explained the mystery of the missing moonlit roses, hoping that Lumen's wisdom might shed some light on the situation. Lumen listened intently, nodding his feathery head. "Ah, the moonlit roses," he mused. "They are indeed special, imbued with magic that soothes and comforts. It is curious that they have disappeared." The owl closed his eyes for a moment, as if searching the depths of his memory. "I recall a tale," he began, "of a creature known as the Mist Mara, a gentle spirit who roams the forest. It is said that the Mist Mara adores the moonlit roses, for their fragrance is a balm to its wandering soul. Perhaps it has taken them, not out of malice, but out of a longing for their comforting presence." Intrigued by Lumen's tale, Finn decided to seek out the Mist Mara. With a grateful heart, he thanked the wise owl and continued his journey deeper into the woods, where the light danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor. As he walked, he recalled moments from his childhood, times when he would sit by his mother's side, listening to her stories of magical creatures and ancient legends. Her words echoed in his mind, filling him with determination. In the depths of the forest, Finn encountered a peculiar scene. A group of woodland creatures had gathered around a patch of wildflowers, their eyes wide with wonder. Among them, an elderly hare spoke of a time long ago when the Mist Mara had appeared during a great drought and brought rain with its presence, quenching the thirst of the forest. As the day unfolded, Finn followed the brook until he reached a clearing bathed in soft, silvery light. There, amidst the gently swaying grass, he spotted something extraordinary. A creature, ethereal and shimmering like mist, was tending to a cluster of moonlit roses, their petals glowing softly in the afternoon sun. The Mist Mara turned its gaze toward Finn, its eyes filled with the wisdom of ages and a kindness that transcended words. Finn approached slowly, sensing that this gentle being meant no harm. "Hello, Mist Mara," Finn spoke softly, his voice carried by the gentle breeze. "I see you have the moonlit roses. The village has been missing them dearly." The Mist Mara nodded, a look of understanding in its eyes. "I did not mean to take them away," it whispered, its voice like the rustle of leaves. "Their fragrance reminds me of home, a place long lost to time. I meant only to borrow their comfort, not to keep them from others." Finn smiled, feeling the sincerity in the Mist Mara's words. "Perhaps we can find a way to share the roses," he suggested. "Would you visit our village and allow the roses to bloom there once more? In return, you could visit as often as you like, to bask in their fragrance and the warmth of our community." The Mist Mara's eyes brightened at the suggestion. "I would like that very much," it replied, its form shimmering with gratitude. And so, with Finn leading the way, the Mist Mara returned to Willow Ridge. As they walked, Finn shared stories of the village, of its people and their traditions. The Mist Mara listened intently, its ethereal form glowing with interest. Upon their return, the villagers welcomed the ethereal creature with open arms, their hearts warmed by its gentle presence. Together, they replanted the moonlit roses in the garden, where they once again blossomed under the watchful eyes of the moon. To celebrate the return of the roses and the newfound friendship with the Mist Mara, the villagers decided to revive the Night of the Luminescent Petals. It was an event that would bridge the magic of the forest and the heart of the village, a night where stories would be shared and the mystical paths revealed by the glowing roses would be explored. As preparations for the festival began, Finn found himself reflecting on his journey. The boy, who once listened to stories by the hearth, had become a part of one himself. He realized that the bonds formed by shared tales and mutual respect were the true magic that bound Willow Ridge to the enchanted realm beyond. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, the villagers gathered in the garden, the air filled with the soothing fragrance of the moonlit roses. Finn sat beside Lumen, who had come to join in the celebration, his eyes twinkling with pride at the resolution brought about by kindness and understanding. In the gentle glow of the moonlight, the village of Willow Ridge felt more connected than ever, each heart warmed by the knowledge that true magic lay not only in the enchantments of the world, but in the friendships and stories that bound them all together. As the festival progressed, the villagers shared tales not only of the past, but of their hopes and dreams for the future. The mist Mara, seated among them, listened with keen interest, its presence a testament to the power of understanding and cooperation. Finn, now a young hero in the eyes of his village, was filled with a profound sense of purpose and belonging. He realized that his journey was not just about the roses or the mist Mara, but about the shared stories and the unity they brought to Willow Ridge. As the night deepened, the moonlit roses began to glow with an intensity that painted the garden in hues of silver and blue. The villagers watched in awe as the mystical paths of light revealed themselves, leading into the heart of the whispering woods. It was a sight to behold, a reminder that the world held wonders beyond imagination, accessible to those who dared to look beyond the surface. In that moment, Finn understood that his journey had only just begun. The village of Willow Ridge, with its enchanting blend of magic and community, was a place of endless possibilities. With the Mist Mara now a cherished part of their world, the villagers knew that the future held even more mysteries and adventures waiting to be uncovered, all bound by the magic of friendship and the stories they would continue to share. As the night wore on, whispers of wind carried the soft notes of a melody, a gentle tune that seemed to emanate from the very heart of the whispering woods. The villagers paused, entranced by the ethereal music, which seemed to weave through the branches and leaves, creating a symphony that resonated with the souls of all who heard it. It was as if the forest itself was joining in the celebration, a reminder that the world was alive with magic and wonder. Finn closed his eyes, letting the music wash over him, filling him with a sense of peace and belonging. He knew that the journey to solve the mystery of the moonlit roses had changed him, deepening his connection to the world around him and to the stories that shaped his life. As the melody faded into the night, he opened his eyes and smiled, knowing that he was exactly where he was meant to be. And so, with the mystery of the moonlit roses solved and the Mist Mara's heart at peace, the village drifted into a serene slumber, lulled by the gentle hum of the night and the comforting presence of newfound friends. The moon cast its silvery light over Willow Ridge, a silent guardian watching over a place where magic and friendship intertwined, just as Finn had always believed they could. Story 5. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood as timeless sentinels draped in moss and mystery, there existed a world that thrived just beyond the gaze of hurried eyes. This was a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets of ages past, and the light danced through the canopy like liquid gold, dappling the forest floor in gentle patterns. The forest was alive with the symphony of nature. Birds singing in harmonious melodies, the gentle rustling of leaves, the distant murmur of a babbling brook that wound its way through the underbrush. The air was a tapestry woven with the fragrance of pine and earth, a sweet and heady perfume that filled the senses with its rich, earthy embrace. Within this enchanted realm, there lived an assortment of creatures whose lives unfolded in harmony with the rhythms of nature. Among them was a gentle deer named Faye, with eyes as deep and serene as the forest pools. Her coat shimmered in the sunlight, a tapestry of browns and creams that blended seamlessly into her surroundings. Faye was known for her kindness and her curious spirit, always eager to learn the stories of the forest from those who had walked its paths far longer than she. One might say Faye had inherited her curiosity from her mother, who had taught her to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart. Her father, a wise stag, had instilled in her a sense of responsibility towards the forest, teaching her that every creature, every leaf, and every drop of rain played a vital role in the grand tapestry of life. These teachings had taken root in Faye, guiding her in her every step through the verdant world she cherished. One crisp morning, as the first tendrils of autumn mist curled around the trunks of ancient oaks, Faye set out on a journey to visit her wise old friend, an owl named Bramble. Bramble was a creature of the night, his feathers a rich tapestry of browns and creams that matched the forest itself. His eyes were like twin moons, reflecting the wisdom of the ages. As Faye approached the old hollow where Bramble resided, she could hear the soft rustle of wings, a sound as comforting as a lullaby. "Good morning, Bramble," she called softly, her voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "I've come to hear your tales of the forest." Bramble blinked slowly, his eyes warm with recognition. "Ah, dear Fae," he hooted gently, "the forest has many stories, and today, it seems, it wishes to share the tale of the autumn dance." Fae settled herself on a patch of sunlit moss, her heart eager for the story. She closed her eyes, letting the sounds and scents of the forest wrap around her like a soft woven blanket. "In the days of old," Bramble began, "when the world was still young and the trees were but saplings, the forest was blessed with a gift from the seasons. Each year, as the air turned cool and crisp, the forest would host the autumn dance, a celebration of the balance between light and dark, warmth and cold." Faye could almost see it in her mind's eye, the forest alive with color, leaves swirling in a kaleidoscope of reds, oranges, and golds. She imagined the creatures of the forest gathering under the canopy, their eyes bright with wonder and joy. "The dance," Bramble continued, "was a magical time when the veil between worlds grew thin. The spirits of the forest would join hands with the living, weaving a tapestry of harmony and peace. It was a reminder of the delicate balance we all must keep, a lesson passed down from generation to generation." As Bramble spoke, the light shifted, casting a warm glow over the forest floor. Faye opened her eyes, feeling the truth of his words resonate within her. She understood now that the dance was not just a celebration, but a promise, to cherish and protect the world they lived in, to nurture the bonds of friendship and kinship that sustained them. "Faye," Bramble said softly, his voice like the rustling of leaves, "it is your time to share this wisdom, to carry the stories forward. The forest is in your care, as it has been for those before you." Faye took a deep breath, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She thought of her parents, of the legacy they had passed on to her, and understood that this was her moment to step into that role fully. She would become a guardian of the forest, a keeper of its stories and protector of its harmony. Touched by his words, Faye bowed her head, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her heart. She knew that she was part of something greater, a tapestry woven with threads of love, hope, and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Faye rose to her feet, her spirit renewed by the promise of the forest. She bid Bramble farewell, her steps light and sure as she set off to explore the wonders of her world once more. As she wandered through the forest, she carried the memory of the autumn dance with her, a gentle reminder of the harmony that could be found when hearts were open and spirits free. Faye's journey took her deeper into the forest, to a part she seldom ventured. Here, ancient trees towered like the columns of a forgotten cathedral, their branches intertwined in a canopy so thick it seemed to hold up the sky. The light filtered through in narrow beams, illuminating the forest floor with pools of golden light. In this sacred space, Faye discovered something she had never seen before, a circle of stones, worn smooth by time and covered in a soft blanket of moss. It was a place of reverence, where the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something magical to happen. As she stepped closer, she felt a tingling sensation in the air, as if the very ground was alive with anticipation. Her instincts told her this was a place of power, a nexus where the energy of the forest converged. She hesitated, sensing she was on the brink of a discovery that could change her forever. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, she stepped into the circle, feeling a warm embrace of energy envelop her. In the center of this ancient circle, she found an elder tree, its gnarled trunk twisted like an old sage deep in thought. Its bark was etched with lines that seemed to form patterns, stories written in a language she could almost understand. She placed her hoof gently against the trunk, and as she did, a memory unfurled within her mind, a vision of the autumn dance as it was once celebrated. She saw the forest bathed in twilight, creatures great and small gathered in the clearing with joy and reverence. The spirits of the forest, ethereal and luminous, danced among them, their laughter like the tinkling of distant bells. It was a scene of unity, a moment when the boundaries of existence blurred and all were one with the forest. When the vision faded, Faye found herself back in the circle, her heart pounding with a mix of wonder and resolve. She understood now that her role as guardian was not just about protecting the forest, but about rekindling the spirit of the autumn dance, ensuring that the magic and unity it represented were never lost to time. With renewed determination, she left the sacred circle, her mind alive with possibilities. Her journey took her to a hidden glade, where the brook sang a gentle song as it danced over smooth stones. Here she found a group of young creatures, rabbits, foxes, and hedgehogs, playing in the dappled sunlight. She paused, watching them with a smile, and felt the urge to share Bramble's story. Gathering the young ones around her, Faye spoke of the autumn dance and the balance it symbolized. She watched as their eyes widened with wonder, their hearts opened to the ancient wisdom she imparted. In their innocent faces, she saw the promise of the future, the hope that they too would carry these stories forward. And so, the ancient forest continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring power of friendship and the wisdom passed down through the ages. The creatures of the forest, guided by the lessons of the past, lived in peace, nurturing the balance that sustained them and the world they called home. In the quiet moments, when the wind whispered through the trees and the light painted the forest in shades of gold, the spirit of the autumn dance lingered, a promise of harmony and hope for all who called the forest their own. And in the heart of it all, Faye stood as a gentle guardian, her soul forever intertwined with the stories and the magic of the forest she loved. Yet as the seasons rolled on, Faye's internal journey deepened. She often found herself pondering the weight of her newfound responsibilities. The forest seemed to hum with a quiet expectation, and she felt a quiet pressure to live up to the legacy her parents had entrusted to her. To seek counsel, she returned again to Bramble, who greeted her with a soft, knowing gaze. "Dear Faye," Bramble murmured, "your heart is burdened, and the forest feels this. Remember, a guardian is not alone. The forest thrives because of the connections we build, the friendships we nurture." Faye nodded, understanding that she needed to seek allies in her guardianship. She decided to reach out to the other creatures of the forest, to form a council of beings dedicated to maintaining the harmony of their world. As she shared her vision with them, she found many were eager to contribute their skills and wisdom. A wise tortoise named Alara, known for her deep knowledge of the forest's cycles, offered to guide the council in understanding the shifts of the seasons. A clever fox named Lark brought his keen sense of strategy, ensuring that their efforts were both effective and efficient. And an enthusiastic squirrel named Pip, with boundless energy, volunteered to spread the word and rally the younger creatures. Together they formed a diverse group, each member bringing their unique strengths to the table. They met under the ancient canopy, where the light filtered through like a blessing, and shared their thoughts and concerns. Faye felt the weight on her heart lighten, knowing she was not alone in her duty to the forest. Through these gatherings, Faye learned more about herself and the true nature of leadership. She discovered that being a guardian was not about bearing the responsibility alone, but about inspiring others to care, to act, and to believe in the harmony of their shared world. It was a lesson that strengthened her resolve and deepened her commitment to her role. And so, under the watchful gaze of the towering trees, the council worked together, nurturing the balance of their beloved forest. They planned the next autumn dance, ensuring it would be a celebration that echoed the unity and joy of the times Bramble had described. The creatures of the forest, once disparate in their individual lives, found a common purpose in this shared tradition, their spirits intertwined like the roots of the ancient trees that sheltered them. As the day of the dance approached, the forest seemed to come alive with anticipation. The air was filled with the scent of fallen leaves and the crisp promise of winter. Colors exploded across the canopy, a tapestry of fiery reds and brilliant golds. Faye watched as the creatures of the forest prepared, their excitement infectious and their hearts united in purpose. When the evening of the autumn dance finally arrived, the forest basked in the glow of twilight. The circle of stones, where Faye had once stood alone, now thrummed with life. Creatures gathered in joyful anticipation, their eyes reflecting the soft luminescence of the spirits that began to appear, weaving through the crowd like gentle breezes. As the dance began, Faye felt a profound sense of peace. She understood now that the magic of the forest was not something to be preserved by one, but a shared legacy to be cherished by all. The dance was a living testament to their unity, a promise fulfilled in the laughter and joy that resonated through the night. In that sacred moment, under a sky ablaze with stars, Faye stood at the heart of the dance, her spirit a beacon of love and hope for her world. She knew the stories would continue, carried by the voices of those she had inspired, weaving a tapestry of harmony that would endure through the ages. But even as the dance unfolded in all its splendor, Faye sensed a subtle shift in the air. A newcomer had entered the forest, someone whose presence was both foreign and familiar. Her curiosity piqued. She quietly excused herself from the gathering to investigate. She followed the whisper of the wind to a secluded glade, where the moonlight shone down like a spotlight, revealing a lone figure. It was a wolf, his fur a mixture of silvers and grays, almost blending with the moonlit shadows. His eyes, a striking shade of amber, met Faye's with an intensity that spoke of stories untold. "Who are you?" Faye asked, her voice gentle yet firm. The wolf inclined his head respectfully. "I am Alaron. I have traveled far, guided by the whispers of the forest. It seems I have arrived at a time of great significance." Faye studied him carefully, sensing a depth to his presence that was both intriguing and comforting. "The autumn dance is a celebration of unity," she explained. "You are welcome to join us, if your heart is true." Alaron nodded, an understanding passing between them. "I come not to disrupt, but to contribute. The tales of this forest have reached distant lands, and I wish to learn and share in its harmony." With a cautious hope, Faye led Alaron back to the dance. As he mingled with the other creatures, his presence was met with curiosity and acceptance, a testament to the openness that the autumn dance inspired. As the night wore on, Faye realized that Alaron's arrival was a reminder that the forest's stories were not confined to its borders. The world was vast, and there were others beyond the trees who yearned for connection and understanding. Her role as guardian was expanding, not just within her beloved forest, but reaching out to embrace the wider world. The dance continued, a celebration of unity and hope, weaving together the lives of all who called the forest home, and welcoming those who sought its embrace. And in the heart of it all, Faye stood as a beacon of love, her spirit forever intertwined with the stories and the magic of the forest she cherished. Story 6. Title: The Whispering Oak. In the quaint village of Eldrin, where cobblestone streets wound lazily through fields of wildflowers, a peculiar legend was known to all. It spoke of a grand oak tree, hidden deep within the heart of the forest, that could whisper secrets of the world to those who listened closely. This tree, known as the Whispering Oak, was said to possess the magic to change lives forever. It was in this village that a young girl named Marin lived with her grandmother in a cozy stone cottage nestled at the edge of the woods. Marin was known for her curious spirit and gentle heart, often seen wandering the meadows in search of wild berries or sitting by the stream, sketching the lively scenes of nature in her worn journal. Her grandmother, a wise woman with a fondness for old tales, often spoke of the Whispering Oak during their evening fireside chats. "Marin, my dear," her grandmother would say in her melodious voice, "the Whispering Oak has been there long before us and will remain long after. It holds the secrets of the world, handed down from the winds and the earth." Intrigued by these stories, Marin found herself yearning to seek out this mythical tree, to hear for herself the whispers that promised wisdom and change. And so one crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Marin set out on her journey. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the melodic calls of birds, creating a symphony that guided Marin deeper into its embrace. She walked along the path, her senses heightened by the crisp air that carried the scent of pine and earth. The further she ventured, the more the forest seemed to transform, revealing hidden groves and sparkling streams that danced with sunlight. As she journeyed, Marin's thoughts drifted to her village. She recalled the kind faces of the people she loved, each one etched in her heart. Her thoughts lingered on her grandmother, whose laughter was as warm as the summer sun, and whose stories filled the evenings with wonder. It was the memory of these stories that urged Marin onward, her steps light with anticipation and hope. The path twisted and turned, leading Marin to a secluded glade where the Whispering Oak stood, majestic and ancient. Its branches stretched towards the heavens, draped in a tapestry of leaves that shimmered like emeralds in the dappled light. Marin approached with reverence, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustle of the leaves. As she stood beneath the canopy, a soft breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a gentle whisper that seemed to come from the tree itself. Maren closed her eyes, allowing the sound to wash over her, and in that moment, she felt a connection to something vast and timeless. The whispers spoke of the world in ways Maren had never imagined. They told tales of distant lands, of the stars that danced in the night sky, and of the rivers that carved their paths through ancient mountains. But more than that, the whispers spoke of her own heart, of the courage and kindness she possessed, and the strength that lay within her. With each whisper, Maren felt a warmth spreading through her, a gentle assurance that she was part of something greater. The Whispering Oak was not just sharing secrets. It was revealing the interconnectedness of all things, the threads that bound her to the world and to the people she loved. Maren spent the day in the embrace of the Whispering Oak, letting the whispers guide her thoughts and fill her with newfound wisdom. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in shades of violet and rose, Maren knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to the oak, her heart alight with gratitude and understanding. The journey back was different. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like an old friend. Maren walked with a sense of purpose, her mind buzzing with ideas and dreams. She had been changed, not by magic alone, but by the realization of her own potential and the beauty that surrounded her. When Maren emerged from the forest, the village welcomed her with open arms. Her grandmother was waiting, her eyes twinkling with the knowledge that Maren had found what she sought. "Tell me, Maren," her grandmother said as they sat by the fire that evening, "what did the Whispering Oak say to you?" Maren smiled, her heart full of warmth. "It told me that the world is full of wonders, and that we are all a part of its story. It reminded me of the strength of friendship and the power of kindness, and it showed me that sometimes the answers we seek are already within us." Her grandmother nodded, her face aglow with pride. "Ah, my dear, you have learned well. The Whispering Oak is wise, but so are you." From that day forward, Maren carried the lessons of the Whispering Oak with her, sharing its wisdom with those around her. She became a storyteller in her own right, weaving tales of wonder and friendship that inspired all who listened. The Whispering Oak remained a part of her life, a symbol of her journey and the secrets she had discovered. And though she visited the oak often, it was the whispers of her own heart that guided her path, lighting the way with their gentle glow. And so, beneath the watchful gaze of the Whispering Oak and the starry skies, Maren's story continued, a testament to the power of curiosity, kindness, and the timeless bond between the earth and its people. As the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the shadows danced on the walls, Maren smiled contentedly. Her journey had only just begun, and the world awaited with open arms. Story 7. Once upon a time, deep within the heart of an ancient forest, there lived a young fox named Russet. While others saw only trees and undergrowth, Russet saw a world alive with magic and wonder. For you see, Russet possessed a rare gift, the ability to understand the secret language of the forest. On this particular night, as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the woodland floor, Russet ventured forth, her russet fur rippling like fire in the breeze. She loved these midnight wanderings when the forest hummed with the quiet whispers of its many inhabitants. As Russet padded along the familiar path, she noticed something peculiar, a soft blue glow emanating from behind a cluster of ferns. Curiosity piqued, she gently parted the fronds with her nose and gasped. There, nestled in the earth, was a wondrous sight, a radiant azure stone, pulsing with an otherworldly light. Instinctively, Russet knew this was no ordinary stone. It held within it the very essence of the forest, a powerful magic that flowed through every tree, every creature, every blade of grass. Entranced, she reached out a paw to touch its smooth surface. In that instant, the world around her dissolved into a kaleidoscope of color and sound. Russet found herself transported to a hidden realm, a place where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred. Towering trees stretched as high as the eye could see, their branches adorned with glittering leaves that shimmered like jewels. Crystalline streams trickled over mossy banks, their waters tinkling with a melody sweeter than any song. Awestruck, Russet wandered through this ethereal wonderland, her paws leaving no trace upon the soft, dew-kissed earth. Everywhere she looked, she saw creatures unlike any she had encountered before. Delicate, winged fairies flitting among the flowers, their laughter like the ringing of tiny bells. Mischievous sprites darting through the underbrush, trailing sparks of light in their wake. Majestic unicorns grazing in a sunlit glade, their coats shimmering with 1,000 hues. As Russet drank in the sights and sounds of this magical realm, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. Here, in this place of untamed beauty, she knew she had found her true home. But even as she reveled in the splendor around her, a niggling doubt crept into her mind. How had she come to be here? And more importantly, how would she find her way back? It was then that a tiny glowing creature alighted upon her nose, its gossamer wings beating rapidly. "Welcome, young Russet," it spoke in a voice like the tinkling of a wind chime. "We have been awaiting your arrival." Russet blinked in surprise. You know my name?" The tiny being giggled, a sound like the bubbling of a fresh spring. "Of course, dear one. We know all those who can hear the whispers of the forest." Suddenly, everything made sense. The glowing stone, the hidden realm, it was all connected to her gift, her ability to understand the secret language of nature. "But how do I return home?" Russet asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. The glowing sprite smiled knowingly. "The path lies within you, Russet. You need only trust in the wisdom of the forest, and it will guide you." With those cryptic words, the tiny being took flight once more, disappearing amid the dazzling foliage. Russet stood there, her mind whirling with a million questions. Trust in the wisdom of the forest? What did that mean? As she pondered the sprite's words, a soft rustling drew her attention. Emerging from the undergrowth was a magnificent stag, his antlers branching like the limbs of an ancient oak. Russet gasped, for his coat shimmered with a radiance brighter than the noonday sun. The stag regarded her with eyes that seemed to hold the knowledge of ages. "Do not be afraid, young one," he spoke, his voice a deep, resonant rumble. "You have been gifted with a rare and precious thing, the ability to walk between worlds." Russet's eyes widened. "Walk between worlds?" The stag nodded sagely. "This realm you find yourself in is but one of many, woven into the very fabric of nature itself. Your gift allows you to perceive and traverse these hidden realms, to commune with the spirits that dwell within." Slowly, understanding dawned on Russet. The glowing stone had acted as a gateway, a portal to this enchanted place, and if she could find her way here, perhaps she could also find her way back. With renewed determination, Russet thanked the wise stag and set off once more, her paws treading lightly upon the mossy earth. As she wandered, she focused her mind on the sights and sounds of her beloved forest back home, the rustling of leaves in the breeze, the gurgling of the stream that wound its way through the ancient oaks, the gentle hooting of the owls that kept vigil in the night. Gradually, the world around her began to shift and change. The crystalline streams faded, replaced by the familiar babbling brook. The towering, jewel-encrusted trees transformed into the sturdy, moss-covered oaks she knew so well. And in the distance she could make out the soft glow of her forest home, beckoning her onward. With a joyful bark, Russet bounded forward, her heart swelling with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded her. She had journeyed to a realm of pure magic, a world beyond her wildest dreams, and yet it was her own forest that felt most precious of all. As she emerged from the trees and into the moonlit clearing, Russet knew that her adventure had changed her forever. She had seen the true essence of nature, the primordial force that flowed through all living things. And with that knowledge came a profound responsibility to cherish and protect the delicate balance of the forest she called home. From that day forward, Russet became a guardian of the woodland, using her gift to forge unbreakable bonds with the creatures that dwelled within. She learned their stories, their secrets, and in turn she shared with them the wisdom of the hidden realms she had glimpsed. And always at the heart of the forest, the radiant azure stone pulsed with a gentle light, a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of our own reality, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage and wonder to seek it out. Story 8. In a quaint village, nestled between the rolling hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a young girl named Lila. The village was a tapestry of colors, with cottages painted in pastel hues and gardens bursting with flowers of every shade. The air was always rich with the scent of blooming honeysuckle and the sound of laughter from the villagers who thrived on the simple joys of life. Yet, despite the vibrancy surrounding her, Lila often felt a quiet longing for something she couldn't quite name. Lila lived with her grandmother in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. The walls were adorned with tapestries woven by her grandmother's own hands, each one telling a story of the land and its people. The cottage was a sanctuary, filled with the warmth of baking bread and the soft glow of candlelight. Lila's grandmother, with her silver hair tied in a neat bun and eyes twinkling like the stars, was a woman of wisdom and kindness. She was known for her vast knowledge of the natural world and her gentle spirit that soothed even the most troubled hearts. One particularly brisk autumn afternoon, when the leaves danced like golden confetti in the wind, Lila's grandmother called her into the living room. "Lila, dear," she said, her voice a melodic whisper, "there's something I've been meaning to show you." Her grandmother retrieved a small, intricately carved wooden box from a high shelf. The box was old, its surface worn smooth by time, and it emitted a faint, comforting fragrance of cedar and lavender. Curious, Lila sat down beside her grandmother and watched as she carefully opened the box. Inside lay a delicate pendant, shimmering with an otherworldly glow, a piece of rose quartz carved into the shape of a teardrop, wrapped in tendrils of silver. "This," her grandmother explained, "is no ordinary pendant. It's a keepsake of our family, a magical object that reveals truths hidden from the eyes." Lila's eyes widened in wonder. "How does it work?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The pendant," her grandmother continued, "has the power to reveal the hidden worlds within our own. But it requires someone with a pure heart and an open mind to unlock its secrets. It chooses when and how it will show its magic." That night, as the wind howled softly outside and the fireplace crackled warmly, Lila lay in bed with the pendant clasped tightly in her hand. A sense of anticipation fluttered in her chest. She wondered what hidden truths the pendant might reveal to her and how it might change the way she saw the world. As she drifted off to sleep, the pendant began to glow softly, casting a gentle light that danced across the walls of her room. Lila felt a warmth spreading through her heart, a sensation as comforting as her grandmother's embrace. In her dreams, she found herself standing at the edge of the village, where the forest began to thicken and the trees whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves. The forest seemed alive in a way Lila had never noticed before. The trees were not just trees, but ancient sentinels with faces carved into their bark, their eyes wise and knowing. The air was filled with a symphony of sounds, the bubbling laughter of a brook hidden somewhere in the undergrowth, the soft hum of insects harmonizing with the wind, and the distant hoot of an owl keeping watch. Guided by an inexplicable pull, Lila ventured deeper into the forest. Her feet moved with a lightness, as if the earth beneath her welcomed every step. As she walked, the pendant glowed brighter, illuminating a path that seemed to unfurl just for her. Eventually, Lila arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its branches stretching towards the heavens like a sacred offering. The tree's bark shimmered with hues of silver and gold, and nestled among its roots was a door. It was not an ordinary door, but one crafted from the very essence of the forest, a mosaic of leaves, twigs, and stones that seemed to breathe with life. With her heart pounding in her chest, Lila approached the door. The pendant pulsed gently, as if encouraging her to step forward. Taking a deep breath, she placed her hand on the door, feeling its texture under her fingertips. The door swung open effortlessly, revealing a world that existed parallel to her own, hidden from those who did not possess the pendant's magic. The world beyond was a tapestry of wonder and enchantment. The sky was a deep indigo, dotted with stars that twinkled like scattered diamonds. The air was sweet with the fragrance of night-blooming flowers, and the ground beneath her feet felt soft and welcoming, like a plush carpet of moss. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed this hidden world, ethereal beings with wings of gossamer and animals that glowed with an inner light. Lila's heart swelled with joy at the sight of them, and she knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that she was meant to be here. As she explored, Lila encountered a small fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like amber. The fox approached her with a curious look, its tail swaying gently behind it. "Welcome, Lila," the fox spoke, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "We've been expecting you." Lila knelt down, her eyes wide with wonder. "You can talk!" she exclaimed, her voice filled with awe. The fox chuckled, a sound as light as tinkling bells. "In this world, many things are possible. We were waiting for someone who carries the pendant's light, someone who can see beyond the surface of things." Lila felt a rush of warmth at the fox's words. "What is this place?" she asked, her gaze taking in the beauty that surrounded her. "This is the world within," the fox explained. "A place where the magic of the earth is woven into every living thing. But all is not well here. A shadow has fallen, dimming the light of our world. We need your help to restore it." Lila's heart ached at the thought of this magical world being in danger. She knew she couldn't turn her back on it. "What can I do to help?" she asked, determination shining in her eyes. The fox nodded, its expression gentle and reassuring. "The shadow originates from the heart of the forest, a place that holds the balance of our world. You must journey there and uncover what has gone awry. But you won't be alone. I will guide you, and along the way, you will meet others who will help you." Lila nodded, feeling a sense of purpose settle within her. She knew this journey would change her, just as the pendant had promised. With the fox by her side, she set off on the path that wound through the world within, her heart filled with hope and courage. As they traveled, Lila marveled at the wonders around her. The trees whispered ancient songs, and the ground seemed to hum with life. They passed through fields of flowers that glowed softly in the moonlight, and crossed streams that sang as they flowed over pebbles smooth as glass. Along the way, they met a wise old turtle named Thistle, who carried the history of the world within in the patterns of his shell. Thistle walked slowly, his steps deliberate and thoughtful, and he shared stories of the world with Lila, stories that were rich with lessons of kindness, patience, and understanding. They also encountered a playful squirrel named Pippin, whose laughter was infectious and whose spirit was as bright as the sun. Pippin taught Lila the joy of living in the moment and the power of seeing the world through eyes of wonder. As they continued their journey, Lila felt her heart expanding with each new friendship she made. She realized that the magic of the world within was not just in its beauty, but in the connections that bound its inhabitants together. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and no time at all, they arrived at the heart of the forest. It was a place of profound stillness, where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the earth pulsed with a quiet, steady rhythm. In the center of the clearing stood a great stone, etched with symbols that glowed faintly in the dim light. Lila approached the stone, feeling its power resonate through her. The pendant around her neck pulsed in sync with the stone's rhythm, and she knew she was meant to be here. As she reached out to touch the stone, a shadow emerged from its depths. It was not a menacing shadow, but one that carried the weight of sadness and longing. Lila felt a pang of empathy for the shadow, understanding that it was not evil, but lost. The shadow spoke, its voice a wistful whisper. "I was once the guardian of this place, but I forgot my purpose. The darkness grew in my heart, and I lost sight of the light." Lila's heart ached with understanding. She knew what it felt like to be lost and searching for something unknown. "You don't have to be alone," she said softly. "Let us help you find your way back to the light." With those words, the pendant glowed brightly, filling the clearing with warmth and light. The shadow began to dissolve, revealing a being of pure light, a guardian restored to its true form. The guardian looked at Lila with gratitude, its eyes shimmering with tears. "Thank you, dear child," it said. "You have shown me the way back to myself." The heart of the forest pulsed with renewed life, its light spreading throughout the world within, restoring its magic and harmony. Lila felt a sense of peace wash over her, knowing that she had played a part in this healing. With the journey complete, Lila returned to the village, her heart forever changed by the experiences she had in the world within. The pendant lay warm against her chest, a reminder of the hidden worlds and the magic that existed just beyond the veil of everyday life. As she lay in bed that night, listening to the gentle lullaby of the wind through the trees. Lila knew she would always carry the lessons of her journey with her. She had learned that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and that true magic lay in the bonds of friendship and the courage to see beyond the surface. With a contented sigh, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the light of the world within and the promise of new adventures yet to come. And as the stars watched over her, the village settled into the quiet hush of night, a place where magic was always just a heartbeat away. Story 9. In the heart of an ancient forest, where sunlight danced upon emerald leaves and mist swirled like a silken veil, lay a secret world. This realm was one where the whispers of the wind and the songs of the stream spoke of ages past, where the creatures of the forest lived in gentle harmony with nature and each other. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of life. Among them lived a wise old turtle named Tully, whose shell bore the intricate patterns of countless years. Tully was known as the keeper of stories, his wisdom passed down from generation to generation, like a river flowing through time. One crisp autumn morning, the forest awoke under a blanket of fog, the air tinged with the rich scent of damp earth and fallen leaves. It was on this morning that the young squirrel named Pippin scurried through the underbrush, his eyes wide with wonder. Pippin was a curious soul, his heart filled with questions about the world he called home. As Pippin scampered over gnarled roots and around towering trunks, he stumbled upon Tully, who was basking in a patch of sunlight that had broken through the canopy above. The old turtle's eyes twinkled with the warmth of 1,000 dawns as he watched Pippin approach. "Good morning, Pippin," Tully greeted, his voice as smooth as the river stones worn by time. "What brings you to my sunlit spot today?" Pippin hesitated for a moment, his bushy tail twitching with excitement. "Tully," he began, "I've heard whispers of a magical phenomenon that ties the changing seasons to the very heart of our forest. Can you tell me more about it?" The old turtle chuckled softly, the sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "Ah, the dance of the seasons," he said. "It is indeed a wondrous thing. Sit with me, young one, and I shall share the tale with you." Pippin settled beside Tully, listening intently as the turtle began his story. Long ago, when the world was still young, the forest was entrusted to the care of 4 ancient spirits, each one embodying a season. There was Bridget of the spring, with her cloak of blossoms and breath of warmth; Theros of the summer, radiant as the sun, bringing life and laughter; Aurum of the autumn, cloaked in gold, whispering change and reflection; and Hyros of the winter, serene and still, blanketing the forest in peace and rest. Tully paused, allowing the gentle rustle of the wind to fill the silence. These spirits, in their wisdom, understood that balance was essential for the harmony of the forest. And so they came together to create the Dance of the Seasons, a magical phenomenon that ensured the smooth transition from one season to the next. Pippin's eyes were wide with awe as he imagined the scene. "And what happens during this dance?" he asked eagerly. "The dance," Tully explained, "is a symphony of nature. It begins with Bridget painting the forest in vivid colors, coaxing the first buds from their sleep. As her song fades, Theros enters, his laughter echoing through the canopy as the sun's golden rays dance upon the leaves. When it is time for Theros to rest, Aurum steps in, his footsteps scattering leaves like whispers of wisdom, teaching us the beauty of letting go. Finally, Hyros arrives, wrapping the world in a gentle silence, a reminder that rest is as important as growth. As Tully spoke, Pippin could almost see the spirits moving through the forest, their presence felt in the shifting of the wind and the changing of the light. "But how do they know when to begin the dance?" he asked. "Ah," Tully smiled, "that is the magic of the forest itself. The spirits listen to the heart of the forest, to the rhythms of life that pulse beneath the earth and sing through the air. It is a bond forged through wisdom and respect, a cycle of giving and receiving that has existed since time immemorial." Pippin nodded, understanding now the delicate balance that sustained the world around him. The wisdom of the spirits was rooted not in power, but in harmony, a lesson passed down through the ages. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Pippin thanked Tully for sharing his tale. The young squirrel scampered away, his heart light and his mind filled with the stories of the forest. In the days that followed, Pippin watched the dance of the seasons unfold before him. He saw the first blush of spring color the world, felt the warmth of summer's embrace, marveled at the vibrant tapestry of autumn, and found solace in the quiet peace of winter. And with each change, he remembered the wisdom of the spirits and the balance they maintained. The forest continued its timeless cycle, a testament to the harmony that could be achieved when all creatures, great and small, lived with respect for each other and for the world they shared. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the stories of the dance of the seasons were passed down, whispered through the leaves and sung by the streams, a gentle reminder of the beauty of balance and the power of nature's wisdom. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Pippin curled up in his cozy nest, the warmth of the forest enveloping him like a soft blanket. He closed his eyes, his dreams filled with visions of the spirits' dance and the gentle lessons of harmony they imparted. And so, with peace in his heart and the promise of a new day, Pippin drifted into a deep and restful sleep. 10. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the canopy was a tapestry of emerald and gold, there was a place where the whispers of the wind carried secrets older than time itself. The air was fresh and filled with the earthy scent of moss, mingling with the sweet fragrance of wildflowers that dotted the forest floor like scattered stars. It was here, under the watchful gaze of towering oaks and whispering pines, that the creatures of the forest thrived in a hidden world of harmony and balance. In this enchanted realm, where sunlight filtered through the leaves in a dappled dance, there lived a gentle fox named Fen. His coat was a vibrant russet, and his eyes sparkled with the intelligence and curiosity of a creature who knew the secrets of the forest. Fen was beloved by all, for he was wise and kind-hearted, often sharing tales of the forest's lore with creatures both big and small. One crisp morning, as the first frost of autumn kissed the leaves with silver, Fen set out on his daily walk. The forest was alive with the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a wood thrush echoing through the trees. Fen's paws crunched gently on the carpet of fallen leaves, each step releasing a symphony of whispers, as if the forest itself was speaking. As he walked, Fen noticed something unusual. The gentle stream that wound through the forest, usually a babbling ribbon of clear water, was now a sluggish, murky trickle. The leaves on the trees, which should have been vibrant with the hues of autumn, were dull and lackluster. Concerned, Fen hurried to the ancient willow that stood at the heart of the forest. Its gnarled roots formed a natural throne, and its branches stretched out like the arms of a wise old sage. It was said that the willow was the keeper of the forest's balance, a bridge between the natural and magical realms. As Fen approached, the willow's leaves rustled in a voice like 1,000 gentle sighs. "Ah, dear Fen," it whispered, its voice carrying the weight of centuries. "You sense the imbalance, do you not?" Fen nodded, his eyes filled with concern. "What has happened, wise willow? The forest is not as it should be." The willow's branches swayed, casting playful shadows on the ground. "The balance has been disturbed. The spirits of the seasons are in discord. They have forgotten the dance of harmony that maintains our world." Fen sat at the base of the willow, contemplating the words. "How can we restore the balance?" The willow's leaves shimmered with a soft golden light. "You must find the 4 guardians of the seasons. Convince them to remember their ancient pact. Only then will the balance be restored." With a determined heart, Fen set off on his quest. His first destination was the domain of the spring guardian, a lively hare named Bramble. Bramble was known for her boundless energy and the sparkling dew that clung to her fur like diamonds. She lived in a meadow where wildflowers blossomed with the colors of dawn. When Fen arrived, Bramble greeted him with a playful twinkle in her eye. "Fen, what brings you to my meadow?" Fen explained the situation, and Bramble's ears twitched in concern. "Oh dear, I was so caught up in the dance of new life, I forgot the rhythm of the seasons," she confessed. "I will do my part to restore the balance." Reassured by Bramble's promise, Fen continued to the realm of the summer guardian, a regal stag named Saul. Saul was the embodiment of warmth and vitality, his antlers crowned with verdant leaves that shimmered under the sun's golden rays. Fen found Saul in a sun-drenched glade, where the air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and the soothing hum of bees. Saul listened intently as Fen spoke, his eyes reflecting the deep green of ancient forests. "I have been too focused on the brilliance of my season," Saul admitted, his voice like the low rumble of distant thunder. "I will remember the balance we must keep." With two guardians now aware of their oversight, Fen journeyed to the autumn guardian, an owl named Aurelia. Aurelia was wise, and her feathers were the rich browns and golds of a harvest moon. She resided in a grove where the air was crisp and the leaves danced in swirling eddies of cinnamon and amber. Aurelia listened with a solemn nod. "I have been lost in the contemplation of change, forgetting the harmony of transitions," she said in a voice like the gentle rustle of leaves. "I will join my fellow guardians in restoring the balance." Finally, Fen made his way to the winter guardian, a bear named Frost. Frost was a gentle giant, his fur a tapestry of white and silver, mirroring the quiet beauty of snow-covered landscapes. He lived in a hidden cave where icicles glistened like glass sculptures. Fen found Frost resting by a crackling fire, the air tinged with the crisp scent of pine. As Fen relayed the willow's message, Frost sighed, his breath a frosty plume in the chilly air. "I have been too absorbed in the stillness and silence of winter," he admitted. "I will awaken to the rhythm we must maintain." With all four guardians reminded of their shared responsibility, they gathered at the base of the ancient willow. Together they performed a ritual as old as the forest itself, a dance of harmony that wove their energies into a tapestry of balance. As they danced, the forest came alive with a magical transformation. The stream regained its clarity, flowing with a joyful song. The trees shimmered with vibrant colors, their leaves whispering secrets of renewal. The air was filled with the sweet scent of change, a promise of harmony restored. Fen watched with a contented heart, knowing that the forest's balance had been secured once more. The guardians thanked Fen for his wisdom and kindness, for it was through his friendship and gentle guidance that they remembered their ancient pact. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Fen returned to his den. The forest was quiet, and the stars began to twinkle in the velvet night. Fen curled up, his heart at peace, knowing that the forest would continue to thrive in its magical harmony. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient willow, the verdant wood forest remained a place of wonder and balance, where the seasons danced in harmony and the creatures lived in peace, guided by the gentle wisdom of a kind-hearted fox. Story 11. In the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there was a small shop at the end of a cobblestone lane. The shop, with its ivy-covered walls and a sign that simply read, "Treasures and Trinkets," was owned by a kindly old man known as Mr. Thistle. His shop was filled to the brim with peculiar items, each with its own story, waiting to be discovered by those with a keen eye and a curious heart. One chilly autumn afternoon, when the air was crisp and the leaves danced like golden confetti, a young girl named Lila wandered into the shop. Lila was a curious soul, with eyes that sparkled like the stars and a heart open to the wonders of the world. She often spent her days exploring Willowbrook, dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. As Lila stepped inside, a small bell chimed gently above the door. The shop was warm and inviting, filled with the comforting scent of old books and polished wood. Shelves lined the walls, displaying everything from delicate pottery to intricate clocks. Lila's eyes roamed over the treasures, her fingers brushing lightly over objects as if hoping to uncover their secrets. Her attention was soon caught by a peculiar object tucked away on a dusty shelf. It was a seemingly ordinary compass, its brass casing worn with age. Yet when Lila picked it up, the needle spun wildly, as if eager to lead her on a path unknown. "Ah, you've found the Compass of Whispers," Mr. Thistle said, appearing beside Lila with a knowing smile. His eyes twinkled behind his spectacles. "It is said to guide those with a true heart to where they need to be, not just where they wish to go." Intrigued, Lila decided to take the compass home. That night, as the village lay hushed under a blanket of stars, Lila sat by her window, gazing at the compass as the needle danced in the moonlight. She felt a strange pull, a gentle urging that whispered of paths untaken and adventures awaiting. The next morning, Lila set out to follow the compass's guidance. It led her through familiar paths that soon turned into unexplored trails, winding deeper into the heart of the forest that bordered the village. The forest was alive with the chorus of birds and the rustling of leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, Lila met a fox with fur as red as autumn leaves. His name was Finn, and he spoke with a voice as smooth as the river's flow. "The compass has chosen you," Finn said, his eyes glinting with mischief and wisdom. "I shall accompany you, for the forest holds many secrets, and two are better than one." Together, they journeyed through the woods, the compass leading them to places they never knew existed. They discovered a hidden glade, where wildflowers bloomed in every color of the rainbow, and a quiet pond where the water was as clear as glass. In these secret places, they felt the magic of the world around them, a magic that was alive and breathtakingly beautiful. As they traveled, Lila and Finn encountered other creatures of the forest who became their friends. There was Wren, a wise old owl who shared tales of the forest's history, and a family of rabbits who taught them the art of listening to the whispers of the wind. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lila and her companions came upon a towering oak tree. Its branches stretched wide, and its trunk was thick and gnarled with age. The compass needle pointed unwaveringly to its heart. "Here lies the challenge," Finn murmured, his voice soft with reverence. "The tree is the keeper of a secret, one that can only be unlocked by wisdom and kindness." Lila approached the tree, her heart steady and sure. She placed her hand on its rough bark, feeling the life that pulsed beneath her fingers. As she closed her eyes, she listened to the whispers of the forest, to the stories carried on the breeze. "Speak your truth," Wren advised, flapping softly to perch on a nearby branch. "The tree will hear and respond." Drawing upon the lessons she had learned from her friends, Lila spoke of her journey, of the unity and harmony she found in the forest, of the strength that lay in understanding rather than conquering. Her words were gentle, filled with gratitude and wonder. As she spoke, the tree began to hum, a deep, resonant sound that vibrated through the air. Its bark shimmered with a golden light, and a door appeared at its base. From within, a warm glow spilled forth, inviting them inside. With Finn by her side, Lila stepped through the door and found herself in a small chamber where a beautiful crystal hung suspended in the air. It pulsed with a gentle light, echoing the rhythm of her heart. "This is the heart of the forest," Finn whispered, awestruck. "It is a gift, a reminder of the bond between all living things, of the magic that dwells within the world and within us." Gently, Lila reached out and touched the crystal. It filled her with warmth, a sense of peace and belonging that wrapped around her like a comforting embrace. She knew then that her journey was not just about discovery, but about understanding her place in the tapestry of life. With the compass as her guide, Lila returned to Willowbrook, her heart forever changed by the wonders she had witnessed. She shared her stories with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the magic of her words. And so, in the gentle embrace of night, Lila's tale of discovery and wonder wove its way into the hearts of those who listened, reminding them of the beauty and magic that lay within their own lives. As the stars twinkled above, Willowbrook slept peacefully, cradled by the whispering winds and the wisdom of the forest. And thus, the compass of whispers continued to guide those who dared to follow its call, leading them not just to new places, but to new understandings of themselves and the world around them. In this way, the magic of Willowbrook lived on, a gentle, enduring presence that filled the village with warmth and light. Story 12. In the heart of the whispering willow wood, where the trees hummed soft lullabies and the air was perfumed with the sweet scent of blooming moonflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Lullaby Glen. This village was nestled snugly by the banks of the silver stream. Its waters shimmered like liquid starlight under the moon's gentle gaze. The villagers of Lullaby Glen were peaceful folk, living harmoniously with the magical creatures that frolicked in the forest and the wise mentors who resided in the elder tree, the tallest and oldest of all the trees in the woodland. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose, a curious event began to unfold. Flickering lights danced along the tops of the willow trees, casting playful shadows upon the ground. These lights were not unfamiliar to the villagers. They were the glow of the fireflies, which often came out to play at dusk. But on this particular night, the lights moved with an unusual rhythm, as if they were trying to convey a message. The villagers gathered at the edge of the forest, their faces alight with wonder and a hint of concern. Among them was a young girl named Amara, known for her keen eyes and inquisitive spirit. Amara loved nothing more than unraveling the mysteries of the world, and the strange behavior of the fireflies intrigued her greatly. "Do you see what I see?" whispered Amara to her grandmother, a wise old woman who often spoke with the creatures of the forest. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with a knowing light as she nodded. "There is indeed a pattern to their dance, my dear," she said softly, her voice as gentle as the breeze that rustled the leaves. "Perhaps it is a message meant for us, but we must observe closely to understand." Determined to uncover the secret, Amara decided to visit the elder tree, where the wisest of the woods, a gentle owl named Orin, resided. Orin was known for his vast knowledge and kind heart, always ready to guide those who sought answers with genuine curiosity. As Amara approached the towering elder tree, she marveled at its grandeur, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. The bark was smooth and warm under her touch, and she could feel the pulse of ancient wisdom flowing through it. Perched on one of the lower branches, with eyes as deep and golden as the sun, was Orin. "Greetings, Amara," Orin hooted softly, his voice echoing like a comforting melody. "What brings you to the elder tree this fine evening?" Amara explained the peculiar dance of the fireflies, her words tumbling out in a rush of excitement and curiosity. Orin listened attentively, nodding slowly as he considered her tale. "Ah, the fireflies," he mused, fluffing his feathers thoughtfully. "They are messengers of light, communicating in ways we often overlook. There is indeed a pattern in their dance, a story they wish to share. We must decipher it with patience and care." With Orin's guidance, Amara began to observe the fireflies more closely. She noticed how they formed intricate shapes like constellations in the night sky. There were spirals and loops, zigzags and swirls, all moving in a harmonious dance. "Look for the connections," Orin advised, his voice a gentle whisper in the night. "The fireflies speak in symphony, each light a note, each movement a chord. Together, they weave a tale that bridges the seen and unseen." With renewed focus, Amara began to see the patterns with clarity. The fireflies seemed to be guiding her gaze toward something hidden among the trees. Following their luminous path, she discovered a small clearing, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In the center of the clearing stood a peculiar stone, its surface etched with ancient runes that glimmered faintly. Amara felt a tingling sensation in her fingertips as she traced the runes, her heart quickening with anticipation. "This is the Stone of Echoes," Orin explained, landing gracefully beside her. "It holds memories of the forest, stories long forgotten, but not lost. The fireflies have led you here to awaken the stone, to listen to its tale." Amara took a deep breath, calming her racing thoughts. She closed her eyes and placed her hands upon the stone, allowing its warmth to seep into her soul. As she did, a gentle hum resonated through the clearing, like the soft strumming of a harp. Images flickered in her mind's eye, scenes of the forest in times long past, when ancient magic flowed freely through the land. She saw the villagers of old, their lives intertwined with the magical creatures that called the forest home. There was harmony and joy, but also a shadow of sadness, a forgotten promise left unfulfilled. "The promise of unity," Orin murmured, his eyes reflecting the moon's glow. "Long ago, the villagers and the creatures vowed to protect each other, to nurture the magic that binds us all, but as time passed, the promise was forgotten, and the bond weakened." Understanding dawned upon Amara like the first light of dawn breaking over the horizon. The fireflies were not merely dancing for amusement. They were reminding the villagers of their ancient bond, urging them to rekindle the promise of unity. With Orin's help, Amara gathered the villagers once more, sharing the story revealed by the Stone of Echoes. They listened with rapt attention, their hearts touched by the tale of their ancestors. Inspired by the wisdom of the past, they pledged anew to honor the bond between them and the magical creatures of the forest. In the days that followed, Lullaby Glen thrummed with a renewed sense of harmony. The villagers worked alongside the creatures, tending to the forest and its wonders. The fireflies continued their nightly dance, but now it was a joyous celebration, their lights twinkling like stars in the velvet sky. And as Amara lay in her cozy bed each night, the soft rustle of the wind through the trees a lullaby in her ears, she was filled with a sense of peace and belonging. The mystery had been solved, the promise renewed, and all was well in the whispering willow wood. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the moon and stars, Lullaby Glen thrived in the gentle embrace of friendship and magic, its people and creatures living in harmony as they had always meant to. And so the world was a little brighter, a little kinder, thanks to the wisdom of a young girl and the dance of the fireflies. Story 13. Title: The Whispering Grove. In the quaint village of Elderwood, nestled between sprawling meadows and the gentle embrace of a luminescent forest, life flowed at a pace much slower than the bustling cities far beyond its reach. Here, the air was perpetually sweetened by the scent of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees was a constant companion. The villagers often spoke in hushed tones about the magical whispers that came from the heart of the forest, a place known only as the Whispering Grove. At the edge of this verdant world lived a young girl named Amara. With hair as dark as the midnight sky and eyes that sparkled like twin stars, she was known for her gentle heart and insatiable curiosity. Amara spent her days helping her grandmother, who was the village's wise woman, tending to the herb garden behind their quaint cottage. The garden was a tapestry of colors and scents, each plant holding secrets and stories from times long past. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced to the ground in shades of gold and crimson, Amara felt a peculiar pull towards the forest. It was as if the trees themselves were calling her name, their voices carried on the wind in a symphony of rustling leaves and bird songs. Her grandmother noticed her distraction and, with a knowing smile, handed Amara a small woven basket. "Perhaps some time in the forest will do you good," her grandmother suggested, her eyes twinkling with wisdom. "Gather some wild herbs for tonight's supper. But remember, dear one, always listen with your heart." Amara nodded, her heart fluttering with excitement and a hint of trepidation. With the basket clutched firmly in her hands, she set off towards the forest path, her footsteps crunching softly on the blanket of fallen leaves. As she ventured deeper into the Whispering Grove, the world seemed to transform around her. The sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the forest floor in hues of green and gold. The air was cool and fragrant, carrying the earthy scent of moss and the sweet perfume of distant blossoms. Her senses were alive, each sound and scent resonating within her like a familiar melody. Amara's journey led her to a hidden glade, a secret world concealed within the forest's embrace. It was here that the true magic of the Whispering Grove revealed itself. In the center of the glade stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that twisted and curled into the earth like the fingers of an old friend. The tree seemed to hum with a life of its own, and as Amara approached, she noticed a peculiar shimmer in the air, a gentle glow that danced around the tree like a halo of light. As she drew closer, the whispers grew louder, a chorus of voices that spoke in a language she could not understand, yet felt deeply within her soul. Amara placed her hand on the tree's trunk, the bark warm and comforting beneath her fingers. Suddenly the whispers coalesced into a single, clear voice. "Welcome, Amara," the voice intoned, deep and resonant, like the sound of distant thunder. "You have been chosen to carry the gift of the Whispering Grove." Amara's heart skipped a beat, a mixture of awe and disbelief flooding her senses. "Chosen?" she echoed, her voice barely above a whisper. "But why me?" The tree's glow intensified, enveloping Amara in a cocoon of warmth and light. "You have a kind heart and a curious spirit," the voice replied. "These gifts are rare and precious. You shall be the keeper of the grove's secrets, the bridge between worlds." With these words, a small seed appeared in Amara's hand, shimmering with an iridescent light. It pulsed with a gentle energy, a living promise of the magic that lay within. "Plant this seed in your garden," the voice instructed. It will grow into a tree of wisdom, connecting your world to ours. Through it, you will learn, and through you, the village will prosper." Amara nodded, a sense of purpose filling her heart. "I will care for it," she promised, her voice firm with determination. As she turned to leave, the whispers faded into the gentle rustle of leaves, the forest returning to its serene silence. Amara retraced her steps through the forest, her basket filled with herbs, and her heart brimming with the promise of new beginnings. Upon returning home, Amara shared her encounter with her grandmother, who listened with a mixture of wonder and pride. Together, they planted the magical seed in a sunny corner of their garden, nurturing it with care and love. Days turned into weeks, and the seed sprouted into a sapling, its leaves shimmering with the same iridescent glow that Amara had seen in the glade. The tree grew quickly, its branches reaching towards the sky, a testament to the magic of the Whispering Grove. As the tree flourished, so too did the village of Elderwood. The tree's presence seemed to bless the land, the fields yielding bountiful harvests and the villagers enjoying peace and prosperity. Amara, now the village's wise woman in her own right, continued to learn from the tree, sharing its wisdom with all who sought its guidance. Through the years, the tree remained a symbol of hope and unity, its roots intertwined with the lives of those in the village. Under its watchful branches, friendships blossomed, and challenges were met with wisdom and compassion. And so, in the quiet village of Elderwood, where the whisper of the forest could still be heard on the wind, Amara's legacy lived on, a testament to the power of kindness, curiosity, and the enduring magic of the Whispering Grove. The end. Story 14. In the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like distant whispers of old tales, there existed a small, vibrant planet known as Luminara. Its skies were painted in perpetual dusk, casting a gentle, lavender glow over its rolling meadows and shimmering lakes. It was here that the story of unlikely friendship began, in a quaint village nestled among the hills, where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming starflowers. Luminara was home to the Lumini, a gentle species with skin that glowed faintly in the dark, reflecting their emotions in soft hues. They lived harmoniously, tending to the luminous flora and fauna that thrived under the planet's eternal twilight. Among them was Lyra, a curious soul whose heart glowed a vibrant emerald, signifying her deep curiosity and love for exploration. One day, while wandering near the edge of the village, Lyra noticed something unusual. A small craft, unlike any she had seen before, lay nestled within the tall, swaying grass. Its surface shimmered like liquid silver under the dim light, and from its hatch emerged a figure that was both startling and fascinating. The newcomer was a Gorlunian, a species from a far-off planet, known for their shimmering carapaces and multifaceted eyes that reflected the colors of the cosmos. His name was Zorak, and he had crash-landed on Luminara while charting the stars. His kind was often perceived as aloof due to their reserved nature, and Zorak was no different, his expressions hidden behind a facade of reflective calm. Lyra approached cautiously, her curiosity a beacon of green light. "Hello," she called softly, her voice carried by the gentle breeze. "Are you all right?" Zorak turned, his multifaceted eyes catching the lavender glow of the sky. "I am, unaccustomed to such kindness," he replied, his voice a low hum that resonated like a distant star. Their initial meeting was fraught with misunderstandings. Lyra, eager to help, often misinterpreted Zorak's quiet demeanor as disinterest. Likewise, Zorak found himself puzzled by Lyra's emotive nature, her skin shifting colors with every emotion she felt. Yet, despite these early missteps, a bond began to form, woven together by shared experiences. As days turned into weeks, Lyra and Zorak embarked on small adventures around Luminara. They traversed the glowing fields, where fireflies danced like tiny lanterns, and explored the crystal caves, whose walls sang with the echoes of the universe's creation. In these moments, they found common ground in their love for discovery and the beauty of the world around them. One evening, as the pair sat by the luminescent lake, Zorak spoke of his home planet, Gorla, where the skies were always in flux and the air hummed with energy. "I sometimes find it difficult to connect with others," he admitted, his voice a soft ripple across the water. "My people value silence and contemplation." Lyra smiled gently, her skin glowing a warm, understanding amber. "And here, We share our thoughts and feelings openly. Perhaps it's in our differences that we find strength. Their friendship deepened further when a challenge arose. A rare celestial event, the moon shadow, was approaching Luminara. It threatened to plunge the planet into complete darkness, extinguishing the vital glow of the starflowers that sustained life. The Lumini, though wise, had never faced such an event, and uncertainty loomed like a shadow over the village. Determined to help, Lyra and Zorak joined forces with the villagers to find a solution. They spent countless nights in the ancient library, poring over scrolls and texts. It was Zorak, with his knowledge of cosmic phenomena, who proposed using the reflective nature of the Gorlunian crystals, a rare mineral found in Luminara's caves, to amplify the remaining light. Together they rallied the villagers, sharing their plan and inspiring hope. It was a monumental task, requiring the Lumini's delicate touch and Zorak's meticulous knowledge. As they worked side by side, misunderstandings gave way to mutual respect and admiration. On the night of the moon shadow, the village gathered, their hearts united by a shared purpose. As the sky darkened, the crystals were positioned strategically around the fields. Lyra and Zorak stood together, their connection a beacon of warmth in the chilling night. When the last sliver of light dimmed and darkness threatened to swallow the land, the crystals caught the faintest glow from the horizon and scattered it across the fields. The starflowers began to pulse gently, their light amplified by the crystals, creating a tapestry of shimmering colors that danced across the landscape. In that moment of triumph, Lyra and Zorak realized the true meaning of their friendship. It was not just in the laughter or shared adventures, but in the understanding and support they offered one another. Their differences, once a barrier, had become the foundation of their bond. As the moon shadow passed, Luminara returned to its gentle dusk, and the village celebrated not just the return of light, but the unity that had saved them. Lyra's skin glowed a brilliant gold, a testament to her happiness, while Zorak's eyes reflected the colors of the newfound dawn. Their friendship had become a tapestry of their experiences, woven with threads of kindness, understanding, and shared dreams. And as they stood together, gazing at the vibrant world they had saved, they knew that their bond would transcend the stars. In the warmth of the village, surrounded by friends who had become family, Lyra and Zorak understood that true friendship was a journey, one that embraced differences, cherished similarities, and always found light, even in the deepest shadows. And so, under the eternal twilight of Luminara, their story continued. A gentle reminder that in the vast universe, the heart always finds its way. Story 15. In the gentle embrace of the whispering woods, where the moonlight painted silver paths between ancient oaks and the scent of wild blossoms lingered in the air, lived a young woman named Serafina. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the deep, tranquil pools of the woodland streams. Serafina was known for her gentle spirit and her deep connection with nature, yet she found herself struggling with a profound sense of change stirring within her heart. Serafina had always felt at peace within the forest, where every bird's song and rustling leaf sang in harmony with her soul. But lately, an unfamiliar restlessness had begun to shadow her days, whispering of adventures beyond the familiar canopy of branches. She felt like a chrysalis, aware of a metamorphosis upon her, but unsure of what she was meant to become. One crisp evening, as twilight draped the woods in shades of indigo and violet, Serafina wandered deeper into the forest than she ever had before. Her feet seemed to move of their own accord, leading her along a path bathed in moonbeams and flanked by towering ferns that seemed to nod encouragingly as she passed. The air was cool against her skin, carrying the sweet fragrance of honeysuckle and the earthy scent of moss. As she walked, she heard a soft, melodic tinkling, like the chiming of tiny bells. Following the sound, Serafina came to a clearing where an ancient oak tree stood, its gnarled branches stretching towards the stars. Nestled among its roots was a curious, luminescent pool, shimmering with hues of emerald and sapphire. The tinkling sound emanated from the pool, and as Serafina approached, she saw that tiny, luminous creatures flitted just above the surface. Fairies, their wings a blur of iridescent light. With a heart full of wonder, Serafina approached the edge of the pool. The fairies paused in their dance, their bright eyes regarding her with a mix of curiosity and kindness. One, a particularly bold little creature with wings like spun gold, fluttered close and landed gently on her shoulder. "Welcome, dear Seraphina," the fairy chimed, her voice as delicate as the spring breeze. "We have been waiting for you." "For me?" Seraphina asked, her voice a soft echo in the serene night. "Indeed," the fairy replied. "The forest has sensed your turmoil and seeks to guide you through your transformation." Seraphina gazed into the pool, its depths reflecting not just her image, but something more, a glimpse of her potential, her growth. The water seemed to ripple with possibilities, hinting at the many paths her life could take. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle reassurance that change, though daunting, was also an opportunity for discovery. The fairies began to dance again, their movements painting patterns of light across the clearing. As they danced, they sang a song of the forest, a melody that spoke of cycles and renewal, of the old giving way to the new. Their song wrapped around Seraphina like a comforting embrace, soothing her fears and igniting a spark of courage within her. "You are not alone on this journey," the golden-winged fairy whispered. "The forest is filled with friends and guides who wish to help you find your way." With newfound resolve, Seraphina returned to her village, where she found support from those around her. Her friend Rowan, a wise old herbalist, shared stories of his own journey of change, offering insights and laughter to lighten her heart. "Change is like the seasons," he said, in his deep, comforting voice. "It brings new colors and new life, and though you may not always see where the path leads, trust that it will take you where you need to go." Encouraged by Rowan and the fairy's gentle magic, Seraphina began to embrace her transformation. She ventured beyond the woods, meeting new people and learning new skills, each experience a thread woven into the tapestry of her life. She discovered a talent for storytelling, her words flowing like the forest streams, enchanting those who listened and igniting their own dreams of adventure. As the days turned to weeks, Seraphina found herself changing in ways she had never imagined. Her heart, once bound by fear of the unknown, now beat with the rhythm of exploration and discovery. She realized that the magic she had encountered in the forest was not just in the fairies or the pool, but within herself, the magic of growth and the courage to embrace it. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Seraphina returned to the clearing by the ancient oak. The fairies greeted her with joyous dances, their lights twinkling like stars brought to earth. She knelt by the pool, seeing her reflection not as it was, but as it had become, a woman who had found her way. "Thank you," Seraphina whispered to the fairies in the forest, her heart filled with gratitude, "for helping me find the courage to change." The fairies sang a gentle lullaby, their voices a soothing balm. "The courage was always within you, dear Seraphina. We merely helped you see it." With a peaceful heart, Seraphina returned home, knowing that while her journey of transformation was ongoing, she was no longer afraid. She had learned to trust in herself and in the gentle guidance of the world around her. And as she drifted into slumber, the forest sang softly in the night, a melody of comfort and hope, wrapping her dreams in the warmth of newfound belief. And so in the whispering woods, where moonlight weaves through the trees and the air is alive with the whispers of the wild, Seraphina found her place, not by resisting change, but by embracing it. Her story became one of growth and discovery, a tale whispered by the wind to all who sought the courage to transform. Story 16. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willow Brook, there lived a gentle soul named Clara. She resided in a cozy, ivy-covered cottage on the edge of the village, where the fragrant scent of wildflowers drifted in through her windows every morning. Clara was known for her kind heart and the way she tended to her garden, which bloomed with vibrant colors and sweet fragrances all year round. Her garden was the pride of Willowbrook, and many villagers would stop by just to admire the blossoms swaying gracefully in the breeze. One peaceful autumn afternoon, as the golden leaves rustled softly in the trees, Clara was weeding her garden when she discovered something unusual. Nestled among the roots of a rosebush was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was no larger than a loaf of bread and was adorned with delicate engravings of swirling vines and tiny stars. Curiosity piqued. Clara gently dusted off the box and carried it inside. Sitting by the window where the sunlight danced across the floor in warm patches, she lifted the lid. To her surprise, inside lay a small, shimmering key made of what looked like silver but sparkled with an ethereal glow. The key seemed to hum softly, a melody that was both calming and mysterious, as if whispering secrets only it could tell. Clara felt a curious warmth spread through her fingertips as she touched the key, and at that very moment, she knew this was no ordinary object. With a sense of wonder tingling in her heart, she decided to seek out her dear friend, an old wise owl named Oliver, who lived in the ancient oak tree at the heart of the village. Oliver was known for his vast knowledge of the world and its many mysteries. As Clara made her way through the winding cobblestone streets of Willowbrook, the crisp autumn air filled her lungs, and the gentle chatter of villagers created a comforting backdrop. The sun dipped lower in the sky, painting everything in hues of amber and sienna. Upon reaching the great oak tree, Clara called out to Oliver. The wise owl peered down from his perch, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "What brings you here on this fine day, dear Clara?" he asked in his soothing, melodious voice. Clara held up the shimmering key for Oliver to see. "I found this in my garden, and I think it's something quite special," she explained. Oliver fluttered down to a lower branch to get a better look. With a thoughtful hoot, Oliver nodded. "Ah, this is indeed a magical key," he said. "It is said to open a door to a realm where the ordinary becomes extraordinary. But you must find the door it unlocks, and that journey is as important as the discovery itself." With Oliver's words echoing in her heart, Clara felt both excited and a little apprehensive. She knew she must embark on this quest, and though she didn't know where the door might be, she trusted that the path would reveal itself in time. The next morning, with the first light of dawn casting a gentle glow over the village, Clara set out on her journey. She wore her favorite woolen cloak, its deep green fabric blending with the natural hues of the forest she would travel through. The shimmering key was safely tucked in her pocket, a reassuring presence as she ventured into the unknown. As Clara walked, the forest welcomed her with the soft rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of morning birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. The air was crisp and fresh, carrying the earthy scent of moss and pine. After some time, Clara came upon a bubbling brook, its waters glistening in the morning light. By the brook sat a small squirrel with a bushy tail and bright, inquisitive eyes. The squirrel, noticing Clara's approach, waved a tiny paw in greeting. "Hello there," the squirrel chattered cheerfully. "I am Nutmeg, the guardian of this brook. What brings you to our forest today?" Clara smiled at the friendly squirrel and explained her quest. Nutmeg listened intently, nodding with understanding. "Ah, a magical key, you say? I have heard tales of such wonders. Perhaps I can help you find the door it unlocks," Nutmeg offered with a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Grateful for the company and assistance, Clara agreed, and together they continued through the forest. Nutmeg proved to be a delightful companion, pointing out hidden paths and sharing stories of the forest's secrets. As the sun climbed higher, casting a warm golden glow over the landscape, Clara and Nutmeg arrived at a clearing. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in twisting vines and delicate flowers. It seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if waiting patiently for someone to approach. Clara felt a gentle tug at her heart, the same sensation she had experienced when she first touched the key. She knew this was the door she sought. With a deep breath and a hopeful heart, she retrieved the shimmering key from her pocket. As she inserted the key into the lock, a soft melody filled the air, like the gentle notes of a lullaby. The vines around the archway began to shimmer with a soft light, and the ancient stones glowed with a warm, welcoming hue. The door swung open, revealing a world bathed in soft, iridescent light. It was a realm where every color was more vivid, every sound more harmonious, and every scent more enchanting. Clara stepped through, Nutmeg scampering at her side, both filled with a sense of awe and wonder. In this magical realm, Clara discovered that the ordinary objects of Willowbrook held extraordinary secrets. The flowers whispered tales of ancient times, the streams sang songs of distant lands, and the trees shared wisdom gathered through the ages. But the most remarkable discovery was a gentle, shimmering pool at the heart of the realm. Its waters were crystal clear, reflecting the sky above and the vibrant world around it. As Clara knelt by the pool's edge, she saw her own reflection looking back at her. But it was not just her image she saw, it was her heart, her dreams, her hopes, and her kindness, all shimmering in the water's depths. In that moment of profound clarity, Clara understood that the true magic of the key was not in the realm it unlocked, but in the journey it had taken her on. It was a journey that had opened her heart to the wonders around her and deepened her connection to the world she loved. With a gentle smile, Clara thanked the realm for its gifts and turned to Nutmeg. "I think it's time we return to Willowbrook," she said softly. Nutmeg nodded, understanding the wisdom of her words. As they made their way back through the forest, Clara felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She had discovered a world of wonder, but more importantly, she had discovered the magic within herself. When Clara and Nutmeg returned to Willowbrook, the villagers gathered to hear of their adventures. Clara shared her tale, not as a story of magic and mystery, but as a reminder of the beauty and wonder that exists in every corner of their world. And so, in the cozy village of Willowbrook, life continued with a renewed sense of enchantment. The villagers tended their gardens, shared their stories, and cherished the simple joys of life, knowing that the extraordinary was always within reach, if only they had the wisdom to see it. As for Clara, she kept the shimmering key safe, a symbol of the journey that had changed her forever. And whenever she felt the call of adventure, she knew that magic was never far away, waiting patiently to reveal its secrets to those with open hearts and gentle souls. Story 17. In a secluded valley, nestled between ancient redwood forests, a quaint village was home to the Willowwood clan. For generations, they had lived in harmony with the land, tending to the towering trees that surrounded them. Their ways were guided by a deep reverence for nature and the wisdom of their ancestors. One autumn evening, as the golden leaves drifted down like embers from a fading fire, young Rowan found herself drawn to the soft glow emanating from her grandmother's cottage. The scent of sage and cedar wood filled the air, mingling with the crackle of the hearth. "Grandma, can you tell me another story about our people?" Rowan asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Her grandmother, Willow, smiled warmly and beckoned her closer. "Of course, my dear. Our stories are the threads that weave our legacy, connecting us to those who came before." Willow reached into a carved wooden chest and withdrew an intricate dream catcher, its delicate web shimmering in the firelight. "This dream catcher has been passed down through generations of our clan. Its sacred symbols hold the teachings of our ancestors, guiding us to live in balance with the natural world." As Rowan traced the intricate patterns with her fingers, she could almost feel the whispers of the past echoing through the fibers. Willow began to weave her tale, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Long ago, our people were custodians of these ancient forests. We learned to read the language of the trees, to understand the rhythms of the seasons, and to walk in harmony with all living beings. The Dreamcatcher was a gift from the spirits, a reminder to honor our dreams and the wisdom they impart." Rowan listened, spellbound, as her grandmother spoke of the clan's traditions, the sacred rituals, the reverence for nature's cycles, and the deep connection to the land that sustained them. With each story, she felt a profound sense of belonging, as if her roots were intertwined with the very soil beneath her feet. As the night grew deeper, Willow's words painted vivid pictures of lush forests, gurgling streams, and the embrace of ancient redwoods. Rowan could almost feel the earth's heartbeat, steady and reassuring, as her ancestors had done for countless generations. "Our legacy is not merely a story, my child," Willow said, her eyes shining with pride. "It is a living tapestry woven by the hands of those who came before us, and it is our sacred duty to carry it forward, to nurture and protect the land that has nurtured us." Rowan clutched the Dreamcatcher close to her heart, feeling a deep connection to her roots and a renewed sense of purpose. In that moment, she understood that her heritage was not just a relic of the past, but a guiding light illuminating the path ahead. As the embers in the hearth faded and the night sounds of the forest whispered their ancient lullabies, Rowan drifted into a peaceful slumber, her dreams filled with the wisdom of her ancestors and the promise of a future where she would honor and preserve their sacred legacy. Story 18. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy of towering trees formed a verdant cathedral, light filtered through leaves, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. This was a realm where the veil between reality and magic was as thin as gossamer, and the air was filled with the whispers of secrets long kept by the trees. The forest was home to a myriad of creatures, each with hidden lives that unfolded in harmony with the natural world. Among them was a wise old owl named Harrow, whose golden eyes had witnessed the changing seasons for more years than he could count. His feathers, a tapestry of browns and creams, were soft and silent, allowing him to glide through the night like a shadow. Harrow was the keeper of the forest's lore, a role passed down from generation to generation. His wisdom was sought by all creatures, from the smallest of mice to the most majestic of deer. He perched high in the branches of an ancient oak, a tree so old that its roots entwined with the very heart of the earth, and there he watched over the forest. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves turned to gold and crimson, a gentle fox named Leora padded softly through the underbrush. Her fur was the color of the setting sun, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and kindness. Leora had come to seek Harrow's counsel, for she sensed a change in the air, a shift in the balance that kept the forest alive and thriving. As she approached the oak, the rustle of leaves announced her presence. Harrow, with a slow, deliberate turn of his head, regarded her with a gaze that seemed to see beyond the present moment. "Good evening, Leora," he said, his voice as smooth as the whispering wind. "What brings you to my perch on this fine autumn night?" Leora sat back on her haunches, her tail curling around her paws like a brush of flame. "Harrow," she began, "I have noticed that the streams are running slower, and the air feels different. The trees speak of restlessness. I fear that something is amiss." Harrow nodded, his feathers rustling softly. "You are perceptive, my dear. The balance we hold dear is indeed threatened, and it requires our attention." The owl explained that the seasons, governed by the ancient spirits of the forest, were out of harmony. Each spirit, the spring sprite, the summer sun, the autumn breeze, and the winter frost, was responsible for maintaining the rhythm of nature. However, a misunderstanding had arisen among them, causing the current discord. "It is said," continued Harrow, "that only through an act of unity and understanding can the spirits be reconciled. You must gather the creatures of the forest and remind the spirits of the harmony that exists when they work together." With a solemn nod, Leora accepted the task. She thanked Harrow and set off into the forest, her paws moving quietly over the soft earth. As she journeyed, she called upon her friends, the playful squirrels, the graceful deer, the wise old tortoises, and the vibrant birds. Each creature agreed to join her in this quest to restore balance. Under a sky painted with the hues of twilight, the animals gathered in a clearing, their eyes bright with hope and determination. They formed a circle, a colorful tapestry of fur and feathers, scales and shells, united by a common purpose. Leora took a deep breath, and with a voice as steady as a stream, addressed the spirits of the seasons. "O ancient spirits who guide the cycles of life, we ask for your presence. Let us join our voices in harmony, as we once did, to restore the balance of this beloved forest." The air shimmered, and the spirits appeared, each embodying the essence of their season. The spring sprite danced with flowers in her hair, the summer sun radiated warmth and light, the autumn breeze carried a cloak of leaves, and the winter frost glistened with icy beauty. At first, the spirits regarded each other with suspicion, their differences casting shadows. But as the animals began to sing, a melody of the forest, of life and renewal, their voices rose like the wind through the trees, weaving a song of unity. The spirits listened, their hearts touched by the simplicity and truth of the message. Gradually they joined the song, their voices blending into a harmonious symphony that resonated through the forest. The misunderstanding that had divided them melted away like mist in the morning sun. With the song, the streams began to flow with renewed vigor, the air grew crisp and clear, and the trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering with contentment. The balance was restored, and the forest thrived once more. As dawn broke, painting the sky with shades of pink and gold, The spirits nodded to the gathered creatures, their gratitude shining in their eyes. Then, like a breath of wind, they faded back into the fabric of the world. Leora, her heart light with joy, turned to her friends. "Thank you," she said, her voice full of warmth. "Together we have shown that through unity and understanding, even the greatest challenges can be overcome." The animals dispersed, returning to their hidden lives within the forest, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that they had made a difference. Harrow watched from his perch, his heart swelling with pride and hope for the future. And so, in the ancient forest where magic and reality intertwined, harmony was restored, a testament to the power of friendship and wisdom passed down through generations. As the seasons turned and the years unfolded, the story of Leora and her friends was told and retold, a gentle reminder of the beauty that lies in working together for the greater good. Story 19. In the quiet village of Willowbrook, nestled between the gentle hills and the babbling brook that sang its soothing tune day and night, there was an air of enchantment that seemed to embrace the place like a warm quilt. The cottages were adorned with ivy and wildflowers, and the cobblestone paths wound their way like gentle whispers through the village, each stone holding stories of old. Amongst these cottages was the home of a young girl named Lila, whose heart was as bright and curious as the morning sun peeking over the hills. Lila lived with her grandmother, a wise woman known for her gentle smile and the way she could coax the most reluctant of flowers to bloom with just a whisper. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves danced down from the trees in a cascade of amber and gold, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's beloved wind chimes, which hung from every door and window, had fallen silent. Instead of their usual tinkling melody carried by the breeze, there was a stillness that felt like a missing note in a familiar song. Determined to solve this gentle mystery, Lila set off down the path, her scarf fluttering behind her like a banner of adventure. As she walked, she greeted her neighbors, each more perplexed than the last about the silence that had settled over their village. At the edge of Willowbrook stood the ancient oak, its branches sprawling like the arms of an old friend. Beneath its shade, Lila found Merryweather, the wise old owl who often perched there, his eyes like pools of midnight. Merryweather was known for his wisdom and his love for riddles and stories. "Good morning, Merryweather," Lila called up, her voice as bright as the sunbeam that filtered through the leaves. "Morning, dear Lila," replied Merryweather, his voice soft and deep. "What brings you to my shade on this fine morning?" "The wind chimes have lost their song," Lila explained, looking up into the owl's wise eyes. "Do you know why?" Merryweather closed his eyes for a moment, as if listening to the whispers of the wind. "There is magic in the air, my dear, but it seems to be tangled. Perhaps the answer lies not in the silence, but in what it is trying to tell us." Thanking the owl, Lila continued her journey, pondering his words. She wandered through the village, her eyes and ears open to any clue that might reveal the mystery. As she walked, she noticed something else unusual. The brook, usually so lively and spirited, seemed to be murmuring a different tune, as if it too was caught in the same enchantment. It was then that Lila decided to visit the meadow where the fairies were known to dwell. The meadow was a place of vibrant colors and soft whispers, where the grass tickled her ankles and the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle. As Lila stepped into the meadow, tiny lights flickered around her like stars fallen to earth. The fairies, with their delicate wings and cheerful laughter, appeared from behind flowers and leaves, their presence a balm to the silence that had cloaked the village. A particularly sprightly fairy named Pippin approached, her wings glistening like dewdrops in the morning sun. "Lila, dear friend, what brings you to our meadow?" she chirped. Lila explained the silent wind chimes and the brook's altered song, her voice filled with the gentle determination that always accompanied her. Pippin listened intently, her tiny face thoughtful. "I believe," Pippin said, her voice as bright as a bell, "that the winds have lost their way. We fairies have noticed the breezes swirling in confusion. They seem to have forgotten their path." Lila nodded, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Perhaps they need a guide," she suggested softly, the pieces of the puzzle beginning to align. With Pippin leading the way, the fairies and Lila made their way to the hilltop where the winds were known to gather. The hill was a place where the sky kissed the earth, and the view stretched out like a tapestry woven with fields and forests. As they stood upon the hill, the fairies fluttered around, their laughter a gentle melody, and Lila reached into her pocket to retrieve the small flute her grandmother had given her. It was made of willow, smooth and polished, and it fit perfectly into her hands. With a deep breath, Lila began to play a tune, soft and inviting like the first rays of dawn breaking through the night. The melody floated into the air, a gentle call to the wandering winds. Slowly, as if waking from a dream, the winds responded. They swirled and danced around Lila, the fairies guiding them with their light. The air was filled with a gentle hum, a promise of the song to come. Lila continued to play, her fingers moving with the ease of a conversation with an old friend. The winds began to remember, their paths untangling, and soon their familiar dance was restored. The brook's song shifted back to its lively chatter, and in the village below, the wind chimes began to sing once more, their notes weaving a tapestry of sound that embraced Willow Brook. With a final, lingering note, Lila lowered the flute, a smile of contentment lighting up her face. The fairies twirled around her in a dance of joy, their wings shimmering like the morning sun on water. "Thank you, dear Lila," Pippin said, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "You have restored the harmony of the winds, and with it, the song of our village." Lila nodded, feeling the warmth of the fairies' friendship and the satisfaction of a mystery solved. Together, they made their way back down the hill, the path now a familiar friend beneath her feet. As Lila returned to her cottage, the sun setting in a blaze of orange and pink, she found her grandmother waiting by the door, her eyes twinkling with pride and love. "You've done well, my dear," her grandmother said, enveloping Lila in a warm embrace. "Sometimes, all it takes is a gentle heart and a little music to set things right." And so, as the stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, and the village settled into the embrace of night, Willowbrook lay wrapped in the comforting sound of wind chimes and the whispering brook. The village slept peacefully, knowing that, with friends and a little magic, even the strangest of mysteries could be solved. And Lila, tucked cozy in her bed, drifted off to sleep with a smile, dreaming of adventures yet to come, the melody of her flute lingering in the air like a lullaby. Story 20. In a charming village nestled between rolling green hills and a whispering forest, there lived a young woman named Amara. Amara was known throughout the village for her intricate tapestries, each thread spun with care and each pattern woven with stories from the heart of nature. Yet despite her talent, Amara felt as though something was missing. A restlessness stirred within her, a whispering desire for something more, though she could not quite grasp what it was. The village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched cottages, was a place where time seemed to flow like the gentle brook that wound through it. The air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lavender, and the villagers greeted one another with warmth and kindness. Yet for Amara, the familiar comforts began to feel confining, like the threads of her loom binding her in place. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves blushed with shades of amber and gold, Amara decided to take a walk into the forest. The forest was a place of stories and secrets, where sunlight dappled the ground through the canopy, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves. It was here that Amara hoped to find a hint of what she was searching for. As she wandered deeper into the forest, Amara came upon a clearing where the sunlight pooled like liquid gold. In the center of this clearing stood an ancient oak, its trunk twisted and gnarled, yet its branches strong and reaching for the sky. Drawn to the tree's silent wisdom, Amara approached and placed a hand on its bark. It was then that she noticed a small, peculiar door at the base of the trunk, barely visible beneath a covering of ivy. Curiosity piqued, Amara gently pushed the door open and found herself peering into a world unlike any she had imagined. Inside the tree was a spiral staircase, winding upwards into unknown heights. Without hesitation, she stepped onto the first stair, feeling an exhilarating thrill of adventure. As Amara ascended, the air around her shimmered with a gentle luminescence, filling her senses with a symphony of twinkling lights and soft whispers. The staircase seemed to go on forever, each step lighter than the last, until she reached the top where a vast room opened before her. In this magical chamber, the walls were made of glass that reflected the forest outside, yet inside was an enchanting garden, vibrant with colors she had never seen. Flowers sang with the voices of nightingales, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of dreams. At the center of the garden stood a fountain, its water sparkling with 1,000 stars. Seated beside the fountain was an elderly woman, her eyes like pools of wisdom and her smile as warm as the summer sun. She beckoned Amara to sit beside her. "Welcome, dear one," the woman said, her voice gentle like the rustling leaves. "I am Lyra, the keeper of this place. Here, within the heart of the forest, many come to seek what they do not yet know they need." Amara sat quietly, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. "I feel lost," she confessed, "as though I am searching for something, but I don't know what it is." Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Change is a part of life. Dear one, it can be daunting, but it is also beautiful. Like the seasons, we too must transform." The words resonated deeply within Amara, and as she pondered them, the fountain began to ripple with images. She saw herself in the village, weaving her tapestries, each pattern a story of her life. But then the images shifted, showing her exploring new places, meeting new people, and weaving new stories into her art. "Your gift is not just in your hands, but in your heart," Lyra continued. "You have the power to weave the threads of life into something extraordinary. Trust in your journey and let it guide you." Amara felt a warmth spreading through her chest, a sense of clarity that had eluded her for so long. She realized that the restlessness she felt was not a sign of dissatisfaction, but a call to grow, to expand her horizons beyond the familiar. With a newfound sense of purpose, Amara thanked Lyra and descended the staircase, returning to the village. As she stepped out of the tree and into the forest, she carried with her the wisdom of the magical garden. Back in her cottage, Amara began to weave with a vigor she had never known before. Her tapestries transformed, capturing the essence of her journey and the beauty of the world beyond her village. Word of her extraordinary creations spread, drawing visitors from near and far, each tapestry a testament to the magic of change and the power of following one's heart. In time, Amara's work became renowned, not just for its beauty, but for the stories it told. She traveled beyond the village, sharing her art and learning from the world, always returning to the forest for guidance and inspiration. Through her journey, Amara discovered that true magic lay not in the enchantment of the garden or the wisdom of Lyra, but within herself. She learned that change, though challenging, was a gift that allowed her to grow and flourish, just as the forest thrived with each passing season. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars and the gentle sway of the trees, Amara embraced her journey, weaving the tapestry of her life with threads of courage, wisdom, and love. As she sat by her loom, the crackling of the fireplace beside her, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Story 21. In a distant corner of the universe where stars twinkled like scattered diamonds across an endless velvet sky, there existed a vibrant planet called Luminara. Luminara was a world of brilliant blue forests and crystalline rivers that shimmered under the light of 3 gentle moons. Its skies were often painted with the hues of dawn and twilight, creating an ethereal glow that warmed the hearts of its inhabitants. Within this serene world lived a soft-hearted creature named Ara. Ara belonged to a species known as the Lumina, beings with delicate translucent wings and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. The Lumina were known for their gentle nature and their ability to heal with a touch, their presence often accompanied by a soothing luminescence. One peaceful evening, as Ara floated just above the forest canopy, a sudden, shimmering streak cut across the sky. It was a small spacecraft, and it landed with a gentle thud in the heart of the forest. Curious and a little apprehensive, Ara glided down to investigate. As Ara approached, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and out stepped an unfamiliar figure. It was a sturdy, small being with metallic skin that glinted under the moonlight. This newcomer was a tinker from the planet Makara, a world of intricate gears and towering metal spires. The tinker introduced himself as Jax, his voice carrying a gentle whir. "Hello," Jax said, offering a small, hesitant smile. "My ship seems to have lost its way, and I've ended up here." Era, always eager to help, replied with a soft musical tone. Welcome to Luminara. I'm Ara. Perhaps I can assist you? Despite the initial kindness, their first interactions were laced with misunderstandings. Jax was accustomed to the precise mechanical world of Makara, where efficiency was valued above all. He often misinterpreted Ara's slow, deliberate movements and lyrical speech as signs of laziness or distraction. On the other hand, Ara found Jax's brisk manner and penchant for fixing things that weren't broken a little bewildering. One day, as they sat by a river that sang softly as it flowed, Jax attempted to repair Ara's favorite perch, a fallen tree covered in moss and flowers. It seems unstable, Jax noted, reaching for his toolkit. Ara gently placed a shimmering hand on Jax's, stopping him. Not everything broken needs fixing, dear friend. Sometimes beauty lies in imperfection. Jax paused, his gears whirring softly in contemplation. I hadn't thought of it that way, he admitted, his metallic eyes softening. As days turned to weeks, the unlikely pair found themselves facing challenges that tested their growing friendship. The forest, usually tranquil, was threatened by a rare celestial event, a solar storm that would soon sweep across Luminara, endangering its delicate ecosystems. Together, Era and Jax embarked on a quest to shield the forest. They traveled to the Whispering Peaks, mountains that hummed with the ancient songs of the planet. Here they hoped to find the Echo Stone, a legendary artifact said to amplify the Lumina's healing glow to protect the land. Their journey was not without peril. The path to the peaks was treacherous, with shifting stones and hidden crevices. At one point, Ara's wings caught on a thorny bush, and she cried out in pain. Jax, with his nimble fingers and mechanical precision, carefully untangled her wings, whispering soothing words all the while. "Thank you, Jax," Ara said, her eyes glistening with gratitude. "Your steady hands are a blessing." As they continued, Jax found himself in need of Ara's wisdom. When a sudden landslide blocked their path, Ara suggested they listen to the whispers of the wind, which often guided the Lumina in times of need. Together they closed their eyes, and soon enough the wind revealed a hidden passage through the mountain. Finally they reached the Echo Stone, nestled within a cavern that glowed with an inner light. Ara approached the stone, her wings unfurling as she sang a hauntingly beautiful melody that resonated with the stone's ancient magic. Jax, standing by her side, lent his mechanical expertise to create a device that would channel the stone's amplified glow across the forest. As the solar storm approached, they activated their creation. A luminous shield enveloped the forest, safeguarding it from harm. The inhabitants of Luminara watched in awe as their world was bathed in a protective light, the forest whispering its thanks in the soft rustle of leaves. Through this shared adventure, Ara and Jax learned to appreciate the beauty in their differences. They found strength in each other's strengths and solace in each other's presence. The misunderstandings of the past melted away, replaced by a deep, abiding friendship. As the storm subsided and peace returned to Luminara, Ara and Jax sat side by side on the moss-covered log, watching the three moons rise. Jax, with a newfound appreciation for the world of nature, and Ara, with a deeper understanding of the mechanical wonders Jax cherished, sat in comfortable silence. "The stars are particularly bright tonight," Jax observed, his voice filled with wonder. "Yes," Ara agreed, her wings shimmering softly. "And so is our friendship." Under the twinkling canopy of the universe, the unlikely companions knew they had discovered something truly precious. Their friendship, born of misunderstanding and nurtured through shared challenges, had become a beacon of light in the vastness of the cosmos. And so, in the quiet heart of Luminara, amidst the gentle rustle of leaves and the soothing hum of the forest, Ara and Jax found comfort in each other's company, their bond as enduring as the stars above. Story 22. In a small village nestled at the foot of the Whispering Woods, there lived an old clockmaker named Amos. His workshop, a quaint little cottage with a thatched roof and a garden full of sweet-smelling herbs, was a place of wonder for the children of the village. Amos was known for crafting the most beautiful clocks, each one with its own unique chime that resonated through the cobblestone streets like a melody from a distant dream. One chilly autumn evening, as the leaves danced to the ground in shades of amber and gold, Amos discovered something peculiar. Hidden beneath a pile of dusty blueprints, in the corner of his workbench lay an oddly shaped key. It was unlike any key he had seen before, made of a metal that shimmered under the flickering glow of candlelight, as if tiny stars were trapped within its surface. Curiosity piqued, Amos examined the key closer. It felt warm to the touch, and a gentle hum seemed to emanate from it, vibrating with a comforting rhythm. Intrigued by its mysterious nature, he decided to show it to his dear friend, Mabel, the village librarian, who was known for her vast knowledge of peculiar artifacts and ancient lore. The next morning, Amos wrapped the key in a soft cloth and made his way through the village, the crisp air filled with the scent of burning wood and the distant laughter of children playing. Mabel's library was a sanctuary of knowledge and quietude, with towering shelves lined with books of every size and color. As Amos entered, the familiar creak of the wooden floorboards welcomed him like an old friend. "Mabel," Amos greeted warmly, holding up the wrapped key. "I found something rather unusual, and I thought you might be able to shed some light on it." Mabel, with her gentle eyes and a smile that could chase away the gloomiest clouds, took the key and examined it closely. "Ah, Amos," she said softly, her voice as soothing as the rustle of pages turning. "This is no ordinary key. It is said to unlock the Gateway of Whispers, a portal hidden deep within the Whispering Woods." Amos listened intently, his heart fluttering with a mix of excitement and trepidation. The Whispering Woods, though beautiful, was a place shrouded in mystery. Legends spoke of it being home to ancient spirits and forgotten secrets. Mabel continued, "The gateway is a passage to the realm of echoes, where the past and future intertwine. But it is not a journey to be taken lightly. Wisdom and kindness guide those who seek its secrets." With a newfound sense of purpose, Amos decided to embark on this journey. He packed a small satchel with essentials, bread, cheese, a flask of warm tea, and his trusty pocket watch, and set off towards the woods. The path was lined with trees that whispered ancient melodies as the wind wove through their branches. As Amos ventured deeper into the woods, he was joined by a curious companion, a small squirrel named Thistle, whose bright eyes sparkled with mischief and intelligence. Thistle had a knack for finding hidden treasures and offered to guide Amos through the winding paths of the forest. "Thank you, Thistle," Amos said, grateful for the company. "It seems we are both seekers of mysteries." The two traveled together, sharing stories and laughter, their bond growing stronger with each step. The forest was alive with the sounds of chirping birds and the gentle rustle of leaves, creating a symphony of nature that soothed their spirits. After a long journey, they arrived at a clearing bathed in soft, ethereal light. In the center stood an ancient stone archway, entwined with vines blooming with delicate blue flowers. This, Amos realized, was the Gateway of Whispers. Holding the key firmly, Amos approached the archway, feeling a gentle pull, as if the very air beckoned him forward. With a deep breath, he inserted the key into the lock. A soft click echoed through the clearing, and the air shimmered like the surface of a tranquil pond. As Amos and Thistle stepped through the gateway, they found themselves in a world unlike any other. The realm of echoes was a place where time flowed like a gentle river, carrying with it whispers of memories long past and dreams yet to come. The sky was a tapestry of colors, with clouds that drifted like cotton candy across a canvas of twilight. In this realm, Amos encountered beings of light and shadow, each one a keeper of stories and wisdom. They welcomed him with open arms, sharing tales of the universe and the bonds that connect all living things. Amos listened with an open heart, absorbing the lessons of empathy, understanding, and the power of kindness. One of the keepers, a wise old owl with feathers that glistened like moonlight, spoke to Amos. To truly understand the magic of this realm, one must learn to listen, not just with the ears, but with the heart. Amos nodded, feeling the truth of those words resonate within him. He realized that the key to unlocking the mysteries of life lay not in force or power, but in the gentle art of listening and understanding. As the sun began to set in the realm of echoes, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Amos knew it was time to return home. With Thistle by his side, he stepped back through the gateway, carrying with him the wisdom and warmth of the realm. Back in the village, Amos shared his experiences with Mabel and the villagers. weaving stories that inspired and uplifted. His clocks, now infused with the magic of the realm, played melodies that brought peace and joy to all who heard them. And so, in the small village at the foot of the Whispering Woods, the legacy of the Gateway of Whispers lived on, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the gentle magic that resides within every heart. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Amos sat by his fireplace, the warmth wrapping around him like a cozy blanket. He smiled, content in the knowledge that his journey had only just begun, for the true magic lay in the endless possibilities of tomorrow. Story 23. In the heart of the tranquil Whispering Woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the air was rich with the scent of pine and honey, there nestled a quaint village known as Moonshadow Haven. The village was a place where magic and warmth intertwined, where cobblestone paths wound between thatched cottages with ivy-clad walls and glowing windows. Each night, the gentle glow of fireflies danced along the streets, guiding villagers home with their enchanting light. In this peaceful setting lived a young girl named Lila, known throughout Moonshadow Haven for her curious mind and warm heart. Lila had an insatiable thirst for mysteries and a knack for noticing things that others might overlook. Her favorite pastime was visiting the village square, where the wise old oak tree stood, its branches spreading wide like a welcoming embrace. Beneath its boughs, villagers often gathered to share tales, and Lila would sit quietly, absorbing every story like a sponge. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves rustled like whispers in the gentle breeze, Lila noticed something peculiar. The village's enchanted lanterns, which usually flickered with a steady, calming glow, had begun to dim unpredictably, casting unusual shadows that danced across the cobblestones. The villagers, puzzled by this oddity, spoke in hushed tones, their faces creased with curiosity rather than fear. Determined to uncover the cause, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of the village's most revered resident, a kindly old wizard named Eamon. Eamon's cottage stood at the edge of the village, surrounded by a lush garden where herbs of every kind flourished. The scent of lavender and rosemary filled the air as Lila approached, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Eamon greeted her with a twinkle in his eye and a cup of steaming chamomile tea. "Ah, young Lila," he said with a smile, "what brings you to my humble abode on this fine evening?" Lila explained the mysterious dimming of the lanterns, her voice filled with a mixture of wonder and determination. Eamon listened intently, nodding thoughtfully as he stroked his long, silvery beard. He mused. "It seems the lanterns are trying to tell us something. Magic has its own language, you see, one that we must learn to hear with our hearts as well as our ears." Intrigued by Eamon's words, Lila asked how they might begin to understand the lantern's message. Eamon suggested they visit an old friend, a wise and gentle creature named Solstice, who dwelled in a hidden grove deep within the Whispering Woods. Solstice was a guardian of light, known for his ability to communicate with all things that shimmered and shone. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the treetops, Lila and Eamon set off on their journey. The path through the woods was soft beneath their feet, and the forest teemed with life. Birds chirped melodiously, and squirrels scampered playfully among the branches. As they walked, Eamon shared stories of the wood's history, each tale imbued with a sense of wonder that made Lila's eyes sparkle. After a time, they arrived at the grove, where the air felt warmer, as if it was imbued with a gentle glow. There, amidst a circle of luminous moonflowers, stood Solstice. He was a majestic creature, with fur that shimmered like starlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Solstice greeted them with a serene nod, his presence exuding a calming aura. With Eamon's guidance, Lila explained the strange behavior of the lanterns, and Solstice listened patiently, his eyes reflecting the gentle light of the moonflowers. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke, his voice a soft melody that resonated through the grove. "The lanterns are guardians of the village's light," he began, "and they are responding to an imbalance, a subtle shift in the harmony of Moonshadow Haven. It is not a darkness they fear, but a call for unity and understanding." Lila pondered Solstice's words, her mind turning over the possibilities. She realized that, in their daily lives, the villagers had become so accustomed to the magic around them that they had taken it for granted. The lanterns were a reminder, a gentle nudge to appreciate and nurture the light within and around them. With this newfound understanding, Lila and Eamon returned to the village, where they gathered the villagers beneath the wise old oak tree. Lila shared what they had learned, her voice carrying a message of hope and unity. The villagers listened with open hearts, their curiosity transforming into a shared resolve. Together, they decided to hold a festival of light, a celebration to honor the magic that wove through their lives and to rekindle the spirit of togetherness. As preparations began, lanterns were lovingly polished, and the village square was adorned with garlands of twinkling lights and fragrant flowers. The air buzzed with anticipation and joy. On the night of the festival, Moonshadow Haven was aglow with a gentle radiance. The villagers gathered, their faces lit by the warm light of the lanterns, their hearts beating in harmony. Songs filled the air, and laughter rang out like music. As the evening unfolded, the lanterns shone brighter than ever, their light a testament to the power of unity and understanding. Lila, standing beneath the wise old oak, watched with a heart full of contentment as the village shimmered with newfound warmth and connection. The mystery of the dimming lanterns had been solved, not through the magic of spells or potions, but through the simple, profound magic of friendship and shared purpose. As the festival drew to a close and the villagers drifted home, Lila felt a sense of peace settling over Moonshadow Haven. The village, once again aglow with the light of understanding and togetherness, was a reminder that even the smallest mysteries could lead to the most meaningful revelations. And so, with the gentle hum of the whispering woods as their lullaby, the villagers of Moonshadow Haven slept soundly, cradled by the comforting glow of their beloved lanterns. Story 24. In a secluded corner of the world, cradled by towering pines and gentle breezes, lay the enchanted forest of Eldergrove. Here the air was always perfumed with the scent of pine needles and wildflowers, and the sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns that danced upon the forest floor. It was a place where the whispers of the wind held secrets, and each leaf and pebble seemed to hum with the quiet magic of the earth. In this forest lived a wise old tortoise named Barrow. Barrow's shell was a tapestry of moss and lichen, and his eyes, deep and knowing, reflected the wisdom of centuries. He moved slowly, with purpose, as if each step was a meditation. The creatures of Eldergrove often sought his counsel, for he was the keeper of the forest's ancient lore, passed down through generations of tortoises. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was cloaked in a veil of mist and the chill air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves, Barrow was approached by a young fox named Leora. Leora's fur was a vivid russet, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity and a hint of mischief. She bounded through the underbrush, sending a flurry of golden leaves into the air as she skidded to a halt before Barrow. "Wise Barrow," Leora began, her voice a soft melody against the backdrop of rustling leaves. "I've heard whispers of a disturbance in the forest. The streams are running low, and the trees speak of a dryness in the earth. How can this be, when the rains should be upon us?" Barrow nodded slowly, his ancient eyes thoughtful. "Ah, young Leora," he rumbled in a voice like distant thunder, "the balance of the forest is delicate, like the strands of a spider's web. Every creature plays a part in maintaining harmony. Perhaps it is time you learned of the dance of the seasons, which binds us all." Intrigued, Leora settled beside Barrow, her ears perked attentively. The old tortoise began his tale, weaving a tapestry of words that painted vivid images upon the canvas of her mind. "Long ago," Barrow intoned, "the seasons themselves were spirits, each with their own gifts to bestow upon the world. Spring was a gentle maiden who awakened the earth with her touch, coaxing buds to bloom and streams to swell. Summer was a vibrant youth, full of energy and warmth, draping the forest in lush greens and vibrant colors. Autumn, the wise mother, painted the leaves in hues of gold and crimson, preparing the earth for rest. And winter, the serene elder, blanketed the world in snow, offering a time of reflection and renewal." As Barrow spoke, Leora could almost see the spirits of the seasons dancing through the forest, their presence a symphony of colors and sensations. The warmth of spring's sun kissed her fur, the laughter of summer's breeze ruffled her tail, and the crisp scent of autumn leaves mingled with the chill of winter's breath. But, Barrow continued, there came a time when the spirits of the seasons grew weary. They sought to pass their responsibilities to the creatures of the forest, trusting that we would safeguard the balance. And so, each year, we perform the dance of the seasons, a ritual to honor their gifts and ensure the cycle continues. Leora's eyes widened with wonder. And how is this dance performed, Barrow? She asked eagerly. Aha, Barrow chuckled. It is not a dance of feet, but of deeds. Each creature, great and small, plays a role. The bees, with their tireless gathering, ensure the flowers of spring flourish. The birds, with their joyful songs, herald the arrival of summer. The squirrels, in their busyness, prepare the forest for autumn's embrace. And we, the tortoises, with our slow, deliberate ways, remind all of the patience and wisdom of winter. Leora nodded, her heart swelling with a newfound understanding. Then I shall do my part. But what can I, a simple fox, contribute to this dance? Barrow smiled, his expression one of deep affection. Ah, Leora, you are swift and clever. You can be the eyes and ears of the forest, alerting us to any disturbances, and your playfulness can bring joy to those who might forget the beauty of our shared home. Buoyed by Barrow's faith in her, Leora set off through the forest, her steps light and purposeful. She marveled at the intricate patterns of frost on leaves, listened to the symphony of bird calls that filled the air, and felt the gentle pulsing of life all around her. As she journeyed, Leora came across a group of deer, their coats dappled with sunlight as they grazed near a brook. The water, usually a babbling song, was now a mere whisper. Leora realized this was the disturbance she had heard about. Her heart quickened as she remembered Barrow's words. With a graceful bound, Leora approached the deer. Friends, she called, her voice carrying a note of urgency. I believe the brook needs our help. Perhaps the earth beneath is parched and needs tending. The deer, wise and gentle, nodded in agreement. Together, they set to work, their hooves loosening the soil, allowing the water to flow more freely. Leora, with her nimble paws, cleared the fallen leaves and branches that had blocked the brook's path. Gradually, the water began to sing once more, its melody a soothing balm to the forest. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Lyanna returned to Barrow. Her heart was light, and her spirit aglow with the satisfaction of having helped restore balance. Barrow, she called softly, the brook flows again. We did it together. The old tortoise smiled, his eyes twinkling with pride. You have done well, young Leora. The forest thrives when we remember that each of us is a thread in its tapestry. Together, we can weave a future where the dance of the seasons never falters. As night descended upon Eldergrove, the forest was bathed in the silvery glow of the moon. The stars twinkled like distant fireflies, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered a lullaby. Leora nestled beside Barrow, feeling the warmth of his presence, and as she drifted into slumber, she dreamed of the spirits of the seasons, their dance an eternal celebration of life and harmony. And so, in the heart of the enchanted forest, a young fox learned the power of unity and the wisdom of nature's cycles, ensuring that the balance of Eldergrove would endure, guided by the gentle spirit of friendship and the timeless teachings of the earth. Story 25. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her heart was as pure as the streams that trickled through the woodland glades. The forest was Willow's playground, her sanctuary, and the source of countless wonders that fueled her boundless imagination. One crisp autumn morning, as Willow skipped along the familiar path, she noticed a strange glimmer among the fallen leaves. Drawn by its allure, she brushed away the foliage to reveal a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with intricate symbols that seemed to whisper secrets from a forgotten age. Willow's fingers traced the intricate patterns, and as she did, the box emitted a soft, warm glow. A sense of wonder and anticipation washed over her, and without a moment's hesitation, she opened the lid. A burst of golden light enveloped her, and she found herself transported to a realm unlike anything she had ever imagined. This hidden world, nestled within the heart of the forest, was a true marvel. Towering trees with leaves of every conceivable hue stretched towards a sky that shimmered with ethereal radiance. Streams of crystalline water flowed in winding patterns, their gentle melodies mingling with the songs of creatures Willow had never seen before. As she wandered through this enchanted realm, Willow encountered beings straight out of her wildest dreams. Diminutive fairies flitted among the blossoms, their gossamer wings leaving trails of stardust in their wake. Gentle giants, their bark-like skin wrinkled with the wisdom of ages, tended to the ancient trees with reverent care. It was in this wondrous place that Willow met her dearest friend, Oakley the Treant. A majestic being with a twisted trunk and branches that reached towards the heavens, Oakley welcomed Willow with a warm embrace. From that moment on, their friendship blossomed, defying the boundaries of age and species. Together, they embarked on countless adventures, exploring the hidden wonders of this secret realm. Willow learned the ancient languages of the forest, the intricate dances of the sprites, and the mysteries of the earth's deep magic. In turn, she shared her tales of the human world, her dreams, and her fears, finding solace in Oakley's patient wisdom. One fateful day, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the enchanted forest, they stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a glimmering pool of water that seemed to reflect not the world around it, but a myriad of other realms. Willow's curiosity was piqued, and as she leaned closer, she felt a strange pull, as if the pool itself was beckoning her to dive in. Oakley, sensing the magic at work, cautioned her against such recklessness, but Willow's adventurous spirit could not be contained. With a deep breath, she plunged into the shimmering waters, emerging in a world that challenged everything she thought she knew. This new realm was a stark contrast to the lush forest she had come to love. Vast, barren wastelands stretched as far as the eye could see, punctuated by towering spires of twisted metal and stone. The air was thick with the scent of decay, and the skies were choked with noxious fumes. Willow soon realized that this desolate land was the result of a great calamity, a cataclysmic event that had nearly wiped out all life. The few inhabitants she encountered were hardened survivors, their eyes haunted by the horrors they had witnessed. Among them was a young girl named Ember, whose fiery spirit burned brighter than the embers that flickered in her wake. Together, they embarked on a quest to unravel the mystery of this shattered world and find a way to restore its former glory. Their journey was fraught with peril, as they navigated treacherous landscapes and encountered hostile beings twisted by the devastation. But through it all, their friendship grew stronger, forged in the fires of adversity and tempered by their shared determination. As they delved deeper into the heart of the mystery, they uncovered ancient prophecies that spoke of a powerful artifact, a crystalline sphere capable of harnessing the primal forces of creation and destruction. This relic, they learned, had been shattered in the calamity, its shards scattered across the desolate realm. With renewed purpose, Willow and Ember scoured the wastelands, braving dangers unimaginable to retrieve the shattered fragments of the sphere. Each shard they recovered pulsed with an ancient power, and as they pieced it together, they could feel the fabric of reality itself shifting around them. Finally, with the last shard in place, the sphere shone with a blinding radiance, and a voice ancient beyond reckoning echoed through their souls. It spoke of balance, of the delicate dance between light and dark, creation and destruction, and the choices that had led to this world's undoing. In that moment, Willow and Ember understood the true weight of their quest. They held the power to reshape reality itself, to restore what had been lost, or to forge a new path entirely. The decision was theirs, and the fate of this shattered world rested upon their shoulders. With trembling hands and heavy hearts, they made their choice, infusing the sphere with their hopes, their dreams, and their unwavering friendship. A brilliant flash of light consumed them, and when it faded, they found themselves standing in a world reborn. The wastelands had given way to verdant meadows, where flowers of every hue danced in the gentle breeze. Towering mountains pierced the azure skies, their snow-capped peaks glistening in the sunlight. Rivers and streams flowed with crystalline waters, their banks teeming with life. As they gazed upon this vibrant, flourishing world, Willow and Ember knew that their journey had forever changed them. They had faced the depths of despair and emerged victorious, not through brute force, but through the power of their friendship and their unwavering belief in a better tomorrow. In that moment, Willow realized that her true quest had been one of self-discovery, a journey that had taken her to the farthest reaches of the realms and into the depths of her own heart. She had faced her fears, her doubts, and her limitations, emerging stronger, wiser, and more resilient than ever before. As they embraced, Willow knew that her adventures had only just begun. The realms held countless wonders yet to be explored, mysteries to be unraveled, and friendships to be forged. And with Ember by her side, and the wisdom of Oakley guiding her steps, she was ready to embark on a new chapter, her heart filled with the magic of limitless possibilities. Story 26. In the heart of a lush, emerald forest, where the sunlight danced playfully through the leaves, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Fiddlewood. The cottages were small and snug, their thatched roofs covered with moss, and their chimneys puffing thin ribbons of smoke that mingled with the morning mist. The villagers had always lived in harmony with the magical creatures that inhabited the woods, sharing stories, songs, and laughter beside their fires. It was in this village that young Mina, a girl with eyes as bright as the morning sky and hair that shimmered like spun gold, lived with her grandmother, Mara. Mara was the village's wise woman, known for her gentle wisdom and her vast knowledge of the forest's secrets. Mina loved nothing more than to sit by the fireplace, listening to her grandmother's tales of the forest's enchanted inhabitants and the mysteries hidden within its depths. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and crimson, Mina awoke to find her grandmother standing by the window, a puzzled look on her face. Outside, the forest seemed to be whispering a strange song, a melody carried by the wind that Mina had never heard before. "Grandmother, what is that sound?" Mina asked, pulling her shawl tightly around her shoulders as she joined Mara at the window. Mara listened closely, her eyes narrowing in thought. "It is the song of the whispering pines," she said softly, "a song that hasn't been heard in many, many years. Something must be amiss in the forest." Filled with curiosity and a desire to help, Mina decided she would find out what was causing the strange occurrence. With Mara's blessing and a basket of provisions, Mina set out into the forest, her heart light with the promise of adventure. The path through the woods was blanketed with fallen leaves that crunched softly under Mina's feet. The air was cool and crisp, carrying the scent of pine and earth. As she walked, Mina hummed a tune, her voice mingling with the gentle rustle of the leaves. Soon, Mina came upon a glen where the sunlight streamed down in golden beams, illuminating a group of small, luminescent creatures fluttering about. The creatures were no bigger than Mina's hand, with wings that shimmered like the surface of a crystal-clear pond. These were the flickerflies, known for their wisdom and their love of riddles. "Hello, flickerflies," Mina called softly, careful not to startle them. The flickerflies gathered around, their wings creating a gentle hum. "Hello, young Mina," they chimed in unison, their voices as light as a gentle breeze. "What brings you to our glen on this fine day?" Mina explained the mysterious song and her quest to uncover its meaning. The flickerflies listened intently, their tiny eyes sparkling with interest. "We have heard the song," one of the flickerflies said, a thoughtful expression on its tiny face. "It comes from the heart of the forest, where the oldest tree stands. Perhaps the tree holds the answer you seek." Thanking the flickerflies for their guidance, Mina continued on her journey, her path taking her deeper into the heart of the forest. The trees grew taller, and the air more fragrant as she approached the ancient tree. Its bark was rough and gnarled, and its branches stretched high into the sky as if trying to touch the clouds. At the base of the tree sat an old squirrel named Thistle, known for his sharp wit and keen observation. His fur was a soft gray, and his eyes twinkled with the knowledge of ages past. "Greetings, young Mina," Thistle said, his voice warm and welcoming. "What brings you to the heart of the forest?" Mina recounted her story, and Thistle listened with a nod, his bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The song you hear is the song of the forest spirits," he explained. "It is a call for help, a plea for balance to be restored." "But what has caused the imbalance?" Mina asked, her brow furrowed in concern. Thistle considered this for a moment. "There is a stone, the Heartstone, that lies beneath this tree. It has kept the forest in harmony for centuries. If the song is being sung, it may be that the heartstone has been disturbed. Determined to help, Mina asked how she could find the heartstone. Thistle, with a twinkle in his eye, tapped his paw against the ground. The entrance is hidden by the roots of this tree. You must listen to the whispers of the earth and follow your heart. With Thistle's guidance, Mina knelt by the tree, pressing her ear to the ground. The earth hummed with a gentle vibration, and as Mina listened closely, she felt a pull, a gentle nudge in the right direction. Carefully, she traced her fingers along the roots until she found a small opening, just large enough for her to squeeze through. Taking a deep breath, she entered the earthy tunnel, the scent of the forest's heart enveloping her. The tunnel led to a small chamber, its walls aglow with a soft, warm light. At the center of the chamber lay the heartstone, a smooth, shimmering gem that pulsed with a gentle, rhythmic glow. But there was something amiss. An overturned pebble blocked part of the heartstone's surface, causing the imbalance. With gentle hands, Mina removed the pebble, watching as the heartstone's glow returned to its full brilliance. The air around her seemed to sigh in relief, and the ground beneath her feet hummed with gratitude. Returning to the surface, Mina was greeted by Thistle, who nodded approvingly. "You have restored the balance, young Mina. The forest thanks you." As Mina made her way back to the village, the song of the whispering pines faded, replaced by the familiar, comforting sounds of the forest. When she arrived home, Mara welcomed her with a warm hug and a steaming cup of chamomile tea. That night, as Mina snuggled under her quilt, the fireplace crackling softly beside her, she reflected on her adventure. She had learned that sometimes the smallest actions can have the greatest impact, and that listening, truly listening, is a powerful gift. And so, as the stars twinkled in the night sky and the forest settled into a peaceful slumber, Mina drifted off to sleep, her heart full of warmth and wonder, knowing she was part of a world where magic and friendship wove together under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees. Story 27. Once upon a time, in a quiet village nestled between emerald hills and a shimmering lake, there lived a gentle soul named Leora. Leora was known throughout the village for her kind heart and her wondrous garden, which burst with blooms of every imaginable hue. Each morning, she would tend to her flowers, singing softly as the sun kissed her cheeks, and each evening she would sit by the hearth with a book, her cat Amber purring contentedly in her lap. Despite her outward calm, Leora carried a secret unrest. She had always feared change, clinging to the familiar like a vine to a sturdy oak. The seasons came and went, the world around her shifted, but Leora's life remained a steadfast rhythm of sunrise and sunset, seed and bloom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves danced in the breeze, Leora met an unexpected visitor in her garden. It was a wise old owl named Thistle, his feathers mottled with silver and rust, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Thistle perched on the garden gate and regarded Leora with curiosity. "You tend this garden with such care," Thistle said in a voice as soft as the rustling leaves, "but I sense a shadow upon your heart." Leora paused in her work, surprised by the owl's words. "I fear change, Thistle," she confessed, her voice barely above a whisper. "I fear that if I allow my life to shift, I will lose all that I hold dear." Thistle nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of her words. "Change is a part of nature's song, dear Leora. Just as the seasons turn, so must we. But fear not, for I have a gift for you, a magical seed that will help you see the beauty in transformation." With a gentle flap of his wings, Thistle dropped a shimmering seed into Leora's hand. It sparkled like a tiny star, and Leora felt a warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. "Plant this seed in your garden," Thistle instructed, "and tend to it with the same love and care you give to all your flowers. It will show you the way." With a grateful heart, Leora planted the seed in the center of her garden, where the sun's rays would embrace it each day. As the days passed, the seed sprouted into a delicate vine that seemed to grow with a will of its own. Its tendrils reached upwards, weaving intricate patterns in the air, as if painting a story with every leaf. Curious and hopeful, Leora watched the vine with wonder. She noticed that as it grew, so did her understanding of herself. She began to see the beauty in the way her garden changed with the seasons, the way the daisies danced in the spring, the roses flourished in the summer, and the asters glowed in the autumn light. Her friends in the village, seeing the change in Leora, offered their support in subtle, loving ways. Miriam, the baker, would bring fresh loaves of bread, warm from the oven, to share over stories by the fire. Elias, the carpenter, crafted a trellis for the magical vine, allowing it to stretch and flourish even more. One evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Leora sat by the hearth with Amber curled beside her. The vine, now a magnificent tapestry of leaves and blossoms, shimmered in the moonlight. As she gazed at it, Leora realized that the vine mirrored her own journey, a testament to the strength and beauty that come from embracing change. "I understand now," Leora murmured, her heart light and free. "Change is not something to fear, but a chance to grow, just as this vine has grown." Thistle, who had watched over her from afar, returned to the garden one frosty morning. "You have learned well, dear Leora," he hooted softly. "The seed was but a guide. The true magic lies within you." Leora smiled, her spirit brighter than ever before. She had discovered the power of transformation, not through fear, but through love and acceptance. The village celebrated with her, gathering in her garden under the starlit sky, the air filled with laughter and warmth. And so, Leora's life became a beautiful dance of change and constancy, her heart a garden that flourished with every new season. She learned that while the world may shift and alter, the core of who she was, a kind, gentle soul, remained steadfast and true. With this newfound wisdom, Leora embraced each dawn with open arms and each sunset with gratitude, knowing that the journey of change was the greatest adventure of all. As she lay down to sleep each night, the soft whispers of the garden and the gentle purr of Amber lulled her into peaceful dreams, where the magic of transformation continued to weave its wondrous tale. Story 28. In a quaint little village nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering silver lake, there was a peculiar series of events that had the villagers scratching their heads in wonder. The village, surrounded by tall trees whose leaves danced softly with the wind, basked in the golden glow of the setting sun. The cobblestone pathways, lined with vibrant flowers, seemed to hum a gentle tune that harmonized with the distant babble of the brook. At the heart of this village was the old stone library, a haven of knowledge watched over by a gentle librarian named Clara. Her eyes twinkled like stars, and her smile could melt even the iciest of hearts. Clara had a knack for unraveling mysteries, a gift that would soon be called upon by the villagers. It all began one crisp autumn morning when the villagers awoke to find that their beloved wind chimes, which usually sang sweetly in the breeze, had fallen silent. The air felt thick with an unusual stillness, and whispers of concern fluttered through the village like leaves caught in a gentle gust. Even the birds, who typically filled the skies with cheerful songs, seemed subdued. Clara, ever attentive, noticed something else. A faint, shimmering trail of golden dust leading from the village square deep into the forest. With an instinct nurtured by years of reading tales of wonder, she gathered her woolen shawl tightly around her shoulders and decided to follow the trail. As she walked, the scent of pine and earth mingled with the cool morning air, invigorating her senses. The trail wound its way into the heart of the woods, where the trees grew taller and the sunlight filtered through in soft, dappled patterns. It was here, in a small clearing bathed in light, that Clara encountered a curious creature, a small, iridescent dragonfly with wings that shimmered like rainbows. The dragonfly flitted around Clara, its movements quick and purposeful, as if urging her to follow. Intrigued, Clara continued deeper into the woods, the dragonfly serving as her guide. The path led her to a hidden glen, where a wise old owl named Oswin perched upon a twisted oak tree. Oswin's feathers were a rich tapestry of browns and whites, and his eyes, wise and deep, seemed to hold the secrets of the ages. "Welcome, dear Clara," Oswin hooted softly, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "I have been expecting you. There is a mystery that needs your gentle wisdom." Clara nodded, her curiosity piqued further. "The wind chimes have fallen silent, and the village is uneasy," she said. "What has caused this stillness, Oswin?" Oswin blinked slowly, a thoughtful pause before he spoke. "A mischievous breeze, a young wind sprite named Zephyr, has lost its way. In its playful wanderings, Zephyr has forgotten the path home, and the winds have stilled in its absence." Clara pondered this new revelation. How might we help Zephyr find its way back? She asked, a plan already beginning to form in her mind. The dragonfly buzzed excitedly, as if in agreement with Clara's thoughts. Oswin nodded, a soft rustle echoing through the clearing. Zephyr's drawn to music and light. If we create a melody to guide it and a beacon to light the path, it will surely find its way. With a sense of purpose, Clara returned to the village, Oswin's guidance fresh in her mind. She gathered the villagers, sharing with them the story of Zephyr and the plan to bring the winds back. Together, they crafted simple instruments from reeds and wood, their laughter and creativity weaving a sense of community. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of pink and lavender, the villagers gathered in the square. Clara stood at the center, her gentle voice leading them in song. The melody was soft and inviting, a lilting tune that carried through the night air. Meanwhile, the villagers had placed lanterns throughout the forest, their warm glow creating a pathway of light. As the music played, the lanterns shimmered like stars fallen to earth, casting a magical glow over the trees. In the distance, a gentle breeze stirred. It danced through the leaves, picking up speed as it approached the village. The wind chimes began to tinkle softly, their notes mingling with the villagers' song. Clara watched as the dragonfly fluttered joyfully, leading the way for Zephyr. Soon, the breeze swept through the village, carrying with it the laughter and gratitude of the villagers. Zephyr, the playful wind sprite, had found its way home, and with it came the return of the winds. The night ended with a sense of peace and harmony. As the villagers dispersed, Clara lingered, her heart full of warmth. She knew that the mystery had been solved not through force or demand, but through understanding and friendship. As Clara made her way back to her cozy cottage, the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky. The gentle rustle of the leaves whispered a lullaby, and the village settled into a deep, restful sleep, comforted by the knowledge that all was well once more. In the days that followed, the wind chimes sang their joyful tunes, and the birds filled the air with their songs. The villagers often spoke of the night the winds returned, a gentle reminder that sometimes all it takes to solve a mystery is a little kindness and a listening heart. And so the village continued to thrive, nestled between the whispering woods and the shimmering silver lake, where magic and wonder were always just a breath away. Story 29. On the outskirts of a quaint little village, nestled at the edge of a vast and whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her home was a cozy cottage with a thatched roof and a garden brimming with colorful blossoms that danced gently in the wind. Lila was known throughout the village for her curious spirit and her kind heart, and she often spent her days exploring the woods, collecting smooth stones and wildflowers to adorn her room. One crisp autumn afternoon, as golden leaves twirled down from the trees like tiny, fluttering dancers, Lila set out on her usual wanderings. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the sweet, distant aroma of apple pies cooling on windowsills. As she meandered along a familiar path, something unusual caught her eye, a peculiar object nestled between the roots of an ancient oak tree. It was a small, ornate mirror, no larger than her hand, with a frame that shimmered like moonlight and was etched with delicate patterns of ivy and stars. Entranced, Lila picked it up, feeling an inexplicable warmth spread through her fingertips. Holding the mirror closer, she noticed that its surface seemed to ripple like a pond disturbed by a gentle breeze. As she gazed into it, the reflection began to shift and change, revealing not her own face, but a distant, wondrous place, a meadow bathed in twilight, where fireflies glowed like tiny lanterns, and in the distance, a mountain loomed, its peak shrouded in mist. Lila's heart skipped with excitement. She knew this was no ordinary mirror. It was a gateway to a realm of magic and mystery. With a sense of adventure thrumming through her veins, Lila tucked the mirror into her satchel and hurried home. That evening, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, she shared her discovery with her grandmother, who was wise in the ways of old stories and hidden magic. Her grandmother chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with the mischief of shared secrets. "Ah, my dear," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby, "you found the mirror of dreams. It is said to reveal places of wonder and to guide those who seek wisdom. But remember, it reflects not only what you wish to see, but also what you need to learn. Lila pondered these words, her heart aflutter of curiosity and anticipation. She decided to embark on a journey to uncover the secrets held within the mirror's reflections. And so, with her grandmother's blessing, she set off the next morning, following the vision of the twilight meadow. The forest path was dappled with sunlight, and the air hummed with the songs of birds and the rustling of leaves. As Lila walked, she met a fox with fur as russet as autumn leaves, who introduced himself as Finn. Finn had a quick wit and a heart as big as the forest itself. Delighted by the prospect of an adventure, he offered to guide Lila through the woods, sharing stories of hidden glades and secret streams. Together, they traveled through the forest, each step revealing more of the mirror's mysteries. Along the way, they encountered a wise old owl named Orin, perched on a branch high above. Orin's feathers were a patchwork of silver and gray, and his eyes held the depth of centuries. He spoke in a voice deep and mellow, offering riddles that challenged Lila to think beyond what she saw. As they ventured further, the path grew steeper, leading them towards the mountain that loomed ever closer. The air turned crisp and cool, and the scent of pine and fresh earth filled their lungs. At the base of the mountain, they paused, contemplating the challenge ahead. Lila knew this was the moment the mirror had guided her towards. The mountain was said to hold a secret, a truth that could only be revealed to those who approached with wisdom rather than strength. She looked to Finn and Orin, her heart full of gratitude for the friendship and guidance they had shared. "I think," Lila mused, "that the mountain's secret is not something we can see or touch, but something we must understand." With Orin's riddles and Finn's stories in mind, Lila approached the base of the mountain, holding the mirror up to its rocky face. The surface of the mirror shimmered, and in its depths she saw not the mountain, but her own journey. Each step, each encounter, each lesson learned along the way. As realization dawned, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it a melody of soft whispers. The mountain seemed to sigh, and a path opened before them, lined with wildflowers that glowed with an inner light. Lila, Finn, and Orin followed the path to a small hidden glen where a spring bubbled up, its waters reflecting the stars. Kneeling by the spring, Lila understood the mountain's secret. It was a place of reflection, a reminder that the journey itself was the true magic, filled with wisdom gained through friendship and discovery. With a heart full of peace and a spirit enriched by the journey, Lila thanked the mountain for its gift. As they made their way back to the village, the air was filled with the promise of new adventures and the warmth of shared stories. That night, as Lila lay in her bed, the mirror resting on the windowsill, she felt a deep, abiding comfort. She knew that the mirror would always be there to guide her, a reminder of the wonders that lay both within her heart and in the world beyond. And so, beneath a sky blanketed with stars, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the gentle glow of fireflies and the soft rustle of leaves, knowing that every journey held the promise of discovery and the joy of friendship. Story 30. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush, whispering forest, there nestled a village unlike any other. The village was called Whimsywood, a place where the trees hummed with melodies and the flowers giggled with every gust of wind. Here the sun always seemed to dance a little brighter, and the moon winked knowingly at the stars each night. The villagers of Whimsywood were as unique as the forest itself. There was Mallow, a gentle giant with skin as soft as the fluffiest marshmallow. He towered over everyone, but had a voice that was as light as a feather. Mallow loved nothing more than to bake, and his marshmallow pies were renowned throughout the land. Then there was Pippin, a small round hedgehog with quills that shimmered like rainbows. Pippin had a peculiar talent for finding lost things, and he always had a knack for appearing just when he was needed most, rolling into situations with a cheerful pop. Another beloved villager was Calliope, a sprightly fairy with wings like stained glass windows. She had an infectious laugh that could lift the heaviest of hearts, and a collection of tiny bells on her ankles that tinkled with every step she took. One fine morning, as the sun began its playful ascent into the sky, a curious event unfolded. The villagers awoke to find that all the colors in Whimsywood had mysteriously disappeared. The The vibrant hues of the flowers, the lush greens of the leaves, and even the cerulean sky had turned into shades of gray. It was as if a mischievous breeze had swept through, stealing away every drop of color. Pippin was the first to notice. He blinked his eyes in disbelief as he rolled through the village square, his quills now a collection of dull grays. Oh dear, what a dreary thing!" he exclaimed, his voice echoing through the silent streets. The villagers gathered, their faces a mosaic of concern. Mallow, with his gentle demeanor, spoke up. "Perhaps this is the work of the color gremlins," he mused, kneading dough thoughtfully in his large hands. "They are known for their love of vibrant hues, and might have spirited them away." Calliope fluttered her wings, creating a soft breeze that made her bells sing. "We must find a way to bring the colors back," she declared with a determined twinkle in her eye. "But how can we coax them to return?" The villagers huddled together, brainstorming ideas. There were suggestions of painting the town anew, capturing rainbows, and even tickling the clouds to see if laughter would shake the colors loose. But none seemed quite right. As the discussion continued, a gentle, wise old tortoise named Humphrey ambled forward. Humphrey was known for his slow pace and even slower speech, but his advice was always worth the wait. "Perhaps," he drawled, "the answer lies not in finding the colors, but in creating something so joyous they can't help but come back to us." The villagers nodded in agreement, pondering what could be done. Then Pippin had a sudden spark of inspiration. "A festival," he cried, his eyes alight with excitement. "A festival of joy and laughter, where everyone brings their happiest memories and silliest dances. The colors won't be able to resist such merriment." And so the preparations began. Mallow baked the most delightful confections, each more deliciously whimsical than the last. Calliope gathered the villagers to teach them dances, their feet moving in a flurry of steps as her bells provided the rhythm. Pippin, meanwhile, scurried about, finding forgotten treasures to use as decorations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a silvery glow over the village, the festival of joy began. Laughter echoed through the trees as the villagers danced and sang, their voices weaving a tapestry of happiness that filled the air. The festival was a symphony of giggles, claps, and the sweet melodies of Mallow's marshmallow harp. To the villagers' amazement, as the night wore on, the colors began to seep back into the world. First, a soft blush returned to the flowers, then the trees regained their emerald sheen. The sky painted itself with stars, each twinkling with a vibrant hue, as if they too were joining in the celebration. By the time the moon was high, Whimsywood was alive once more with its kaleidoscope of colors. The villagers cheered, their hearts full of joy and gratitude. It seemed the colors had indeed been drawn back by their happiness, unable to resist the warmth and friendship that filled the village. As the festival wound down, Humphrey smiled a slow, wise smile. "You see," he said gently, "sometimes the magic we seek is found in the simplest of joys. Friendship, laughter, and the love we share are the true colors of life." And so, under the watchful gaze of the twinkling stars, the villagers of Whimsywood drifted into peaceful dreams, content in the knowledge that their world was once again as vibrant as their hearts. And if you listened closely, you could hear the soft hum of the trees and the giggles of the flowers, echoing the happiness that had brought the colors back to their enchanted village. Thus, the tale of Whimsywood and its whimsical inhabitants became a cherished story, passed down through generations, a gentle reminder of the magic found in joy and togetherness. Story 31. In the heart of the ancient Whisperwood forest, where the air was forever tinged with the scent of earth and evergreen, there lived a community of creatures known only to those who listened closely enough to hear the whispers of leaves. This forest, a sanctuary of emerald canopies and sapphire streams, was a place where reality gently touched the hem of magic, and where each creature played its part in the grand symphony of life. As dawn softly painted the skies with hues of rose and gold, the forest awoke to the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant song of the river, its waters glistening like a ribbon of silver weaving through the trees. This was the world of the woodkin, a small and gentle race of creatures resembling the woodland itself, with mossy green skin and eyes like drops of amber. In a hollow beneath the roots of the great oak, the eldest of the woodkin, Elder Moss, was preparing for the annual gathering of seasons. He was a wise and gentle soul, with a beard of lichen and a voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. His task was to pass down the wisdom of the ages to the young and curious woodkin, ensuring the harmony of their beloved forest. As the sun climbed higher, casting dappled shadows across the forest floor, the woodkin assembled around Elder Moss. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming wildflowers and the soft buzz of bees busy among them. The young ones, with their eyes wide and bright, nestled in the soft moss, eager to hear the stories of old. Elder Moss began, his voice resonating through the clearing. Long ago, when the world was still new and the stars were bright and near, the seasons danced around our forest, each bringing its own gifts and challenges. Spring awoke the earth with a gentle kiss, coaxing life from the soil. Summer followed, generous and warm, painting the world in vibrant colors. Then came autumn, with his cloak of gold and crimson teaching us to let go. Finally winter arrived, quiet and contemplative, wrapping the forest in a blanket of snow, each season a vital thread in the tapestry of life. As the story unfolded, the woodkin listened intently, feeling the ebb and flow of nature through the elder's words. Elder Moss continued, his tone imbued with the weight of history. In our forest, we have learned to live in harmony with these cycles. We take only what is needed and give back to the earth, ensuring that balance is maintained. This is the wisdom passed down from our ancestors, a legacy of respect and gratitude for the gifts of the forest. The young woodkin, inspired by the tales of old, resolved to honor this wisdom, to cherish and protect the forest that was their home. As the gathering of seasons drew to a close, Elder Moss reminded them of a magical phenomenon, one that tied the forest closely to the changing seasons. Each year, he said, as the seasons turn, the aurora blossom blooms atop the highest hill. Its petals, delicate and shimmering like the northern lights, capture the essence of the season. It is a symbol of the forest's harmony and a reminder of our connection to the natural world. With a gentle smile, Elder Moss concluded, "Let us visit the aurora blossom tonight, under the light of the full moon, to celebrate the unity of our forest and the wisdom of our ancestors." As twilight descended, the forest transformed into a realm of shadows and moonbeams. The woodkin, guided by the soft glow of fireflies, made their way to the top of the hill. There, beneath the velvet sky adorned with a glittering tapestry of stars, they found the aurora blossom. Its petals glowed with ethereal hues, shifting from the verdant green of spring to the fiery orange of autumn, an embodiment of the forest's eternal dance. Together, the woodkin gathered around the blossom, their hearts filled with a deep sense of peace and belonging. Elder Moss spoke softly, "May we always remember the lessons of the seasons and the harmony that binds us all." In that quiet moment, the forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to the unity and gratitude of its guardians. The wind whispered through the trees, carrying the promise of renewal and the gentle reminder that they were all part of something greater. And so, under the vast expanse of the night sky, the woodkins stood together, a testament to the enduring balance and beauty of their world. As the moon cast its silvery glow over the forest, they knew that as long as they honored the wisdom of the seasons, their home would remain a place of magic, harmony, and peace for generations to come. Story 32. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a lush, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched roof cottages, was a place of simple joys and timeless traditions. But what made it truly enchanting were the stories passed down through generations about the hidden world within the forest, a world where the trees could speak and the streams sang lullabies. Lyra was a curious soul with a heart full of wonder and an imagination as vast as the starry night sky. She often spent her afternoons wandering through the fields, her fingers brushing the tops of wildflowers, her eyes wide and searching for the magic she believed lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary. Her favorite spot was an ancient oak tree, with branches that stretched towards the heavens and roots that delved deep into the earth, a silent guardian of secrets untold. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Lyra sat beneath the oak tree, her back against its sturdy trunk. The gentle breeze whispered through the leaves, and she closed her eyes, letting the rustling sound wash over her like a lullaby. It was then that she heard it, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. "Dear child," the voice hummed, as smooth and warm as honey, "do you seek the world hidden from sight, the realm where dreams dance in the daylight?" Lyra's eyes flew open, and she glanced around, but saw no one. "Who speaks to me?" she asked, her voice trembling with a mix of excitement and disbelief. The oak tree's bark shimmered softly, and from its crevices emerged a tiny figure, no larger than Lyra's hand. It was a sprite, with wings as delicate as gossamer and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed morning. "I am Nisa," the sprite introduced itself with a twirl, "guardian of the forest's secrets." Lyra marveled at the sight, her heart beating like a hummingbird's wings. "Oh, Nisa, I've heard stories of your world," she breathed, "a place where magic lives and anything is possible." Nisa nodded, a playful glint in its eyes. "Indeed, it is a world where the impossible becomes reality. But it is not a place one ventures into lightly. Only those with pure intentions and a brave heart may enter." "I wish to see it," Lyra declared, her voice steady with determination. "I want to learn from it and understand the magic that binds our worlds together." The sprite considered her words, its tiny face a mask of contemplation. "Very well," Nisa said finally, "but know that this journey will test you. You must be prepared to face the unknown and find the strength within you." Lyra nodded, her resolve unwavering. "I am ready." With a flick of its delicate wings, Nisa sprinkled a fine, shimmering dust over Lyra, which sparkled like stardust in the fading sunlight. The world around her seemed to shift and shimmer, the colors deepening and brightening until everything was bathed in a luminous glow. As the transformation completed, Lyra found herself in a place unlike any she had ever seen. The forest was alive with color and sound, the trees towering and majestic, their leaves a kaleidoscope of hues. Flowers bloomed in every shade imaginable, and creatures of all shapes and sizes flitted and frolicked, their laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome to the Enchanted Grove," Nisa announced with a flourish. "Here, the trees are wise, the rivers tell tales, and the very air hums with magic." Lyra's heart swelled with awe and gratitude as she took in the splendor around her. She could feel the magic in the air, a gentle, pulsing energy that filled her with a sense of wonder and peace. As they walked deeper into the grove, Lyra noticed a path that wound its way through the trees, its surface glistening like a silver ribbon. "Where does it lead?" she asked, her voice filled with curiosity. "To the heart of the forest," Nisa replied, "where the spirit of the woods resides. It is said that those who reach the heart can ask for guidance, for the spirit sees all and knows all." Intrigued and eager, Lyra set off down the path, her footsteps light and her heart full of anticipation. The forest seemed to welcome her, the trees bowing their branches as she passed, the flowers nodding their heads in greeting. She felt a connection to the land, a bond that transcended words and time. As Lyra journeyed on, she encountered various inhabitants of the grove, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was Elda, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlight, who spoke of patience and the importance of listening to one's inner voice. Then there was Fen, the playful fox with eyes like embers, who taught her the value of laughter and the joy of living in the moment. With each encounter, Lyra felt herself growing, her understanding of the world and her place within it deepening. She realized that magic was not just in the grand and extraordinary, but also in the simple and the everyday. It was in the kindness of a stranger, the warmth of the sun on her skin, the gentle rustle of the leaves in the breeze. Finally, after what felt like both an eternity and a single heartbeat, Lyra reached the heart of the forest. It was a clearing bathed in silvery moonlight, the air thick with a sense of tranquility and ancient wisdom. In the center stood a grand, ancient tree, its bark etched with runes and its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in prayer. Lyra approached the tree with reverence, her heart beating in time with the pulse of the land. As she placed her hand against the bark, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to something greater than herself. The spirit of the woods appeared before her, a figure of light and shadow, its eyes as old as time and as young as the dawn. "You have come far, young one," the spirit spoke, its voice a gentle breeze that caressed her soul. "What is it you seek?" Lyra took a deep breath, her mind clear and her heart open. "I seek to understand," she replied, "to learn the magic that binds this world and mine, to see the beauty in the ordinary and the extraordinary." The spirit nodded, its presence as comforting as a warm embrace. "You have already begun to see," it said, "for magic is not just in the seeing, but in the believing, in the knowing that everything is connected. The forest, the stars, the smallest pebble, they all sing the same song." Lyra felt a sense of peace and understanding wash over her, a realization that she was a part of this grand tapestry, a single thread in a vast, intricate design. She understood now that the magic she sought was not just in the forest, but within her, within the world around her. As she stood there, bathed in the gentle glow of the moonlight, Lyra felt a change within her, a growth, a transformation. She knew that she would carry this wisdom with her, that she would share it with her village, with those she loved, and with those who might not yet see the magic in their own lives. With a heart full of gratitude and a soul alight with newfound understanding, Lyra made her way back along the silver path, Nisa fluttering by her side. The journey had changed her, not by altering who she was, but by revealing who she could be. As she stepped back into her own world, the sun rising to greet her, Lyra knew that she would never forget the lessons of the Enchanted Grove. She would cherish the magic of friendship, the power of kindness, and the beauty of the world, both seen and unseen. And so, with a heart full of dreams and a spirit alight with hope, Lyra returned to her village, ready to weave her own stories, to share the magic she had found with all who would listen. For she knew now that the greatest journey was not just to discover the hidden worlds around us, but to discover the magic within ourselves. And as the village settled into the embrace of another peaceful night, Lyra sat beneath the ancient oak, the stars twinkling above like 1,000 tiny lanterns. She closed her eyes and listened to the whisper of the leaves, a gentle reminder that the world was full of wonders waiting to be discovered, if only one had the heart to seek them. The end. Story 33. Once upon a time, in the delightful village of Whimsywood, where the sun tickled the treetops and the moon sang lullabies to the stars, lived a group of quirky, endearing characters whose lives were about to intertwine in the most magical way. Whimsywood was no ordinary place. It was a world painted in bright hues and dotted with enchanted flora and fauna, where laughter echoed through the cobblestone streets like a gentle breeze carrying the scent of freshly baked pastries. In a cozy cottage at the heart of the village lived Pippin the Pixie, a sprightly little creature with wings that shimmered like morning dew on lavender leaves. Pippin had a unique gift. He could speak to the flowers and coax them into blooming in vibrant colors, even when the weather was gray. His best friend, Wobble the Gnome, was known for his unparalleled ability to juggle anything from pebbles to pumpkins, a skill that often left the villagers in awe and stitches of laughter. One sunny morning, as the golden rays danced through the canopy of Whimsywood, Pippin and Wobble were busy preparing for the annual Blooming Festival, a celebration of the arrival of spring, marked by a grand parade of blossoms and laughter. This year, however, the festival was under threat from an unusual magical problem. The flowers throughout Whimsywood had lost their colors overnight, leaving the garden beds a dull and dreary shade of gray. The villagers gathered in the square, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. They turned to Pippin and Wobble, hoping their unique talents could restore the vibrant hues that made their village the epitome of joy and wonder. Pippin fluttered his wings thoughtfully, sending tiny specks of pixie dust floating in the air. "We must find the source of this magic mischief," he declared, his voice as light as a dandelion fluff. "Perhaps the answer lies in the Enchanted Forest." The Enchanted Forest bordered Whimsywood with its towering trees and whispering leaves, a place where magic flowed as freely as the babbling brooks. It was said that the forest held secrets and mysteries, and when approached with kindness and respect, it often revealed its wonders. And so, with a twinkle of determination in their eyes, Pippin and Wobble set off on their adventure. As they entered the forest, they were greeted by a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds, a chorus of birds harmonizing with the rustling leaves, while beams of sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. As they ventured deeper, they stumbled upon Flibbert the frog, a jovial amphibian known for his musical croaks that could brighten the gloomiest of days. Flibbert was lounging on a lily pad, strumming a tiny harp made from twigs and spider silk. "Greetings, friends," croaked Flibbert, his wide grin as welcoming as ever. "What brings you to this part of the forest?" Pippin explained their predicament, and Flibbert's eyes widened with excitement. "Ah, I believe you seek the rainbow ripple," he exclaimed, his voice bubbling with enthusiasm. "It's a magical stream that flows through the heart of the forest. Its waters are said to possess the colors of the rainbow, and it might just be the key to restoring your flowers." With renewed hope, Pippin, Wobble, and Flibbert made their way towards the heart of the forest. The journey was filled with delightful surprises, mushroom caps that bounced beneath their feet like tiny trampolines, and mischievous squirrels that played peekaboo from behind the trees. Eventually, they arrived at a glistening stream that sparkled with the hues of 1,000 rainbows. The water shimmered and danced, casting vibrant reflections onto the surrounding foliage. It was indeed the rainbow ripple. Wobble, eager to test his juggling skills, picked up a handful of smooth pebbles from the stream's edge. As he tossed them into the air, they caught the colors of the stream, transforming into a dazzling display of swirling rainbows. The friends laughed and clapped as the pebbles landed back in the stream, creating ripples of color that spread far and wide. "Perhaps we can use these ripples to bring color back to Whimsywood," Pippin suggested, his wings fluttering with excitement. Flibbert, with a twinkle in his eye, added, "Let's gather some water from the stream and sprinkle it over the village. With a little magic and a lot of fun, Whimsywood will bloom once more." Filled with anticipation, they carefully collected the rainbow water in a gourd and made their way back to the village. As they reached the edge of Whimsywood, they were greeted by the hopeful faces of the villagers, who watched with bated breath. With a flick of his wings, Pippin sprinkled the enchanted water over the gardens. Instantly, the flowers burst into life, their petals unfurling in a cascade of vivid colors. The villagers cheered, their laughter ringing through the air like the sweetest melody, as Whimsywood returned to its former glory. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Pippin, Wobble, and Flibbert were hailed as heroes. The blooming festival began in earnest, with music, dance, and merriment filling the night. And so, in the heart of Whimsywood, beneath a sky twinkling with stars, the village celebrated the triumph of friendship, creativity, and the whimsical magic that made their world a place of endless wonder. As the festivities wound down, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, knowing that in Whimsywood, even the most unexpected problems could be solved with a sprinkle of magic and a whole lot of joy. Story 34. In a meadow nestled between the rolling hills, where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze, there lived a little girl named Iris. Though young, her heart overflowed with curiosity and wonder, always seeking the magic hidden in the world around her. One warm summer evening, as Iris wandered through the tall grass, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A glowing orb, no bigger than a marble, pulsing with an enchanting light. Captivated, she reached out to touch it, and in an instant, the world around her transformed. The meadow faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest unlike any Iris had ever seen. Towering trees adorned with shimmering leaves stretched towards the sky, and the air hummed with the melodies of unseen creatures. Iris gasped in awe, her eyes widening as she realized she had stumbled upon a hidden world within the heart of nature itself. As she ventured deeper into the enchanted forest, Iris encountered a peculiar sight. A group of tiny creatures, no taller than her hand, scurrying about with worried expressions. One of them, a brave little fellow with a twig in hand, approached her. "Welcome, young one, to the realm of Verdance," he said, his voice like the rustle of leaves. "We are the Greenlings, guardians of this forest, and we find ourselves in great peril." Iris listened intently as the Greenling explained that a dark force had begun to spread through the realm, withering the trees and plants, threatening their very existence. The only hope, he revealed, lay in finding the ancient seed of life, a mythical artifact said to possess the power to restore the balance of nature. Without hesitation, Iris vowed to embark on a quest to locate the seed of life and save the realm of Verdance. Her newfound greenling friend, named Moss, pledged to accompany her, his knowledge of the forest proving invaluable. Together, they set off on an extraordinary journey, navigating through twisted paths overgrown with vines, crossing babbling brooks, and scaling moss-covered rocks. Along the way, they encountered wondrous creatures, chattering squirrels who offered riddles, wise old owls who imparted ancient wisdom, and mischievous pixies who delighted in playing tricks. As they ventured deeper into the heart of the realm, challenges arose. Thorny brambles and treacherous ravines impeded their path, testing their resilience and determination. But Iris and Moss faced each obstacle with unwavering courage, their bond of friendship growing stronger with every step. In a secluded glade, they discovered a magnificent tree, its branches reaching towards the heavens like outstretched arms. It was here, nestled among the gnarled roots, that they found a glimmering object, the seed of life, pulsing with the rhythm of the earth itself. Overjoyed, they carefully retrieved the precious seed, but their triumph was short-lived. A dark shadow loomed over the glade, and a sinister figure emerged, the embodiment of the blight that had been afflicting the realm. With a menacing hiss, it revealed its true form, a twisted, thorny creature fueled by malice and greed. In a desperate battle, Iris and Moss fought valiantly, their friendship and determination proving mightier than the dark force itself. With a final, brilliant burst of light from the seed of life, the blight was vanquished, its darkness dispelled from the realm forever. As the light faded, Iris found herself back in the familiar meadow, the glowing orb clutched in her hand. But she had been forever changed by her extraordinary journey, her heart filled with newfound wisdom and a deep appreciation for the magic that thrived within the natural world. From that day forward, Iris became a steadfast protector of the hidden realms, her bond with the greenlings and the enchanted forest an eternal testament to the power of friendship, courage, and the transformative magic that blooms when we open our hearts to the wonders around us. Story 35. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind and the moonlit path was soft underfoot, there lay a quaint village known as Luminara. The village was a mosaic of twinkling cottages with thatched roofs and winding cobblestone lanes that seemed to hum with the songs of old magic. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the air would fill with the scent of sweet honeysuckle and the gentle glow of enchanted lanterns hanging from every doorway, casting a warm golden light. Among the kind-hearted folk of Luminara was a young girl named Mira, with eyes as bright as stars and a curious mind that danced with questions. Mira lived with her grandmother, Nana, in a snug little cottage at the edge of the woods. Nana was known throughout the village for her wisdom and tales, each one a thread in the tapestry of Luminara's rich history. One evening, as the sky turned a deep indigo and the first stars began to twinkle, Mira noticed something peculiar. The lanterns that lined the path to their cottage flickered erratically, as if caught in a silent argument with the night. But what truly caught her attention was the odd, shimmering dust that drifted from the trees, settling like a delicate veil over everything it touched. "Nana," Mira called, her voice tinged with wonder. "Look at the lights and the trees. They're shedding something strange." Nana peered out the window, her wise eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Ah, child," she murmured, "it seems the moon moths are restless tonight." Moon moths were gentle creatures, woven from dreams and starlight. They fluttered through the whispering woods, their wings trailing luminous dust that carried the essence of dreams. Yet, this was the first time Mira had seen them so agitated. "What do you think is troubling them?" Mira asked, her curiosity piqued. "Perhaps it's something in the forest," Nana suggested, brushing a stray lock of silver hair behind her ear. "The forest has its secrets, and sometimes those secrets stir." Determined to uncover the mystery, Mira decided to venture into the woods at dawn. As the first light of morning broke over the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Mira tied her cloak snugly around her shoulders and set off. The path was cool beneath her bare feet, and the fresh scent of pine filled the crisp morning air. As Mira wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed the trees seemed to lean closer, their leaves rustling a gentle welcome. Suddenly, she heard a faint, melodic tinkling, like the chime of tiny bells. Following the sound, she came upon a clearing bathed in soft, golden light. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient willow tree, its branches swaying gracefully as if in a dance. Beneath the willow, Mira found a gathering of moon moths, their silvery wings fluttering in harmony with the gentle breeze. In the midst of them stood a peculiar figure, a tiny sprite, no taller than Mira's hand, with skin that shimmered like opal and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Hello there," Mira greeted softly, kneeling down to the sprite's level. "I am Mira. Are you the reason the moon moths are restless?" The sprite giggled, a sound like tinkling chimes. "Oh, not I alone, dear Mira," it replied, its voice as light as a breeze. "We had a plan, you see, a festival of lights to celebrate the turn of the season. But something went awry." Mira tilted her head, intrigued. "What happened?" The sprite sighed, its tiny shoulders drooping. "Our lanterns were meant to guide the moon moths in a dance around the willow, but the wind scattered them, and now they're lost among the trees." Mira's heart swelled with empathy for the sprite's predicament. "Perhaps I can help," she offered. "I will gather the lanterns and return them here." The sprite's face lit up with joy. "Oh, that would be wonderful. Follow the trail of starlight, and it shall lead you to them." With that, Mira set off once more, her eyes scanning the forest floor for any sign of the lost lanterns. The trail of starlight was faint, a mere whisper of light that danced along the undergrowth. Mira followed it diligently, her keen eyes picking out the glimmers of glass nestled among the roots and leaves. As she gathered the lanterns, each one a delicate orb filled with swirling light, Mira marveled at their beauty. They felt warm in her hands, like little suns captured in glass, and she could almost hear a soft melody emanating from them, as though each held a tiny symphony of stars. Mira returned to the clearing, her arms full of glowing orbs. The sprite clapped its hands in delight, and the moon moths fluttered around her in a jubilant dance. Carefully, Mira hung each lantern in the willow's branches where they swayed gently, casting a radiant glow that filled the clearing with warmth. "Thank you, dear Mira," the sprite said, its eyes twinkling with gratitude. "Now the moon moths can celebrate their festival in peace." As evening descended once more, and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, the clearing came alive. The moon moths danced in a delicate ballet, their wings glinting like shards of moonlight, while the lanterns cast a kaleidoscope of colors that shimmered across the forest floor. Mira watched, her heart filled with a sense of wonder and fulfillment. She had helped restore balance to the woods and learned that even the smallest acts of kindness could light up the darkest corners of the world. When she returned home, Nana was waiting by the hearth, a steaming cup of chamomile tea in hand. "Ah, my wise girl," Nana said, her voice warm with pride. "You've brought the light back to the woods." Mira smiled, her eyes shining with the glow of the lanterns. "Yes, and the moon moths can rest easy now." And so, as the night deepened and the comforting crackle of the fireplace filled the room, Mira drifted into a peaceful sleep, knowing the forest was once again at peace, its secrets safe for another day. And in the whispering woods, the moon moths danced on, their wings weaving dreams that floated gently into the night. Story 36. In the heart of the whispering woodlands, where the trees seemed to hum lullabies with the breeze, and the air was sweet with the scent of wild honey and blooming jasmine, lay the village of Everwood. The cottages, with their moss-covered roofs and chimneys puffing gentle spirals of smoke, were nestled among the trees as if they had sprung from the earth itself. This was a place of gentle magic, where fireflies danced in lanterns and the brook babbled secrets to anyone who would listen. One soft autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, peculiar things began to happen in Everwood. It started with the moonflowers, which bloomed only at night. Instead of opening their silken petals to greet the moonlight, they remained tightly closed, sulking in the shadows. Then, the fireflies in the lanterns dimmed their lights, flickering as if uncertain. The villagers noticed their shadows growing long and wavering like reflections on water, even under the steady glow of the lanterns. Concerned, but not frightened, the villagers gathered in the square, wrapped in woolen shawls against the evening chill. The air was filled with the scent of cinnamon, from the baker's last batch of spiced bread, and the soft glow of lanterns painted their faces with a gentle warmth. Amidst the crowd stood Mira, a young girl with eyes as bright as the stars and a heart as kind as the earth. Though she was small, her spirit was as vast as the skies above Everwood. With a thoughtful gaze, she pondered the strange events, feeling a tug of curiosity mingled with concern. As they discussed the odd happenings, the villagers were joined by an unexpected visitor, a wise old owl named Brindle, whose feathers shimmered with an iridescent sheen. Perched on a low branch, Brindle blinked slowly, his eyes as deep and knowing as the forest itself. He cleared his throat with a soft, gravelly hoot. "These peculiarities speak of a disturbance," Brindle began, his voice as rich as the earth. "But fret not, for the forest holds its secrets close. We must simply ask the right questions and listen carefully." Inspired by Brindle's words, Mira stepped forward. "Perhaps the moonflowers can tell us why they choose not to bloom," she suggested, her voice clear and steady. The villagers murmured in agreement, and with Brindle leading the way, they made their way to the moonflower grove. The path was lined with soft ferns and the occasional glow of a sleepy firefly, guiding them like stars on a clouded night. Once at the grove, Mira knelt beside the moonflowers, their petals still tightly furled against the night. She leaned in, her hair brushing the soft grass, and whispered, "Dear moonflowers, why do you hide from the moonlight?" For a moment all was still. Then, ever so softly, the moonflowers began to quiver, and a gentle voice as fragile as a whisper filled the air. "We fear the shadows," they said, "for they have grown restless and wild, swirling like storm clouds in the night." Mira pondered this, her fingers brushing the cool petals. "Perhaps the shadows need something to calm them," she mused aloud, looking to Brindle for guidance. Brindle nodded sagely, his eyes glinting with approval. "The shadows, like all things, seek balance and understanding. But there is one who might know more, a wise spirit of the forest, the gentle fox known as Lumen, whose light can pierce even the deepest shadow." With this new direction, Mira and a few brave villagers set off deeper into the forest, the path winding beneath the ancient trees that watched over them like kindly grandparents. The night was gentle, the air crisp and filled with the quiet songs of nocturnal creatures. Before long, they reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon the ground in silver patterns. There, with fur as pale as moonbeams and eyes like glowing embers, sat Lumen the fox. He rose with a fluid grace, his bushy tail sweeping the earth. "You seek the reason for the restless shadows," Lumen said, his voice a melodic harmony of warmth and wisdom. "The shadows have lost their way, drawn by a misplaced ember from the heart of the forest's ancient hearth." Mira listened intently, her heart beating with quiet resolve. "How can we return the ember and soothe the shadows?" she asked, her voice filled with earnestness. Lumen flicked his tail, the moonlight catching and scattering across the glade. "The ember seeks its home, a place where warmth and light are born. Return it to the hearth, and the balance will be restored." With gratitude, Mira and the villagers followed Lumen as he led them through the forest, the path lit by his gentle glow. They walked until they reached an ancient stone circle, where the forest's great hearth lay, a place where the very heart of the woodlands seemed to pulse with life. Nestled among the stones lay a small glowing ember, its light flickering like a heartbeat. Mira approached it with reverence, feeling the warmth radiate through her fingertips as she gently lifted it. With a steady hand, she placed the ember back within the hearth. As it settled, a soft warmth spread through the clearing, like the embrace of a beloved friend. The shadows around them sighed, their wild dance slowing to a gentle sway, as if lulled by a soothing lullaby. The moonflowers, sensing the balance restored, unfurled their petals, releasing a sweet, heady fragrance into the night. The fireflies, too, brightened their glow, casting a cheerful light that seemed to twinkle with joy. The villagers, Mira and Lumen, watched as the forest exhaled a sigh of contentment. The peace of the woodlands was restored, and Mira's heart swelled with quiet pride and gratitude for the wisdom of her friends, both old and new. As dawn's first light kissed the treetops, Mira and the villagers returned to Everwood, their steps light and their spirits high. The mystery of the restless shadows had been gently unraveled, and the village settled into a comforting peace once more. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woodlands, Everwood slept soundly, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where dreams floated like dandelion seeds on a summer's breeze, each one promising hope and harmony for the days to come. Story 37. In the serene hamlet of Willowbark, nestled between lush meadows and ancient woodlands, life unfolded at a gentle pace. The village was known for its rich tapestry of nature, where each sunrise painted the sky in hues of lavender and amber, and the air was perpetually fragrant with the scent of wildflowers. It was in this idyllic setting that a young girl named Leora lived with her grandmother, in a quaint cottage that seemed to have grown out of the earth itself. Leora was a child of the woods, with hair as wild and untamed as the forest she loved to explore. Her eyes were a deep, thoughtful green, always alight with curiosity and wonder. She had a heart as warm as the summer sun, and a spirit that was as free as the wind. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, often spoke of a time when magic was as real as the soil beneath their feet, and when the land was alive with stories waiting to be heard. One crisp autumn morning, as the golden leaves danced in the breeze, Leora set off on one of her many adventures. Her feet, clad in well-worn boots, barely made a sound on the forest floor, which was a mosaic of fallen leaves and pine needles. The woods around Willowbark were old and deep, and somewhere within them lay secrets that had been whispered among the trees for centuries. Leora's favorite place was a hidden glade, a secret world of emerald light and gentle murmurs. The trees here were ancient, their gnarled roots embracing the earth as if cradling a precious secret. In the center of the glade stood a peculiar stone, smooth and round, with strange symbols etched into its surface. Leora would often sit beside it, feeling the whispers of the past swirl around her like a soft, invisible fog. On this particular day, as Leora traced the engravings with her fingertips, she noticed something she hadn't seen before, a small, iridescent shard glinting in the dappled sunlight. It was nestled within a crevice of the stone, as if waiting for her to find it. Carefully she pried it loose and held it up to the light. It was a fragment of glass, yet unlike any she had seen. It shimmered with a spectrum of colors, shifting and changing with every angle. Intrigued, Leora slipped the shard into her pocket and continued her journey through the woods. As she wandered, she couldn't shake the feeling that the shard was more than just a mere piece of glass. It felt warm against her skin, almost alive, as if it were humming with a secret melody only she could hear. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the forest. Leora realized it was time to return home. Her grandmother would be waiting, the hearth aglow and the air filled with the comforting aroma of stew simmering over the fire. As she made her way back, the shard seemed to pulse with a gentle glow, lighting her path through the encroaching twilight. That evening, as Leora sat by the crackling fire, she couldn't resist the urge to share her discovery with her grandmother. The old woman listened intently, her eyes twinkling with a knowing light, as Leora recounted her day and produced the shard from her pocket. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother murmured, cradling the shard in her weathered hands. "This is no ordinary piece of glass. It is a fragment of the looking-glass, a relic of the old magic. It was said to hold the power to reveal hidden truths and guide those who are lost." Leora leaned closer, her heart pounding with a mixture of excitement and awe. "What do you mean, grandmother? How can a piece of glass do such things?" Her grandmother smiled, a tender expression that softened the lines of her face. The looking-glass was once whole, a mirror that reflected not just the world around it, but the world within. It could show the heart's deepest desires and the paths that lead to them. But long ago, it was shattered, its fragments scattered across the land. Each piece holds a part of its magic, a whisper of the truths it once revealed. The fire crackled softly, casting a warm glow that enveloped them in its embrace. Leora felt a thrill of anticipation tinged with a hint of fear. She had always dreamed of adventure, of being a part of the stories her grandmother told, but she never imagined she would hold such a powerful piece of magic in her hands. "What should I do with it?" Leora asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Her grandmother reached out, gently closing Leora's fingers around the shard. "Trust in its magic and in yourself. The shard will guide you, but you must be willing to follow where it leads. Remember, True magic lies not in the object, but in the heart that wields it. That night, as Leora lay in bed, the shard nestled beneath her pillow, she dreamed of a world bathed in the soft light of the moon. She saw a path winding through a forest similar to hers but different, ethereal and shimmering, as if touched by stardust. Voices kind and soothing seemed to call her name, urging her to follow. When she awoke, the dream lingered in her mind like a sweet melody. The shard glowed faintly, as if echoing the light of the dream world. With her grandmother's words resonating in her heart, Leora resolved to uncover the secrets of the shard and the paths it might reveal. The next morning, the sun rose in a sky brushed with delicate pinks and blues. Leora packed a small satchel with essentials, a loaf of bread, a flask of water, and the shard, wrapped carefully in a piece of cloth. Her grandmother, though reluctant to see her venture into the unknown, understood the pull of destiny and the importance of the journey. "Remember, my dear," her grandmother said, as she hugged Leora goodbye, "the shard will show you what you need to see, but it is your heart and mind that must decide the way forward." With those words echoing in her mind, Leora set off into the woods once more, her heart a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The path was familiar, yet each step seemed to resonate with a new purpose, as if the forest itself was aware of her quest. As she walked, the shard began to glow with increasing intensity, casting a soft, ethereal light that danced among the trees. Leora followed the glow, trusting it to lead her to where she needed to be. The forest seemed to shift around her, the trees whispering secrets and the wind carrying melodies from a time long forgotten. Eventually, Leora found herself in a part of the woods she had never seen before. The trees here were taller, their leaves a deeper shade of green, and the air was filled with a sense of ancient wisdom. In the heart of this hidden world, she came upon a small clearing, where a gentle brook babbled over smooth stones, and wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, serene and ethereal, as if woven from the very essence of the forest. It was a spirit of the woods, its presence both commanding and comforting. Leora felt an overwhelming sense of peace, as if she had been welcomed home after a long journey. The spirit regarded her with eyes that sparkled like starlight, and Leora felt an unspoken connection, a bond that transcended words. She held up the shard, its glow resonating with the spirit's own light, and in that moment she understood that the shard was not just a tool, but a bridge between worlds. "You have come far, young one," the spirit spoke, its voice a gentle breeze that caressed her senses. "The shard has chosen you, for your heart is pure and your intentions true. What is it that you seek?" Leora hesitated, unsure of how to voice the myriad questions swirling in her mind. She thought of her grandmother's stories, of the magic that once filled the world, and of the desire to understand the mysteries of the shard. "I seek to know," she finally replied, her voice steady and resolute. "To understand the magic of this shard and the path it wishes to guide me on." The spirit nodded, a gesture of approval and understanding. "The shard reflects the truth within, the desires and fears that shape your journey. It will guide you, but it is you who must walk the path. Trust in yourself, and you will find the answers you seek." With those words, the spirit bestowed upon Leora a gift, a gentle touch upon her brow that filled her with warmth and a sense of clarity. The world around her seemed to brighten, the colors more vivid, the sounds more harmonious. As the spirit faded into the forest, Leora felt a renewed sense of purpose and determination. She knew that her journey was just beginning, and that the shard would be her guide in this world of wonder and mystery. As the days turned into weeks, Leora continued her exploration of the forest, guided by the shard's gentle glow. She discovered hidden glades where the air hummed with the songs of unseen creatures, and ancient trees that whispered secrets from a time long past. Each discovery brought her closer to understanding the magic of the shard and the truths it revealed. Along her journey, Leora encountered others drawn to the magic of the forest. A mischievous fox with eyes like liquid amber, who became her playful companion, and a wise old owl whose wisdom guided her through many a dark night. Together, they forged a bond of friendship and trust, each bringing their own light to the path they walked. Through her adventures, Leora learned the importance of patience and perseverance, of listening to the quiet voices of the forest, and trusting in her own heart. She discovered that the magic of the shard was not just in its glow, but in the connections it fostered and the lessons it taught. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the first stars began to twinkle in the sky, Leora sat by a tranquil pond, its surface reflecting the moon's silvery light. She held the shard in her hands, its glow mingling with the starlight, and she realized that her journey had changed her in more ways than she could have imagined. The shard had shown her the path to understanding and acceptance, not just of the magic around her, but of the magic within herself. She had learned to trust her instincts, to embrace the unknown, and to find beauty in every moment of her journey. As she sat by the pond, Leora felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that her journey was not just about discovering the secrets of the shard, but about discovering herself. And as the night deepened, she knew that the path ahead, though still unknown, was one she would walk with courage and an open heart. With the shard as her guide and her newfound friends by her side, Leora embarked on the next chapter of her adventure, ready to embrace whatever challenges and wonders the forest held. For she had learned that true magic lay not in the destination, but in the journey itself, and in the love and friendship that illuminated her path. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Leora continued her journey through the enchanted woods, her heart filled with hope and wonder, and her spirit alight with the magic of the shard. Story 38. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled within the embrace of lush, rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Morella. The village was a place where seasons danced gracefully through the year, painting the landscape with vibrant hues and fragrant blooms. Yet despite the beauty around her, Morella found herself caught in the web of an unsettling unease. She longed for change, but feared the unknown it might bring. Morella lived in a quaint, ivy-covered cottage at the edge of the village, where the gentle babble of a nearby brook often sung her to sleep. Her days were spent tending to her small garden, where she grew herbs and flowers that brought color and life to her little home. Though her hands were skilled and her heart was kind, she felt as if she were standing at the edge of a vast ocean, unable to step into its depths. Her closest companion was an old cat named Thistle, whose fur was the color of stormy clouds. Thistle would often sit by Morella's side, purring softly as she confided her fears and dreams to him. The cat, wise and comforting, seemed to understand her in ways words could not. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves fluttered from the trees like whispers from the past, Morella noticed something peculiar. In her garden, among the marigolds and lavender, a strange, silvery plant had sprouted overnight. Its leaves shimmered like moonlight, and it exuded an ethereal glow. Intrigued and slightly apprehensive, Morella reached out to touch its delicate fronds. As her fingers brushed against the plant, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her, as if the plant had become a mirror to her soul, reflecting back her innermost thoughts and fears. Startled, she withdrew her hand, but the warmth lingered, settling into her heart like a quiet promise. That evening, as the sky blushed with the colors of sunset, Morella sat by the fireplace with Thistle curled in her lap. Her thoughts circled around the mysterious plant, its glow echoing in her mind. She decided to visit her friend, Eldrin, the village's storyteller and keeper of lore, hoping he might shed light on this strange occurrence. Eldrin lived in a cozy cottage filled with books and trinkets from far-off lands. He greeted Morella with a warm smile and a cup of chamomile tea, its steam curling like gentle tendrils in the air. As she described the plant, Eldrin listened intently, his eyes twinkling with curiosity. "It sounds like the moon fern," he said thoughtfully, stroking his silver beard. "A rare and magical plant, known to appear when one stands on the brink of transformation. It mirrors the soul's journey, offering guidance and insight." Morella's heart fluttered with a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She had always admired Eldrin's tales of magic and wonder, yet she never imagined such magic would find her. "But I'm afraid of change," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper above the crackling fire. Eldrin leaned forward, his gaze gentle and understanding. "Change is the essence of life, dear Morella. Like the seasons, we too must transform to grow. Embrace it with an open heart, and you will find the strength within. Returning home, Morella pondered Eldrin's words. As the days passed, she began to spend more time with the moonfern, tending to it with care and allowing its light to guide her. With each touch, she felt the plant's magic intertwine with her own, slowly unraveling the knots of fear within her. One afternoon, as she sat beside the moonfern, a gentle breeze stirred the air, carrying with it the sound of distant laughter. Morella looked up to see a group of children playing by the brook, their joy infectious. Inspired by their carefree spirit, she rose and approached them, joining in their game with a newfound sense of freedom. From that day forward, Morella embraced the changes in her life with courage and grace. She began to explore the village and its surroundings, discovering hidden paths and secret glades she had never noticed before. Each step she took was a dance into the unknown, a journey of personal discovery that unveiled the beauty within her. As winter wrapped the village in a blanket of snow, Morella found herself transformed. Her heart was lighter, her spirit brighter, and her fears had faded into whispers of the past. She realized that the moonfern had not only mirrored her growth, but had also become a symbol of her journey, a testament to the strength she had found within. With the arrival of spring, the moonfern bloomed, its flowers shimmering like stars. Morella knew it was time to share her story, to inspire others as Eldrin had inspired her. She invited the villagers to her garden, where she wove tales of magic and transformation by the light of the fire, her voice a soothing balm that wrapped around them like a warm embrace. And so, Morella became a beacon of hope and change, her life a tapestry of growth and discovery. She had learned that true magic lay not in the moonfern, but within herself. And as the seasons continued their eternal dance, she found comfort in the knowledge that no matter where her journey led, she would always be guided by the light of her own heart. Story 39. In the quiet hamlet of Wistful Hollow, nestled between emerald hills and shimmering streams, lived a young woman named Marin. With hair like spun gold and eyes the color of the summer sky, she spent her days tending to her family's little garden, and her nights dreaming of adventures beyond the forest's edge. Yet, Marin was troubled by the whispers of change that danced on the wind. She felt them in the rustling leaves, heard them in the murmuring brook, and saw them in the shifting patterns of the sky. Change to Marin was a mysterious, daunting specter. It lingered at the edge of her peaceful life, promising both wonder and uncertainty. She longed for the comfort of familiarity, yet a part of her heart yearned to grow and explore. One dewy morning, as the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Marin ventured into the forest. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers. Her feet followed the path worn by countless footsteps, but her spirit drifted toward the unexplored. As she walked, the gentle chatter of forest creatures surrounded her, a symphony of life and harmony. Marin's journey led her to a secluded glen, where the air seemed to shimmer with a peculiar magic. At the glen's heart stood an ancient tree, its trunk thick and gnarled with age, its branches reaching toward the sky like the fingers of a wise old sage. It was said that this tree, known as the Tree of Whispers, was a keeper of secrets, a vessel of transformation for those who sought its counsel. Drawn by an invisible force, Marin approached the tree. She placed her hands upon its rough bark, feeling the pulse of life within. As her fingers brushed the tree's surface, a soft light enveloped her, and she heard a gentle voice, as soothing as the breeze. "Do not fear change, dear child," the voice whispered, "for within change lies the seed of growth, and within growth, the blossoming of your true self." Marin closed her eyes, letting the words wash over her. In that moment, she felt a stirring within her, a small, fluttering thing, like the wings of a butterfly trapped in a cocoon. She knew then that the tree's magic was awakening something deep inside her, something that had been waiting to bloom. As the days passed, Marin returned to the tree time and time again. Each visit brought new revelations, gentle nudges toward understanding. She met others in the glen, kindred spirits who had also come seeking wisdom. There was Rowan, a gentle healer whose laughter was like the tinkling of bells, and Bramble, a sturdy woodsman with a heart as vast as the forest itself. Together, they shared stories and dreams, fears and hopes. Through their friendship, Marin learned that change was not something to be feared, but embraced. It was Rowan who showed her how the seasons changed the forest, each transformation bringing its own beauty. Much like the forest, Rowan explained with a smile, we too must shed our old selves to make way for the new. Bramble taught her the strength in roots, how they anchored the tallest of trees, yet allowed them to sway with the wind. So must we be, he said, grounded, yet flexible, ready to bend but not break. With each lesson, Marin felt her own roots deepening, her spirit growing stronger. She began to see herself not as a solitary existence, but as part of the great tapestry of life, woven with threads of change and continuity. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Marin stood before the Tree of Whispers once more. The air was cool and filled with the scent of earth after rain. She pressed her hand to the bark, feeling a warmth that spread through her, infusing her with a sense of calm and clarity. "Are you ready to embrace your transformation?" the tree's voice asked, resonating within her very being. Marin took a deep breath, her heart steady and sure. "Yes," she whispered, feeling the truth of her words resonate through the glen. In that moment, a gentle breeze stirred the leaves, carrying with it a shower of tiny, luminous seeds. They danced around Marin, a ballet of light and possibility. As they settled upon her skin, her heart opened wide, and she felt herself unfurling, much like a flower greeting the dawn. With the seeds of change now planted, Marin returned to her village, her soul aglow with newfound wisdom. She approached her garden with tender care, understanding that, like her, each plant needed room to grow and flourish. She shared her journey with others, her words weaving a tapestry of hope and renewal. In time, Marin became known as the village storyteller, her tales infused with the magic of the Tree of Whispers. Through her stories, she taught the beauty of transformation, the power of friendship, and the gentle strength found in embracing change. Her voice, a soothing melody, was a beacon of comfort to all who listened. And so in the heart of Wistful Hollow, where the gentle breezes whispered through the trees and the brook sang its eternal song, Marin lived, forever blossoming, forever growing. Her spirit, like the forest, was ever changing, yet ever constant, a testament to the magic of transformation and the enduring power of a heart open to the wonders of the world. Story 40. In the heart of a forest, where the trees whispered secrets of old, there was a small village named Verdant Hollow. The village was known for its lush greenery and the gentle glow that seemed to always hover around its borders, as if the sunlight itself was enchanted and lingered a little longer to keep the villagers warm and safe. In this tranquil place lived a young woman named Marin. Marin had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that shimmered like sun-dappled streams. Her heart was kind and her spirit gentle, but Marin harbored a quiet unease within her, a resistance to change. She loved the familiar rhythm of her days at Verdant Hollow, and the thought of anything altering her cozy world filled her with apprehension. Marin spent her mornings tending to her garden, where herbs and flowers flourished under her diligent care. She loved the feel of the earth between her fingers, the scent of lavender and rosemary mingling in the air. In the afternoons, she would wander through the village, offering her help to anyone in need, her laughter echoing like a soothing melody that calmed even the most restless hearts. One afternoon, as the sky blushed with the colors of dusk, an elderly woman with hair like silver moonlight approached Marin. Her name was Eldrin, a beloved figure in the village, known for her wisdom and gentle heart. Eldrin carried with her a small, intricately carved wooden box, which she handed to Marin with a knowing smile. "This," Eldrin began, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, "is a gift for you, Marin. Inside this box lies a seed, but it is no ordinary seed. It holds a magic that mirrors the heart of the one who nurtures it. It will grow as you grow, transform as you transform." Marin accepted the box with a curious heart and a puzzled smile. That evening, she placed the seed in a pot by her window, where the moonlight could kiss its surface. She tended to it carefully, watering it each morning and whispering soft words of encouragement. As days turned into weeks, Marin noticed something peculiar. The seed began to sprout, and as it grew, it mirrored her emotions. On days when Marin felt content and joyful, the sprout flourished with vibrant green leaves. But on days when she felt uncertain or resistant to the changes around her, the leaves would curl inward, as if mirroring her own hesitance. One breezy autumn morning, Marin awoke to find the sprout had blossomed into a small tree with branches that seemed to dance in the wind. Intrigued by this magical reflection of her inner world, Marin decided to seek Elowin's guidance. She found Elowin sitting by the village fountain, knitting a scarf with threads of every color imaginable. Marin sat beside her and shared her observations about the magical tree. Elowin listened with a soft smile, her eyes twinkling with understanding. "Change is a part of life, dear Marin," she explained gently, "and sometimes the fear of it can make us retreat into ourselves, much like the leaves of your tree. But remember, growth comes from embracing change, not resisting it." Marin pondered Elowin's words as she walked home. She realized that her resistance to change was not only affecting her, but also her magical tree. Determined to foster both her own growth and that of the tree, Marin decided to open herself to new experiences. She began by exploring parts of the forest she had never ventured into before. The woods were alive with whispers and songs, and Marin found herself discovering hidden glades filled with wildflowers, streams that sang as they flowed over stones, and trees that seemed to lean in closer, as if to share their ancient secrets. In her explorations, Marin met others who became dear friends, like Finn, a gentle-hearted woodcarver who crafted tiny animals from fallen branches, and Lyra, a storyteller whose tales wove magic into every word. With their encouragement, Marin tried her hand at new crafts, learned songs that filled her heart with courage, and even began to share her own stories. With each new experience, Marin noticed the tree by her window blossoming with vibrant colors, its branches growing ever stronger and more beautiful. It stood as a testament to her own journey, a reflection of her willingness to embrace the unknown and find beauty in the unfolding of life. Seasons changed, bringing with them new colors and scents, and Marin found herself welcoming each one with open arms. She had learned that change was not something to fear, but rather a gentle hand guiding her towards growth and discovery. One evening, as the village was bathed in the golden light of the setting sun, Marin stood by her window, looking at the now magnificent tree. Its branches swayed with the breeze, leaves shimmering like emeralds in the fading light. She felt a deep sense of peace and gratitude, knowing that she had grown just as much as the tree had. Marin turned to the village, her heart full of warmth and love for the place she called home. She realized that Verdant Hollow had always been a place of magic, not just because of the enchanted glow that lingered in the air, but because of the love and friendship that nurtured it. And so, Marin continued to live her days in Verdant Hollow, tending to her garden, exploring the forest, and sharing laughter and stories with her friends. She was no longer afraid of change, but embraced it as a part of life's beautiful tapestry. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Marin whispered a quiet thank you to the magical tree, knowing that its roots were intertwined with her own heart. She had discovered the beauty of transformation and the joy that came with opening her heart to the world around her. And in that quiet moment, with the moon casting a silver glow on the village, Verdant Hollow felt more enchanted than ever, a place where magic and kindness wove together to create a tapestry of life that was ever-changing, ever-growing, and ever-beautiful. Story 41. In the gentle twilight of the cosmic realm, where stars glimmered like tiny lanterns cast adrift in a vast velvet sea, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. Luminara was not renowned for its size or resources, but for its beautiful auroras that danced across the sky like silk ribbons, painting the heavens with hues of emerald and amethyst. On this serene planet lived a creature known as Finn, a luminarian with skin that shimmered like moonlit dew. Finn was gentle of heart, with eyes that mirrored the shifting colors of the auroras above. He spent his days tending to the glowing flora of the fields, humming soft tunes that seemed to encourage the plants to blossom all the more brilliantly. One day, as the sky blushed with the first hints of evening, a curious event unfolded. A vessel, sleek and silver, descended from the skies, its hull reflecting the vibrant lights above. From it emerged a being unlike any Finn had ever seen. She was tall and lithe, with scales that glistened like polished obsidian, and her name was Nissa, from the planet Virilia, known for its vast oceans and crystalline cities. Nissa had come to Luminara on a mission of exploration, eager to learn about the auroras that were whispered about throughout the galaxy. However, as she stepped onto the soft grass, she felt a wave of homesickness. The gentle rustle of leaves and the unfamiliar scents in the air reminded her of her distance from the comforting embrace of her oceanic home. Their first meeting was marked by a misunderstanding. Finn, in his eagerness to welcome Nissa, offered her a handful of luminescent fruits, which were considered a delicacy on Luminara. Nissa, unfamiliar with their appearance, mistook them for stones and politely declined, believing she was being tested in some ceremonial fashion. Finn, sensing her hesitation, worried that he had somehow offended her. Despite this rocky start, Finn and Nissa found themselves drawn together by circumstance. A sudden cosmic storm, rare in its ferocity, swept across Luminara, threatening to uproot trees and scatter the luminous flora. Finn and Nissa sought shelter in a nearby cave, its entrance hidden behind a curtain of vines that glowed softly in the dim light. Inside, the cave was warm, the walls covered in bioluminescent moss that bathed everything in a gentle, soothing glow. As the storm raged outside, Finn and Nissa sat together, their initial awkwardness giving way to the comfort of shared company. Finn, ever the caretaker, offered Nissa a woven blanket made from the soft fibers of the luminarian flora. "It's warmer this way," he said, his voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Nissa accepted it gratefully, wrapping it around her shoulders and feeling a warmth that seemed to seep into her very core. As the hours passed, they began to talk. Finn shared tales of Luminara, of its auroras and the creatures that dwelled beneath its shimmering skies. Nissa, in turn, spoke of Virilia, of the great ocean tides that sang songs of old and the cities that sparkled beneath the waves. In their conversation, they discovered how much they had in common, despite their differences. Finn admired Nissa's adventurous spirit and her thirst for knowledge, while Nissa found solace in Finn's kindness and gentle wisdom. The misunderstanding over the fruits was laughed away, a small reminder of how easy it is to misinterpret when worlds collide. The storm eventually passed, leaving the world outside fresh and renewed. Finn and Nissa emerged from the cave to find the sky ablaze with the most vibrant auroras they had ever seen. Together they stood in awe, the colors reflecting in their eyes and binding them in a moment of shared wonder. As days turned into weeks, Finn and Nissa became inseparable companions. They explored the wonders of Luminara together, from the whispering forests to the crystal-clear lakes that mirrored the sky. They learned from each other, Finn teaching Nissa the secrets of the land, while Nissa shared with Finn the stories and songs of her oceanic home. Their friendship deepened with each adventure, each shared meal, and each quiet moment spent beneath the ever-changing sky. They learned to appreciate their differences, seeing them not as barriers, but as threads that wove their lives together in a beautiful tapestry. One day, as they sat by a tranquil pond, watching the sun dip below the horizon, Nissa turned to Finn, her eyes shimmering like the stars above. "Thank you," she said softly, "for showing me that home isn't just a place, but the people we share it with." Finn smiled, his heart filled with warmth. "And thank you," he replied, "for reminding me that friendship is a journey, one that we walk together, hand in hand." As the night enveloped Luminara, Finn and Nissa remained by the pond, the gentle lapping of the water a soothing lullaby. Above them, the auroras danced on, a reminder of the beauty that arises when different worlds come together. And so, in the quietude of the night beneath a sky ablaze with stars, Finn and Nissa discovered the true meaning of friendship, one that transcends boundaries, embraces differences, and fills the heart with a light that never fades. Story 42. Once upon a twilight gleam, there lived a young adventurer named Lila. Lila's days were filled with imagination and dreams of discovering the great unknown. One night, as she gazed out her window at the twinkling stars, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from the forest's edge. Curiosity sparked within her, and she felt an irresistible urge to uncover the secrets that beckoned her. Lila packed a small satchel with a warm cloak and a few treats, then slipped quietly into the night. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to part before her, revealing a shimmering path that wound its way through the foliage. The air was thick with the scent of honeysuckle and pine, and tiny fireflies danced around her, illuminating the way. Before long, Lila came upon a clearing unlike any she had ever seen. The ground was blanketed in a carpet of soft, glowing moss that pulsed with a gentle radiance. Towering above her were ancient trees with twisted branches that seemed to reach for the heavens, and in the center of the clearing stood a magnificent willow tree, its long tendrils swaying in an invisible breeze. As Lila approached the willow, she heard the faintest sound of laughter, like tinkling bells carried on the wind. Suddenly, a tiny figure emerged from the willow's branches, fluttering on delicate wings. It was a fairy, no bigger than Lila's hand, with skin that shimmered like moonlight and hair that cascaded like a waterfall of stardust. "Welcome, dear Lila," the fairy said in a melodic voice. "We've been expecting you." Lila's eyes widened in wonder as more fairies appeared, each one more enchanting than the last. They danced and twirled around her, leaving a trail of shimmering dust in their wake. "This is the Evergleam Glade," the fairy explained, "a place of magic and wonder, hidden from the eyes of those who have lost their sense of curiosity and adventure." Lila spent the night in the glade, marveling at the fairies' stories of their enchanted realm. They showed her how to coax the glowing moss to reveal its secrets, and how to weave crowns from the willow's branches. As the hours passed, Lila felt a warmth in her heart that she had never known before. But as the first rays of dawn crept over the horizon, the fairies gathered around Lila, their faces etched with concern. "You must return to your world now, dear Lila," the fairy said, "but know that the Evergleam Glade will always be here, waiting for those who dare to seek it out." Lila nodded, tears glistening in her eyes. She knew that her time in the glade had changed her forever, awakening a sense of wonder and courage that would guide her on future adventures. As she turned to leave, the fairy called out one last time, "Remember, Lila, the true magic lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself." With those words echoing in her heart, Lila emerged from the forest, her eyes shining with the promise of a world waiting to be explored. And though she would never speak of her experience in the Evergleam Glade, she carried its lessons with her always, inspiring others to embrace their curiosity and find the courage to venture into the great unknown. Story 43. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the leaves rustled like the softest silk and the air was imbued with the scent of blooming moonflowers, there lay the quaint village of Glimmerbrook. Nestled between hills that looked like sleeping giants, Glimmerbrook was a place where magic hummed gently beneath the surface, like the purring of a contented cat. The villagers of Glimmerbrook prided themselves on their simple yet enchanted lives. They tended to their gardens of luminescent herbs and crafted delicate trinkets that sang with the songs of the stars. But lately, something peculiar had been afoot. Each morning, as the first light of dawn kissed the dew-kissed fields, the villagers awoke to find small, mysterious changes around them. A wheelbarrow full of apples turned to a pile of ripe pears, the brook babbling with laughter instead of its usual gentle murmur, and the cobblestone paths rearranging themselves into intricate patterns overnight. These oddities, though harmless, piqued the curiosity of young Wren, a gentle soul with eyes that twinkled like sunlit pools. Wren was known for her love of stories and her knack for unraveling the mysteries woven into the fabric of their magical world. With a heart full of wonder and a mind as sharp as a needle, she decided to uncover the truth behind these strange occurrences. Her first stop was the home of Elder Thistle, the village's wise mentor. His cottage was a welcoming nook of warmth, filled with the aroma of herbal brews and the soft crackle of a cozy fire. Elder Thistle, with his silver beard and twinkling eyes, was always ready to share his wisdom, often doing so in riddles that challenged and delighted the young minds of the village. "Elder Thistle," Wren began, settling into a chair that seemed to sigh with comfort as she sat, "do you know why things have been changing in the village?" Elder Thistle chuckled softly, the sound like a warm breeze rustling through autumn leaves. "Ah, Wren, you have the soul of an explorer. The answers you seek are often hidden in the simplest of places. Remember, magic often dances in the shadows of understanding." With this cryptic advice, Wren knew she needed to observe the village more closely. She spent her days wandering through the fields and forests, her senses attuned to the subtleties around her. She listened to the whispers of the wind, watched the play of light on the leaves, and noticed the way creatures moved with an unusual rhythm. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Wren found herself at the edge of the enchanted glade. It was a place where the veil between the world of magic and reality was thin, and the air shimmered with a soft, ethereal glow. As she sat quietly beneath an ancient oak, she noticed a gentle rustling among the ferns. From the thicket emerged a creature she had only heard of in tales, the will-o'-wisp. These were kindly spirits of the forest, known for their playful nature and love of riddles. The will-o'-wisp, with its translucent wings and eyes like drops of dew, flitted around Wren, its laughter as light as the breeze. "Little Wren," the will-o'-wisp chimed in a voice that danced like moonlight on water. "What brings you to the glade on such a night?" "I'm trying to understand the strange happenings in Glimmerbrook," Wren replied, her voice soft with wonder. "Do you know anything about it?" The will-o'-wisp hovered closer, its glow illuminating Wren's curious face. "The changes you see are echoes of an ancient spell, a playful enchantment set long ago to amuse and delight. It is the magic of the forest responding to the laughter and joy of your village." Wren pondered the wisp's words, understanding dawning like the first light of day. The enchantments were not meant to confuse or disrupt, but rather to remind the villagers of the magic that lived within their laughter and camaraderie. The changes were a gentle nudge to see the world with fresh eyes, to appreciate the wonder that lay in the everyday. With a grateful heart, Wren thanked the will-o'-wisp, who twinkled away into the night, leaving a trail of starry dust behind. She returned to Glimmerbrook, her heart light and her mind clear. The next morning, Wren gathered the villagers in the town square, which was aglow with the soft light of enchanted lanterns. She shared her discovery, explaining how the changes were a reflection of their own joy and unity. The villagers, with smiles as warm as the sun, embraced the enchantments, seeing them as charming companions in their lives. From that day on, Glimmerbrook thrived with an even deeper appreciation for the magic that surrounded them. The villagers laughed more freely, their spirits lifted by the knowledge that their joy was the true source of the enchantments. And as for Wren, she continued to explore the mysteries of the world, her heart forever guided by the gentle wisdom of the will-o'-wisp and elder thistle. In the heart of the whispering woods, where magic hummed softly beneath the surface, the village of Glimmerbrook nestled contentedly, ever a beacon of harmony and wonder. And so, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Wren knew that in the world of enchantment, the simplest joys often held the greatest magic of all. Story 44. Title: The Whispering Lantern. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a dense forest, there lived a young girl named Lila. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and pink, Lila could be found perched on the old stone wall that bordered her grandmother's garden. The garden was a magical place, brimming with vibrant flowers that swayed gently in the breeze, and a small pond where frogs sang their nightly serenades. But what drew Lila to the garden each night was the mysterious lantern hanging from the ancient oak tree at its center. The lantern was unlike any other. It glowed with a soft, ethereal light and emitted a faint whispering sound that seemed to call only to her. Lila's grandmother often told tales of the lantern's magic, stories passed down through generations. It was said to be a guide for lost souls, a beacon that could illuminate hidden paths and reveal truths unseen. Lila was enchanted by these stories, and in her heart she longed for an adventure of her own, one that the lantern might lead her on. One chilly autumn evening, as the crisp air tingled with the scent of fallen leaves, Lila wrapped herself in a woolen scarf and ventured into the garden. The lantern's glow was more radiant than ever, casting golden flecks across the grass. As Lila approached, the whispers grew clearer, weaving a melody that filled her with a sense of wonder and curiosity. She reached out a tentative hand, and as her fingers brushed the cool metal, the world around her began to shimmer. Suddenly, the garden transformed. The flowers bloomed with colors she had never seen, and the old oak stretched its branches, leaves rustling like laughter. The whispering grew louder, forming words that danced through the air. "Follow the light," they beckoned warmly. With a deep breath, Lila took her first step into the unknown. As she moved forward, a path unfurled before her, paved with cobblestones that glistened like diamonds. The lantern floated beside her, its light illuminating the way. Her heart pounded with excitement and a touch of nervousness, but she felt a comforting presence beside her, as if the lantern itself was guiding her with gentle assurance. The path led her deep into the forest, where the trees stood tall like ancient guardians. Their leaves whispered secrets in the wind, and the ground was soft beneath her feet, covered in a carpet of moss and wildflowers. Lila could hear the distant murmur of a stream and the songs of night birds calling to one another. It was a symphony of nature, filling her with peace. As she journeyed further, the forest began to change. The trees parted to reveal a hidden world, a place where magic was woven into every leaf and stone. Fireflies flitted about, their tiny lights twinkling like stars fallen from the sky. A gentle mist hovered above the ground, swirling in patterns that danced to an unseen rhythm. In the heart of this enchanted realm, Lila discovered a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a towering crystal formation, its facets catching the lantern's glow and scattering it in a kaleidoscope of colors. It was breathtakingly beautiful, and Lila felt a pull towards it, as if the crystal held the answers to questions she hadn't yet asked. As she approached, the whispers returned, clearer than ever. "To find your truth, you must look within," they advised softly. Lila paused, contemplating the message. She realized that this journey was not just about discovering a magical world, but about discovering herself. It was about understanding her own heart, her dreams, and the strength she carried within. With newfound determination, Lila sat before the crystal, closing her eyes as she let the lantern's light wash over her. Memories surfaced, moments of joy and sadness, triumphs and fears. She saw herself as she truly was, and she embraced it all. In that moment of clarity, she understood the importance of accepting herself fully, for it was the key to unlocking her potential. When she opened her eyes, the crystal glowed warmly, as if acknowledging her realization. The lantern shimmered brightly, its light now intertwined with the crystals. Lila felt a deep sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing she had taken the first step on a journey of personal growth and self-discovery. As she made her way back through the forest, the path felt familiar, and she walked with a newfound confidence. The hidden world welcomed her, its magic now a part of her. Woven into her very being, the lantern floated beside her, a faithful companion and guide, its whispers now a gentle melody of encouragement. Upon returning to the garden, Lila found her grandmother waiting, her eyes twinkling with knowing pride. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked softly. Lila nodded, a smile spreading across her face. "I found myself," she replied, her voice filled with quiet joy. As they sat together in the garden, the lantern's glow mingled with the stars above, casting a warm, gentle light over them. And in that moment, Lila understood that her journey was only beginning, but she was ready for whatever adventures lay ahead, armed with the wisdom she had gained and the friendship of a magical lantern. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, surrounded by the comforting embrace of the garden, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart filled with dreams of wonder and the promise of new beginnings. Story 45. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, there lay a hidden glen known as Whispering Wood. This was a place where the whisper of the wind told secrets only the trees could remember, and where time seemed to gently ripple like a pond disturbed by the lightest of breezes. In this enchanted wood, there lived a community of creatures, each with their own role in the delicate balance of their world. There was the wise old tortoise, Thistle, whose shell was etched with the patterns of countless seasons. Thistle moved slowly but with purpose, his eyes reflecting the gentle wisdom of the ages. Nearby, a family of rabbits made their home in a burrow beneath the roots of a great oak tree. Their fur was as soft as the down of dandelions, and their bright eyes sparkled with curiosity. They were led by the matriarch, Willow, whose heart was as warm as a sunbeam breaking through the morning mist. Above, in the high branches of the trees, lived the sparrows, their feathers a mosaic of browns and golds. They flitted from branch to branch, singing songs that wove the tapestry of the forest soundscape. Their leader, a sparrow named Pip, carried the melody of dawn on his wings. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the scent of pine, mingled with the sweet aroma of wildflowers. Each morning, as the mist rolled in like a soft blanket over the forest floor, the creatures gathered by the crystal-clear brook that wound its way through the wood. There they shared stories and wisdom, their voices a gentle murmur in harmony with the babbling water. It was here that the creatures learned of the seasons, each one a chapter in the forest's never-ending story. Spring was a time of renewal, when the buds unfurled and the air was filled with the promise of new beginnings. Summer brought warmth and growth, the forest a riot of color and life. Autumn painted the leaves in hues of amber and gold, a time of reflection and harvest. And winter, with its cloak of snow, was a time of rest and quietude, the world hushed under a blanket of white. One morning, as the creatures gathered by the brook, they noticed something unusual. The air was heavy with anticipation, and the usual chorus of birdsong was replaced by a soft, mysterious hum. The creatures sensed that something magical was about to happen. As they watched, the brook, usually a gentle stream, began to shimmer with iridescent colors. A swirl of mist rose from its surface, coiling and dancing in the air like a living thing. The creatures gazed in wonder, their eyes wide with awe. From the heart of the mist emerged a figure, delicate and ethereal, with hair like silver moonlight and eyes as deep as the night sky. It was Frost, the guardian spirit of the winter season. Her presence was serene and calming, like the first snowfall that blankets the world in peace. Frost spoke in a voice that was both soft and resonant, each word a note in a melody that only the forest could truly comprehend. "The time has come for the cycle to begin anew," she said, her words a gentle caress on the cool morning air. "The balance of our world depends on harmony with the seasons." The creatures listened intently, their hearts open to the wisdom Frost imparted. She spoke of the importance of each season, how they were all interconnected, each one preparing the way for the next. She reminded them that even in the stillness of winter, life continued, hidden beneath the snow, waiting patiently for the warmth of spring. As Frost's words settled over them like a comforting quilt, the creatures felt a deep sense of belonging, a connection to the earth and to each other that transcended time. They understood that they were not just inhabitants of the forest, but integral parts of its story, each with a role to play in maintaining its harmony. With a gentle nod, Frost began to dissolve back into the mist, her presence lingering like the last notes of a lullaby. The creatures watched until the mist returned to the brook, leaving the air clear and crisp once more. That day, the creatures of Whispering Wood went about their tasks with renewed purpose. Thistle, with his steady pace, continued his patrol of the forest's paths, ensuring they were clear for the coming spring. Willow led her family in gathering the last of the autumn leaves, creating warm nests for the cold months ahead. Pip and his sparrowkin sang songs of hope and resilience, their voices carrying the promise of spring through the bare branches. As the days grew shorter and the nights longer, the forest settled into the embrace of winter. Snow fell softly, a blanket of white that transformed the world into a place of quiet beauty. The creatures nestled in their homes, sharing the warmth of friendship and the stories passed down through generations. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, the creatures of Whispering Wood continued to live in harmony with the seasons, guided by the wisdom of the ages and the gentle magic of their world. The cycle of life unfolded with each passing day, a testament to the enduring balance of nature and the strength of community. And as the stars twinkled above, like scattered diamonds in the velvet sky, the creatures drifted into slumber, their dreams filled with the promise of spring and the timeless wonder of the forest they called home. Story 46. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest where the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, there was a small, hidden glade known only to the creatures of the woodland. In this glade, where sunlight dappled the ground with golden patches, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers, lived a young hare named Thistle. Thistle was known throughout the forest for his sprightly hops and his coat that shimmered like silver moonlight. Yet, despite his outward brightness, Thistle carried a heavy heart. He was troubled by the changes that the forest underwent with the passing seasons. Each transformation, from the vibrant flowers of spring to the somber snow-laden silence of winter, filled him with unease. One day, as the forest began its gentle shift from summer to autumn, Thistle sat by the edge of a glittering stream, watching the leaves change from emerald to amber. A soft rustling announced the arrival of Fern, a wise old tortoise with eyes as deep as the forest itself. "Why so troubled, young Thistle?" Fern asked in a voice that was as soothing as the stream's gentle babble. "I'm worried, Fern," Thistle confessed, staring into the rippling water. "Everything is changing, and I feel lost. The colors, the air, even my favorite paths are different." Fern nodded, her gaze thoughtful. "Change is the nature of all things," she said. "It is the rhythm of life, but perhaps, instead of fearing it, you might find a way to embrace it." Thistle pondered Fern's words long after she had returned to her shaded burrow. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow upon the forest, Thistle had a dream. In his dream, he stood beneath a towering oak, its branches heavy with shimmering golden acorns. As he watched, the acorns began to fall, and with each one that touched the earth, the forest around him transformed. The leaves danced with colors he had never seen, and the air was filled with a song that resonated deep within his heart. When Thistle awoke, the dawn had painted the sky with hues of rose and gold. Despite the chill of the autumn morning, he felt a new warmth inside him. He decided to seek the wisdom of the oldest tree in the forest, the great oak, whose roots were said to reach the heart of the earth. As Thistle made his way through the forest, he was joined by a pair of sparrows, Rustle and Gossamer, who flitted from branch to branch, their cheerful chirps a comforting melody. "We heard you were seeking the great oak," Rustle chirped. "It's a wise choice." "Indeed," Gossamer added, her feathers glinting in the morning light. "The great oak has seen many seasons and can guide you." With his new companions, Thistle felt his apprehension ease. Together, they journeyed through the forest, past the babbling brooks, and under the watchful gaze of the towering pines, until they reached the clearing where the great oak stood. The great oak was a majestic presence, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the sky. The air around it was filled with a sense of timelessness, and Thistle approached with a mixture of awe and reverence. "Great oak," Thistle whispered, "I seek to understand how to embrace change instead of fearing it." The great oak's leaves rustled in response, and a gentle breeze carried its voice to Thistle's ears. "Change is the dance of life, young one. Each season brings its own gifts, and within each transformation lies the opportunity for growth." "But how do I find joy in it?" Thistle asked, his voice tinged with the longing for understanding. "Look to the acorns," the great oak advised. "Within each one lies the potential for a mighty oak, yet it must first let go of its shell and embrace the unknown." Thistle contemplated this wisdom as he and his companions made their way back through the forest. As the days passed, he began to notice the beauty in the changing leaves, the crispness of the autumn air, and the way the animals prepared for the coming winter. He realized that the forest was not merely changing, it was transforming, growing, just as he was. One chilly evening, as the first snowflakes began to fall, Thistle met Fern again by the stream. "I think I understand now," he said, his voice steady with newfound insight. "Change is not something to fear. It's a chance to discover new parts of myself and the world around me." Fern smiled, her eyes crinkling with warmth. "Indeed, Thistle, growth is the greatest magic of all." And so Thistle embraced the seasons, finding joy in the dance of transformation. With each change, he discovered new strengths and passions within himself, and the forest, once a place of uncertainty, became a tapestry of opportunities and wonders. As the years passed, Thistle became a steadfast friend to all who wandered the forest, sharing his journey of growth and transformation with those who needed it most. And under the watchful branches of the great oak, he found not only acceptance, but a deep and abiding peace, woven into the very fabric of his being. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, Thistle's story endured, a gentle reminder that within each of us lies the magic to embrace change and discover the beauty of who we truly are. Story 47. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowmere, nestled between rolling green hills and the shimmering silver lake, there lived a gentle-hearted girl named Lily. She had hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes like the summer sky, full of curiosity and warmth. Her days were spent helping her grandmother in their cozy cottage, which was adorned with climbing roses and ivy, and where the scent of freshly baked bread always lingered in the air. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves swirled in the brisk wind, Lily decided to explore the attic, a place she had always found intriguing, yet slightly mysterious. Dust motes danced in the shafts of sunlight that streamed through the small window, casting a magical glow over the forgotten treasures stored away in wooden trunks and dusty shelves. As Lily rummaged through a trunk filled with her grandmother's keepsakes, she uncovered something extraordinary. A small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with delicate engravings of stars and moons, and it seemed to hum softly with an energy all its own. Curiosity piqued, Lily carefully opened the box, revealing a shimmering, iridescent feather nestled within. The moment her fingers brushed against the feather, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she heard a soft, melodic voice say, "I am the feather of whimsy, and I grant the gift of seeing the world through the eyes of wonder." Lily felt a tingle of excitement and a whisper of joy. She sensed that this feather held the potential for a journey unlike any she had ever imagined. With the feather tucked safely in her pocket, she decided to visit the village square, where the weekly market was in full swing. As she wandered through the bustling market, she noticed something extraordinary. The colors of the fruits and vegetables seemed more vibrant, the laughter of children more musical, and the friendly chatter of the villagers more harmonious. It was as if the world had been painted anew with a brush dipped in magic. Amidst the stalls, Lily met an elderly woman named Maud, who was known for her wisdom and gentle humor. Maud was selling an assortment of herbs and potions, each with its own story and purpose. As they chatted, Lily found herself sharing the secret of the magical feather. Maud listened with twinkling eyes, her smile warm and knowing. "Ah, the feather of whimsy," she said softly. "A rare gift indeed. It can open your heart to the hidden wonders of the world. But remember, true magic lies not just in seeing, but in understanding." Encouraged by Maud's words, Lily continued her journey through the village, meeting a host of delightful characters. There was Tomas, the jovial blacksmith with a heart as big as his laugh, who showed her the beauty hidden in the strength of the metal he forged. Then there was Eleanor, the shy weaver, who demonstrated how the simplest threads could be woven into patterns of breathtaking beauty. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lily found herself drawn to the edge of Silver Lake. The water shimmered like liquid silver, its surface a mirror to the twilight sky. Sitting on the grassy bank, she gently held the feather, pondering all she had seen and learned. It was then that she noticed a small, forlorn creature nearby, its fur matted and eyes filled with sadness. It was a tiny fox, its paw caught painfully in a trap. Without hesitation, Lily approached the fox, speaking softly to soothe its fears. With careful, gentle hands, she freed the creature, who gazed at her with gratitude before scampering off into the woods. As she watched it disappear, Lily realized the true power of the feather of whimsy. It wasn't just about seeing the world's wonders, but also about recognizing the kindness and wisdom within herself and sharing it with others. With her heart full of newfound understanding and a sense of peace, Lily returned home to her grandmother's cottage. There, by the warm glow of the fireplace, she told her grandmother of her day's adventures. Her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled like stars, her smile filled with love and pride. That night, as Lily lay in bed, wrapped in the softest quilt, she placed the feather of whimsy on her bedside table. She knew that its magic would always be a part of her, guiding her to see the beauty and wonder in everyday life. And so in the heart of Willowmere, under the gentle watch of the moon and stars, Lily drifted into dreams filled with laughter, kindness, and the soft, shimmering glow of magic, her heart forever changed by a simple feather and the journey it inspired. And the village of Willowmere, with its kind-hearted inhabitants and the whispers of magic in the air, remained a place where ordinary moments held extraordinary secrets, ready to be discovered by those who dared to see the world through the eyes of wonder. Story 48. In a quiet village nestled between rolling hills and a shimmering river, there lived a young woman named Mira. The village was known for its lush meadows, where wildflowers danced in the gentle breezes, and for its ancient traditions, whispered from one generation to the next like a secret melody. Mira had always felt a peculiar yearning, a sense that there was something more to her life than the daily rhythm of tending to the fields and weaving tapestries as her mother taught her. She often wandered to the edge of the village, where the river sang softly to the stones, its waters clear as glass under the sun's gentle gaze. One evening, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and lavender, Mira's grandmother, a wise woman with eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages, called her to the hearth. The fire crackled merrily, casting warm shadows on the walls of the cozy cottage. "My dear Mira," her grandmother began, stirring the embers with a slow, deliberate motion, "there is a story you must hear, a story of our family, of your roots, and of the legacy you carry." Mira leaned in closer, her heart fluttering with a mix of curiosity and anticipation. Her grandmother spoke of an ancient legacy, a tradition that had been passed down through their family for generations. It was said that their ancestors were the keepers of a magical artifact, a pendant imbued with the spirit of their heritage. This pendant, crafted from moonstone and silver, held the power to reveal truths and guide its bearer with wisdom. The pendant, her grandmother continued, her voice a soothing lullaby, is hidden in a secret grove, a place known only to those of our blood. You must find it, Mira, for it will guide you to understand who you are and where you come from. Mira's heart swelled with a newfound purpose. She felt a gentle warmth, as though the very air around her was alive with promise. The next morning, she set out on her journey, the dew-kissed grass soft beneath her feet and the sky a brilliant tapestry of blue above. Her path led her through a forest, where the trees stood tall and wise, their leaves whispering stories of old. Birds sang sweetly, their melodies weaving through the branches like threads of gold. Mira followed a trail known only to her heart, each step a dance with the earth beneath her. At last, she arrived at the grove, a hidden sanctuary where sunlight filtered through a canopy of emerald leaves, casting dappled shadows on the forest floor. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its presence a silent guardian of secrets untold. Beneath the oak, nestled in a bed of moss, lay the pendant, a crescent of moonstone shimmering in the gentle light. As Mira lifted it, she felt a rush of warmth spread through her fingers, a sense of connection anchoring her to the earth and the sky, to her past and her present. With the pendant resting against her heart, Mira began to understand. She saw visions of her ancestors, their lives woven with the same threads of love and courage that ran through her own. She saw their laughter and tears, their triumphs and trials, and she felt their wisdom settle into her bones. Returning to the village, Mira felt a profound sense of belonging. The fields seemed greener, the river's song sweeter, and the village more alive with the colors of her heritage. She knew now that she was part of something greater, a legacy that transcended time and space. As Mira sat by the river under the light of a silvery moon, she whispered a prayer of gratitude to her ancestors. The pendant glowed softly, a beacon of the past guiding her into the future, a reminder that she was never alone. And so, with the comforting embrace of her newfound understanding, Mira closed her eyes, the gentle lull of the river's song lulling her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she danced among the stars, her heart light with the knowledge that she was woven into the very fabric of the universe, a cherished thread in the tapestry of life. Story 49. In a forest older than memory itself, where the trees stood tall like gentle guardians, there existed a world unseen by most eyes. This forest, known to the few as the Whispering Woods, was a realm where the natural and magical intertwined seamlessly. Here creatures thrived in a harmony dictated by the rhythm of the seasons, and every leaf, every breeze sang songs of ages past. As dawn's first light filtered through the dense canopy, casting a soft golden glow upon the forest floor, a gentle rustling stirred among the leaves. It was the time of the vernal bloom, a season celebrated by all the woodland creatures. Under the watchful eyes of the towering oaks and the delicate birches, the forest awoke, shimmering with the promise of renewal. In this enchanted glade lived a wise old tortoise named Thistle. His shell bore the markings of countless springs and summers, a mosaic of time etched by the forest itself. Thistle was revered not only for his age, but for the stories he carried, tales of balance and unity taught by his ancestors, passed down through generations. One cool morning, as the mist lingered like a soft veil across the ground, Thistle emerged from his cozy burrow. The air was crisp, full of the scents of blooming wildflowers and damp earth. He took a moment to savor the symphony of birdsong that floated through the trees, a delicate chorus that heralded the awakening of the forest. As he made his way through the dappled sunlight, Thistle felt a familiar presence beside him. It was Willow, a nimble squirrel with a coat as soft and gray as the morning fog. She danced lightly from branch to branch, her eyes bright with curiosity and wonder. "Good morning, Thistle," Willow chirped, her voice as light as a spring breeze. "Are you headed to the gathering?" Thistle nodded, his eyes twinkling with warmth. "Indeed, young Willow. Today marks the first day of the vernal bloom, a time when we come together to renew our bond with the forest." Together, they journeyed deeper into the woods, following a path lined with clusters of bluebells and ferns. The forest was alive with color and movement, as if each creature played a part in a grand, harmonious ballet. Beneath the overarching branches, deer grazed peacefully, their ears twitching to the sound of a distant brook. A family of rabbits peeked out from their burrow, their noses twitching with the scent of fresh clover. At the heart of the whispering woods lay a serene clearing known as the Meadow of Echoes. Here, the forest dwellers gathered to celebrate the balance that sustained them all. As Thistle and Willow arrived, they were greeted by a chorus of gentle greetings and warm smiles. In the center of the meadow stood an ancient willow tree, its branches draping gracefully to the ground. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the forest, its roots stretching deep into the earth, connecting the creatures to the very heartbeat of the world. Beneath its sheltering boughs, the gathering began. The animals formed a circle around the willow, each of them bringing an offering to honor the forest. There were berries, nuts, and flowers, each one a symbol of gratitude for the abundance they enjoyed. Thistle placed a single, vibrant leaf at the base of the tree, a token of respect from a creature who had seen many seasons come and go. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Thistle began to speak, his voice a gentle murmur that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves. "In this time of renewal, let us remember the harmony that binds us to this forest. The balance of nature is a gift, one that we must cherish and protect." The creatures listened intently, their hearts swelling with the wisdom of Thistle's words. They knew that the forest's magic was not in grand gestures, but in the quiet, persistent thread of life that wove them all together. Willow, her eyes wide with awe, spoke up. "Thistle, how do we ensure that we maintain this harmony?" Thistle smiled, his gaze soft and knowing. "We listen, dear Willow. We listen to the whispers of the forest, to the stories carried on the wind. We learn from the past and tread gently upon the earth, leaving only footprints of kindness and care." As the day unfolded in a tapestry of light and shadow, the creatures shared stories and laughter, their bonds strengthened by the shared understanding of their place in the world. The sun dipped lower, casting a warm golden hue across the meadow, and as the first stars began to twinkle overhead, a gentle peace settled over the gathering. With their hearts full and their spirits renewed, the creatures slowly dispersed, each returning to their own corner of the forest. Thistle watched them go, his heart swelling with quiet pride for the community they had built. As the night deepened, a soft silvery mist began to cloak the forest once more. Thistle made his way back to his burrow, the path illuminated by the gentle glow of fireflies. He paused for a moment to look back at the meadow, where the willow tree stood like a sentinel against the night sky. "Until next season," he whispered, a promise carried on the wind. And so the cycle continued, the enchanted woods thriving in their timeless dance of balance and harmony. The wisdom of the forest lived on in the hearts of its creatures, a gentle reminder of the beauty of living in tune with the world. In the whispering woods, Where the boundaries of magic and reality blurred, peace reigned, and stories of old whispers lingered in the leaves, ever ready to guide those who listened. Story 50. Once upon a star-kissed night, nestled deep within an ancient forest, a young fawn named Willow discovered a peculiar object hidden beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak. It was a small, intricately carved box, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer beneath the soft glow of the moon. As Willow's gentle fingers traced the intricate carvings, the lid slowly creaked open, revealing a shimmering mist that unfurled and coalesced into the form of a diminutive, winged figure. "Greetings, young one," the tiny creature spoke in a voice that sounded like the tinkling of crystal chimes. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of these woods, and you have awakened me from my slumber." Willow's eyes widened in awe, for she had never encountered such a magical being before. "I didn't mean to disturb you," she stammered, her heart fluttering like a startled bird. Zephyr chuckled, a sound that reminded Willow of bubbling streams. "Fear not, little fawn. You have been chosen for a grand quest, one that will test your courage and reveal the true depths of your heart." Willow tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. "A quest? But I'm just a simple forest dweller. What could I possibly do?" With a wave of Zephyr's delicate hand, the mist swirled and formed images of a hidden realm, a world nestled within the very forest Willow called home. There exists a secret kingdom, one that has been shrouded from mortal eyes for centuries. It is a place of great beauty and wonder, but also of great peril. Willow leaned forward, entranced by the shimmering visions. "What peril?" Zephyr's expression grew somber. "A dark force has taken root in this realm, a malevolent entity that seeks to unravel the very fabric of nature itself. Only one with a pure heart and an unwavering spirit can venture forth and restore the balance." A tremor of fear rippled through Willow, but it was soon replaced by a sense of determination. "If I can help, then I must try," she declared, her voice steady despite the fluttering in her stomach. Zephyr smiled, and in that moment, Willow felt a warmth bloom within her chest. "Then let us begin your journey, young fawn." With a wave of Zephyr's hand, the mist enveloped Willow, and she found herself transported to a vibrant meadow unlike any she had seen before. Towering blooms in every imaginable hue swayed in a gentle breeze, their petals shimmering with tiny motes of light that danced like fireflies. As Willow marveled at the breathtaking beauty around her, a soft voice called out, "Welcome, dear one." Turning, Willow came face to face with a majestic creature, a noble stag with a coat that seemed woven from sunbeams and starlight. "I am Arian, guardian of this realm," the stag spoke, his voice deep and resonant. "Zephyr has chosen well, for I sense a courageous heart beating within you." Willow bowed her head respectfully. "I will do whatever I can to help," she promised. Arian's eyes shone with pride. "Then let us begin your quest, for time is of the essence." And so Willow's journey through the hidden realm began, guided by Arian's wisdom and the occasional visits from Zephyr, who would appear in a shimmer of mist to offer words of encouragement and insight. Their path led them through wondrous landscapes, shimmering streams that sang like crystal bells, glades where the very air seemed to sparkle with magic, and towering trees that whispered ancient secrets to those who would listen. Yet, even amidst such beauty, Willow could sense the darkness that Zephyr had warned her about. Shadows seemed to linger at the edges of her vision, and sometimes she would catch glimpses of twisted, malformed creatures skulking through the undergrowth. As they delved deeper into the realm, Willow and Arian encountered other denizens of this hidden world. Talking trees whose branches creaked with wisdom, playful sprites that darted through the air like living rainbows, and even a clan of gentle giants who tended to the forest with their massive, gentle hands. Each encounter taught Willow valuable lessons: patience from the ancient trees, joy from the frolicking sprites, and compassion from the gentle giants. And with each lesson, she felt her heart grow stronger, her resolve more steadfast. But the darkness was ever present, a constant threat that seemed to grow stronger with each passing day. Willow and Arian found themselves facing twisted creatures born of malice and corruption, shadows given form that sought to extinguish the light and life from the realm. In the heat of one such battle, Willow found herself separated from Arian, her path blocked by a towering thorny barrier that seemed to pulse with malevolent energy. As she searched for a way through, a small, flickering light caught her eye. A tiny sprite, its wings tattered and its glow fading. Without hesitation, Willow scooped up the wounded creature, cradling it gently in her hands. "Hold on, little one," she whispered, her voice trembling with concern. The sprite looked up at her with eyes that shone like distant stars. "You have a kind heart, young fawn," it rasped. "But even the purest light can be snuffed out if left unguarded." Willow felt a lump form in her throat as she watched the sprite's glow grow dimmer. "What can I do? I can't let the darkness win." The sprite managed a faint smile. "The answer lies within you, dear one. Trust in the light that shines in your heart, and let it guide you through the shadows." As the sprite's words faded, something stirred within Willow, a warmth that bloomed from her very core, a radiance that seemed to emanate from her very being. With a deep breath, she focused on that inner light, allowing it to grow and intensify until it burned away the darkness around her. The thorny barrier parted, revealing a path forward, and Willow knew what she had to do. She pressed on, her steps surer, her heart filled with a newfound sense of purpose. At last, she found herself in a twisted glade, where the very trees seemed to writhe in agony, their branches gnarled and their leaves withered. And in the center of this blighted space, she saw Arian locked in battle with a towering, shadowy figure, the embodiment of the dark force that threatened to consume the realm. Without hesitation, Willow charged forward, her inner light burning brighter than ever before. The shadowy entity turned its malevolent gaze upon her, but Willow did not falter. She called upon the lessons she had learned, the friendships she had forged, and the indomitable strength of her own heart. In a blinding burst of radiance, Willow unleashed her light, searing away the darkness and banishing the malevolent force from the realm. The twisted glade began to transform, the trees straightening, their leaves unfurling in vibrant shades of green as life and vitality were restored. Arian approached Willow, his noble head bowed in reverence. "You have triumphed, young fawn," he said, his voice filled with awe. "Your light has banished the darkness and restored balance to our realm." Willow felt a sense of peace wash over her, a contentment that stemmed from deep within her soul. "I couldn't have done it without the wisdom and friendship I found here," she replied, her eyes shining with gratitude. Zephyr appeared in a swirl of mist, her tiny form beaming with pride. "You have proven yourself worthy, Willow," she said, "and in doing so, you have not only saved this realm, but also discovered the true strength that lies within your heart." As Zephyr's words echoed through the glade, Willow understood the profound transformation she had undergone. She had faced her fears, embraced the power of friendship and compassion, and emerged victorious, her spirit shining brighter than ever before. And so, with a heart filled with joy and a newfound sense of purpose, Willow bid farewell to the hidden realm, carrying with her the lessons she had learned and the memories she had forged. For she knew that her journey had only just begun, a journey of growth, discovery, and the unwavering belief that even the smallest light can banish the darkest of shadows. Story 51. In the far reaches of the Orion Spiral, where stardust whispered secrets to the void, lay the moonlit planet of Luminara. Its surface shimmered with a gentle, opalescent glow, and its tranquil forests were woven with luminescent vines that danced in the breeze like strands of liquid light. It was here, beneath the sprawling boughs of the celestial trees, that two unlikely companions found themselves on a journey that would change everything. Zara, a wanderer from the distant desert world of Pyrrhus, was a being of fire and ash. Her skin glowed with a faint ember-like warmth, and her eyes were two smoldering coals set against the backdrop of her charcoal complexion. Perusians were known for their fiery tempers and fierce independence, traits that Zara embodied fully. Yet beneath her fiery exterior lay a heart yearning for connection, a flicker of warmth that sought to find its place in the universe. Her companion was Nox, a gentle giant from the aquatic realm of Aquilus. Nox was a being of water and mist, his form ever shifting like the waves of his home world. His skin shimmered with hues of deep blue and sea green, and his eyes were as calm and profound as the ocean depths. Aquilisians were creatures of fluidity and grace, known for their patience and wisdom. Nox, with his serene demeanor and quiet strength, was a testament to this legacy. Their paths crossed by chance in the bustling marketplace of the interstellar city of Solara. Zara, with her fiery impatience, had been haggling over the price of a rare crystal, its iridescent surface reminiscent of her own world's sands. Nox, drawn to the commotion by his innate curiosity, had wandered over, his presence a calming balm in the midst of the marketplace's chaos. Their first meeting was not without its misunderstandings. Zara, mistaking Nox's inquisitive nature for intrusion, had bristled, her words sharp and defensive. But Nox, with the patience of the tides, met her fiery outburst with a gentle smile, his voice a soothing cadence that spoke of understanding and peace. "Sometimes the flames need the sea," he had said simply, his words carrying a weight that lingered in the air. It was this unlikely pairing, fire and water, that set them on their shared journey across Luminara. Their mission was one of necessity, a quest to retrieve the lost fragments of the Celestial Codex, an ancient artifact said to hold the wisdom of the stars. The journey would take them through the heart of Luminara's enchanted forests, across the serene mirror lakes, and into the mysterious echo caves, where whispers of the past sang through the stone. As they traveled together, the initial misunderstandings between Zara and Nox began to fade, replaced by a growing bond forged through shared challenges. They learned to navigate each other's differences, finding strength in their contrasting natures. Zara's fiery determination provided the drive needed to overcome obstacles, while Nox's calm wisdom offered clarity in moments of doubt. Their journey was not without its trials. In the depths of the echo caves, they faced the shadows of their own fears. Zara's fear of vulnerability and Nox's fear of loss emerged as specters in the dark, haunting their steps. Yet, in the face of these shadows, they found solace in each other. Nox's reassuring presence grounded Zara's tempestuous spirit, while Zara's fierce loyalty kindled a warmth within Nox's heart that dispelled the chill of loneliness. Through their trials, Zara and Nox discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended their differences, a connection that embraced their individual strengths and weaknesses. They learned that true companionship was not about changing who they were, but about accepting each other wholly, flaws and all. As they pieced together the fragments of the Celestial Codex, Zara and Nox also pieced together the fragments of their own hearts. They discovered that friendship was not just a meeting of minds, but a melding of souls, a symphony of fire and water that created something beautiful and enduring. Their journey across Luminara came to an end beneath the shimmering canopy of the celestial trees, where the Codex's secrets unfolded before them like a tapestry of light. In that moment of revelation, Zara and Nox realized that the true treasure they had sought was not the wisdom of the stars, but the friendship they had forged along the way. As the stars of Luminara twinkled above, Zara and Nox stood side by side, their hearts aglow with a warmth that defied the cold of space. And in the gentle embrace of their unlikely companionship, they found a home in each other's presence, a place where fire and water danced together in harmony, forever illuminating the path ahead. Story 52. The Whispering Brook and the Silver Acorn. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a grand forest, there lived a gentle girl named Lila. Lila had hair the color of freshly harvested wheat and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed grass in the morning sun. Her village was a place where stories danced on the wind, and every child grew up with the whispered tales of the magical world hidden deep within the forest. However, like many tales, these were often dismissed by the practical-minded adults. Lila, with her heart full of wonder and curiosity, loved to listen to the stories her grandmother shared by the fireside. Her favorite was about the Whispering Brook, a stream said to be imbued with magic, running through the heart of the forest. The brook, her grandmother said, held secrets untold and treasures unseen, among them the legendary silver acorn, a magical object that could grant the purest wish of the heart. One balmy evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and orange, Lila decided she would find this brook and discover its secrets. Armed with her grandmother's stories and a heart full of courage, she set off on her adventure early the next morning. The air was crisp, and the forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves and the chirping of birds, creating a symphony of nature's own making. As she ventured deeper into the forest, the path became less trodden, and the trees grew taller, their branches forming a canopy that filtered the sunlight into a dappled pattern on the forest floor. The air here was cooler, carrying the earthy scent of moss and wet leaves. Lila felt a tingling excitement, as if the forest itself was welcoming her. After a while, Lila came upon a small clearing where the whispering brook bubbled and sang over smooth stones. The brook was as her grandmother had described, its waters clear as crystal, murmuring secrets in a language only the heart could understand. Lila knelt beside it, listening intently. She closed her eyes and let the sound envelop her, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. It was then that she noticed a curious squirrel watching her from the branches of an old oak tree. Its fur was a deep, rich brown, and its eyes sparkled with intelligence. The squirrel chattered animatedly, as if urging her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stood up and, with the squirrel leading the way, walked along the edge of the brook. The journey took them deeper into the heart of the forest. Lila noticed how the forest seemed to change around her. The trees appeared more ancient, their bark gnarled with the passage of time. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, mingling with the fresh, cool fragrance of pine. The squirrel led her to a part of the forest where the brook widened and formed a small, serene pool. Here, the water was so still, it mirrored the sky above. In the center of the pool, nestled among the stones, was the silver acorn. It glimmered in the soft light, its surface etched with delicate patterns that seemed to shift and change as Lila gazed upon it. She reached out, her fingers brushing against its cool surface, and felt a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of hope and possibility. Suddenly the squirrel squeaked urgently, drawing Lila's attention back to the forest around her. She realized that she was not alone. From the shadows stepped a figure, an elderly woman with a serene expression and eyes that twinkled like stars. Her presence was gentle yet commanding, and Lila felt a sense of familiarity. "I am the guardian of the forest," the woman explained, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. "You have found the silver acorn, but its magic is not to be used lightly. Only those with a pure heart and a selfless wish may take it." Lila's heart raced. She had not considered what she would wish for. She thought of the village, of her family and friends, and of the world beyond. She realized then that her wish was not for herself, but for the happiness and well-being of those she loved. With a steady voice, Lila spoke her wish. "I wish for the village to always have enough, for the forest to remain a place of wonder, and for everyone to find their own happiness." The guardian nodded, her smile warm and approving. "Your wish is a noble one," she said. "The magic of the silver acorn will ensure that your heart's desire is fulfilled. But remember, the true magic lies not in the acorn, but in the kindness and love you carry within you." With those words, the guardian vanished, leaving Lila standing by the pool, the silver acorn glowing softly in her hand. The squirrel chattered happily, and Lila knew it was time to return home. As she retraced her steps through the forest, Lila noticed how everything seemed more vibrant, the colors more vivid, the sounds more harmonious. The forest was alive with magic, and she felt a deep connection to it all. When she finally emerged from the trees, the sun was setting once more, casting a golden glow over the village. Lila's heart swelled with joy as she saw her family waiting for her, their faces filled with relief and love. Lila shared her adventure with them, her words weaving a tapestry of wonder and enchantment. And as she spoke, she realized that the silver acorn had already begun to work its magic. The village seemed brighter, the people more content, and the forest remained a sanctuary of beauty and mystery. From that day on, Lila carried the silver acorn as a reminder of her journey and the power of a selfless wish. She continued to explore the forest, often accompanied by the curious squirrel, discovering new wonders and sharing them with her village. The Whispering Brook became a place of pilgrimage for those who sought solace and inspiration, its waters still singing the secrets of the forest. And Lila, with her heart full of dreams and her spirit guided by love, grew into a wise and compassionate woman, beloved by all who knew her. And so, the legend of the silver acorn lived on, a testament to the magic that resides in nature and in the hearts of those who believe. In the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like the guardian's eyes, the village would gather to share stories by the fireside, their tales echoing the timeless truth that kindness, love, and friendship are the greatest magic of all. And so, dear listener, as you drift into slumber, remember the gentle whisper of the brook and the warmth of the silver acorn's magic. Let your dreams be filled with wonder, and may your heart always carry the light of kindness and love. Sleep well and wake with joy, for the world awaits your own story to unfold. Story 53. The Whispering Woods, a Journey Beyond the Leaves. In a quaint village nestled between gentle hills and the edge of an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Amara. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, sat at the very boundary where the village met the towering trees of the Whispering Woods. This forest, dense and rich with secrets, had long been a subject of fascination and mystery for the villagers, who spoke of its magical creatures and enchanted pathways. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Amara would sit by her window, her gaze fixed beyond the village's cobblestone streets and into the depths of the forest. Her heart longed for adventure, for she felt a pull towards the woods that she couldn't quite explain. It was as if the forest itself was calling out to her, whispering her name in the rustle of leaves. One particularly breezy evening, while the village was settling into the quiet rhythm of night, Amara noticed something peculiar. A soft, shimmering light flickered deep within the forest, pulsing like a heartbeat. It was unlike anything she had seen before. With a heart full of curiosity and a sense of destiny, Amara decided that the time had come to venture into the woods. As she stepped into the forest, a chorus of crickets serenaded her, and the cool night air wrapped around her like a comforting cloak. The path before her was faint, covered in a bed of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches arching overhead like cathedral vaults. Amara walked further, guided by the mysterious glow, until she reached a clearing where the moonlight spilled like silver rain. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, covered in moss that glistened like emeralds. Nestled among its roots was the source of the light, a small, intricately carved chest, glowing with an ethereal luminescence. Kneeling beside the chest, Amara felt a wave of warmth and kindness emanating from it. Gently, she opened the lid, revealing an ornate compass unlike any she'd seen before. Its face was adorned with symbols that seemed to shift and dance in the moonlight. As she held it, the compass needle spun wildly before settling, pointing decisively into the depths of the forest. With the compass in hand, Amara felt a newfound courage. She understood that this object was no ordinary compass. It was a guide, a key to discovering the hidden wonders of the Whispering Woods. As she rose to continue her journey, the forest seemed to awaken around her. Fireflies twinkled like stars, and the trees whispered secrets only she could hear. The path led Amara to a small brook, its waters babbling happily over smooth stones. She paused to drink, the water cool and refreshing, and in that moment she noticed a small creature watching her from the shadows. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that seemed to glow in the moonlight. Its eyes, bright and intelligent, met hers, and Amara felt an instant connection. The fox approached, its movements graceful and cautious. Amara extended her hand in greeting, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled her fingers before sitting beside her as if it had always been her companion. She named him Ember for his fiery coat and warm presence. Together, Amara and Ember followed the compass through the forest, which seemed to shift and change with each step they took. The trees whispered encouragement, their leaves rustling in a language only Amara and Ember could understand. The path led them to a hidden glade where wildflowers bloomed in a riot of colors, their petals soft and fragrant. In the center of the glade stood a stone archway, entwined with vines and illuminated by scattered moonbeams. Amara felt a gentle tug at her heart, urging her to step through. With Ember by her side, she passed beneath the archway, feeling a tingling sensation as she crossed into a new world. Beyond the archway lay a realm of unimaginable beauty. The air was fragrant with the scent of blooming flowers, and the sky was painted in soft pastels, as if dawn and dusk had embraced. Creatures of all kinds roamed freely, each more fantastical than the last. Majestic deer with antlers of crystal, birds with feathers that shimmered like rainbows, and gentle giants that moved with the grace of a summer breeze. In this hidden world, Amara and Ember discovered a community of beings who welcomed them with open arms. These creatures, some resembling humans, and others more like the animals of legend, lived in harmony, their lives intertwined with the magic of the land. They spoke of the compass and its power to reveal the true heart of the forest, a gift bestowed only upon those pure of heart and intent. As days turned into weeks, Amara and Ember learned the ways of this enchanted world. They helped tend to the gardens, gathered stories around the evening fires, and listened to the songs of the wind. Amara felt a sense of belonging she had never known before, her heart swelling with joy and gratitude for the friends she had found. Yet, she knew that her journey was far from over. The compass had shown her the beauty and magic of the forest, but it had also awakened something within her, a desire to share this wonder with her own world, to bridge the gap between the village and the forest. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blazed with stars, Amara gathered her new friends. With Ember at her side, she spoke of her home, of the villagers who lived in awe of the forest, but also in fear. She shared her vision of uniting the two worlds, of fostering understanding and harmony between those who walked the village streets and those who roamed the enchanted woods. Her words were met with thoughtful silence, and then, one by one, her friends nodded in agreement. They understood the importance of this mission, of showing the villagers that magic was not something to be feared, but embraced. With their support, Amara and Ember returned to the archway, the compass guiding their steps. As they passed through, the forest seemed to sing a farewell, and Amara felt a promise in the air, a promise of return, of new beginnings. Back in the village, Amara shared her story, her eyes alight with wonder and truth. At first, the villagers were skeptical, their fear of the unknown casting shadows over their hearts. But Amara's sincerity and the presence of Ember, who charmed the children with his playful antics, slowly began to melt their doubts. She led them to the edge of the forest, where the trees stood as silent sentinels, watching over the village with ancient eyes. With the compass in hand, Amara showed them the path to the clearing, to the oak tree that held the stories of the woods within its mighty trunk. As they ventured further, the villagers began to see the beauty that Amara had described, the vibrant colors, the gentle creatures, the whispers of the trees. And as they stood in the clearing, surrounded by the magic of the forest, they felt the peace and warmth that had embraced Amara on her journey. The bond between the village and the forest grew strong, nurtured by the friendships forged and the understanding shared. Amara, with Ember always by her side, became a bridge between the two worlds, a guardian of the magic that flowed like a river between the trees and the streets. Her journey had transformed her, filling her heart with the wisdom of the woods and the joy of friendship. She had learned that true magic lay not just in the enchantment of the forest, but in the connections we make and the love we share. Years passed, and the village blossomed, its people living in harmony with the forest and its secrets. The Whispering Woods, once a place of mystery and fear, became a sanctuary of wonder and discovery. And Amara, now an elder with silver strands in her hair and a light in her eyes, continued to guide those who sought the magic of the forest, her heart forever entwined with the trees and the friends she had found within. And so, on nights when the wind sang through the leaves and the stars shone bright, the villagers would gather around Amara by the fire, listening to her tales of the hidden world beyond the archway, of the compass that had led her to her destiny, and of the fox who had been her constant companion. In the warmth of the firelight, with Ember curled at her feet and the forest whispering its eternal song, they found comfort and peace, knowing that magic and friendship would always guide their way. Story 54. In a land where the twilight sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, nestled amid rolling hills and whispering woods, lay the charming village of Bramblebrook. The village was known for its quaint cobblestone paths, thatched roof cottages, and gardens blooming with flowers that sang gentle lullabies as they swayed in the evening breeze. Every night, the air was filled with the soft melodies of crickets and the distant hoot of owls, creating a symphony that lulled the villagers into peaceful slumber. In this village lived a kind-hearted girl named Lila. She had eyes the color of a summer sky and a heart as warm as the sun. Lila loved exploring the enchanted woods that bordered Bramblebrook, where she often found herself in the company of magical creatures. Her best friend was a small, shimmering sprite named Pippin, who had wings like stained glass and a laugh that sounded like tinkling bells. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lila noticed something peculiar. The flowers in her garden, which usually hummed soft tunes, were silent. Their petals drooped as if weighed down by an invisible burden. Lila's brow furrowed with concern. She gently touched the petals of a daisy, but it remained silent as a stone. Determined to unravel this mystery, Lila decided to seek the wisdom of the village's oldest and wisest resident, a gentle tortoise named Elderwood. Elderwood lived at the edge of the forest in a cozy burrow lined with moss and twinkling fireflies that danced like tiny lanterns. Elderwood, Lila called softly as she approached the burrow, "There's something strange happening in the village. The flowers have lost their song." Elderwood, his shell covered in a tapestry of lichen and tiny ferns, blinked slowly and regarded Lila with kind, knowing eyes. "Ah, young Lila," he rumbled in a voice as deep as the forest itself, "the world speaks in whispers. Sometimes we must listen with more than just our ears." Lila pondered Elderwood's words. She thanked him, and with Pippin fluttering beside her, set off into the heart of the enchanted woods. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine needles and damp earth. A gentle mist hung low over the ground, curling around Lila's ankles like a playful kitten. As they walked, Pippin's wings cast a kaleidoscope of colors onto the forest floor. "Do you think the flowers are sad, Lila?" Pippin asked, his voice tinged with concern. "Perhaps," Lila replied thoughtfully. "But I believe there's more to it. Let's see if we can find any clues that might explain their silence." They wandered deeper into the woods until they reached a glen where moonlit mushrooms glowed softly, creating a circle of light. In the center of this circle stood a peculiar sight, a tree unlike any Lila had seen before. Its bark shimmered with silver threads, and its leaves were translucent, catching the light like delicate crystal. Pippin gasped in awe. "The silverwood tree!" he exclaimed. "It's said to be the heart of the forest, connected to all living things." Lila approached the tree with reverence, her fingers trailing along its shimmering bark. As she did, she felt a gentle pulse, like a heartbeat, thrumming through her fingertips. In that moment, she understood. The tree was trying to communicate, but something was blocking its song. "We need to help the silverwood tree," Lila said to Pippin. "But how?" Pippin fluttered around the tree, examining it closely. "Look here," he said, pointing to a tangle of vines that had wrapped themselves tightly around the tree's base. "These vines are choking it, stopping its song from reaching the flowers." Lila knelt beside the tree and with great care began to untangle the vines. It was delicate work, for the vines were stubborn and twisted, but Lila's gentle patience and steady hands soon freed the tree from its grasp. As the last vine fell away, there was a soft sigh, like a breeze through leaves. The silverwood tree shimmered more brightly, and a melody began to fill the air, a sweet, harmonious tune that resonated through the forest and beyond. Pippin clapped his tiny hands in delight. "You did it, Lila! The song is returning." With the tree's song restored, Lila and Pippin hurried back to Bramblebrook. They were greeted by a sight that warmed their hearts. The flowers in Lila's garden were once again singing their gentle lullabies, their petals swaying in time with the melody that drifted from the forest. The villagers gathered, drawn by the renewed music, their faces glowing with joy and relief. Elderwood, who had followed them quietly, nodded with satisfaction. "You have done well, young ones," he said. "The world is a tapestry of connections, and you have helped mend its threads." Lila beamed with pride, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained and the friendship she shared with Pippin and the magical creatures of the forest. As the night deepened and stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Lila lay in her bed, listening to the soothing symphony of the flowers. She closed her eyes, feeling the gentle embrace of sleep, knowing that the world was once again in harmony. And so, in the cozy village of Bramblebrook, peace was restored, and the gentle mystery of the silent flowers was solved through kindness, observation, and the bonds of friendship. Story 55. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the gentle murmur of a winding stream, there lived a young girl named Clara. Clara had a heart as warm as the summer sun and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 fireflies. Every morning, she would wander through the village, her feet brushing against the soft, dew-laden grass as she waved to neighbors and gathered wildflowers. One crisp autumn morning, while exploring the edges of the enchanted whispering woods that bordered her village, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar object half buried in a bed of fallen leaves. It was an ornate brass key, intricately engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the light. As she held it in her hand, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the key itself was greeting her. Clara's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and wonder. This was no ordinary key, she could tell. Its presence seemed to whisper secrets of faraway places and hidden treasures. Determined to uncover its mystery, she slipped the key into her pocket and decided to seek the wisdom of the village's elder, Old Thomas. Old Thomas was a kindly soul with a beard as white as fresh snow, and eyes that twinkled with tales of old. He lived in a snug cottage, its stone walls covered in ivy, at the edge of the village. When Clara arrived, he was sitting by the hearth, the warm glow of the fire casting flickering shadows on the walls. "What brings you here, dear Clara?" he asked in a voice as soft as the rustle of autumn leaves. Clara revealed the key and shared her encounter in the woods. Old Thomas studied it, turning it over in his hands. "Ah, this is the key of whimsy," he mused. "A magical artifact said to unlock the wonders of one's own heart and the world beyond. But it is only the beginning of a journey, dear child." Intrigued and eager, Clara asked, "What must I do, Thomas?" "Follow where your heart leads you, and listen to the whispers of the key. It will guide you, but remember, the true magic lies within," he advised with a knowing smile. With this guidance, Clara set off on her journey, the key a comforting weight in her pocket. She ventured deeper into the whispering woods, a place where sunlight dripped through the canopy like golden honey, and every breeze carried the laughter of the trees. As she walked, Clara encountered a peculiar rabbit named Pippin, with fur as white as a cloud and eyes that sparkled with mischief. Pippin hopped alongside her, offering companionship and cheer. "Where are you headed, young Clara?" he chirped. "I'm following the whispers of this key," Clara replied, showing him the artifact. Pippin twitched his nose thoughtfully. "Ah, the key of whimsy. I've heard tales of its magic. I'll join you, for my paws are swift and my heart is light." Together, they journeyed through the woods, encountering a wise old owl named Ophelia, perched on an ancient oak. Her feathers were a tapestry of browns and golds, and her voice was deep and melodic. "The key you carry is a gift, but it is your choices that will shape your path," she advised, her eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. Clara and Pippin continued onward until they reached the edge of the woods where a sparkling brook babbled joyfully. There, they found a riddle etched into a smooth stone. To unlock the heart, seek the light within. Embrace what lies beneath the skin. Puzzled, Clara sat by the brook, pondering the riddle's meaning. Pippin nibbled on a clover, his ears perked attentively. "Perhaps it's about understanding one's true self," he suggested, and finding the courage to embrace it. Clara nodded, feeling a warmth spread through her chest. She realized the journey was not just about the key, but about discovering her own strengths and dreams. With renewed clarity, she held the key close, and as she did, a soft glow enveloped it, illuminating the path before them. Guided by the light, they journeyed further, eventually reaching a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood a magnificent tree, its branches adorned with shimmering leaves that tinkled like tiny bells in the breeze. Clara approached, and as she touched the tree, the key in her hand dissolved into a constellation of stars, merging with the leaves. In that moment, Clara understood the true magic of the key of whimsy. It had opened her heart to the beauty of the world and the strength within herself. She turned to Pippin, her smile as radiant as the morning sun. "Thank you, Pippin, for your friendship and wisdom." Pippin bowed, his eyes twinkling. "It is you who found the magic, Clara. Remember, the journey never truly ends. It only leads to new beginnings." With a heart full of gratitude and newfound wonder, Clara returned to Willowbrook, her spirit forever changed. She continued to explore, to dream, and to share the stories of her journey with others, inspiring them to seek the magic within their own hearts. And so, beneath the starry sky, in the embrace of the gentle night, Clara's tale of discovery and wonder came to rest, a comforting reminder that the greatest treasures are found not in distant lands, but within ourselves. As the village of Willowbrook slumbered peacefully, the whispering woods sang softly, carrying the echoes of Clara's journey through the dreams of all who listened. Story 56. Once upon a time, nestled in the rolling hills and whispering woods of a quaint village named Willowbrook, there was a curious little shop that beckoned the eyes of all who passed by. The shop, known simply as the Trinket's Tale, was filled from floor to rafters with all manner of peculiar objects. Its windows, frosted with age and adventure, glimmered like the eyes of a mischievous sprite, hinting at the wonders within. In this shop there lived a kind-hearted apprentice named Finn. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the summer sky, Finn had a knack for seeing the extraordinary in the ordinary. Each day the shop's owner, wise old Mr. Whittle, entrusted Finn with the task of arranging the curious items that adorned the shelves. But the shop held a secret, a wondrous secret, that was about to change Finn's life. One chilly autumn afternoon, as golden leaves twirled outside like dancers in a gentle breeze, Finn discovered an unassuming old compass tucked away in a dusty corner. Its casing was tarnished, but its needle gleamed with an inner light that seemed to hum with possibility. As Finn held the compass in his hand, he felt a soft, warm tingle spread from his fingers to his heart. The compass, it seemed, was no ordinary instrument. With Mr. Whittle's blessing, Finn set out to uncover the mystery of the magical compass. Alongside him came two steadfast companions, Maisie, the shop's resident cat, with her sleek silver fur and eyes like luminous moons, and Jasper, a wise old owl who perched on the shop's sign by night, sharing riddles and stories with those who cared to listen. Their journey began in the heart of Willowbrook, where cobblestone paths wove like threads through the tapestry of cozy cottages and fragrant gardens. As Finn followed the compass, he noticed it did not point north, but rather led him to places of warmth and kindness, like the cottage of Granny Alder, whose door always swung open to those in need of a hearty meal or a listening ear. Granny Alder, with her hands as worn as the pages of a well-loved book, gifted Finn a bundle of lavender, saying, "Wisdom often blooms in the simplest of places. Let this guide you." The compass hummed approvingly as Finn tucked the lavender into his satchel. From there, the compass carried them deeper into the woods, where the air was rich with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of the forest. It led them to a clearing where an ancient oak stood, its branches sprawling like welcoming arms. Beneath the oak, a gathering of woodland creatures awaited, a council of sorts, led by Bramble, the fox with a coat as fiery as the setting sun, and Pebble, the squirrel whose chatter was as lively as a bubbling brook. Bramble, with a twinkle in his eye, said, "The compass has brought you here for a reason, young Finn. Wisdom is not always found in books and maps, but in the hearts of those who seek to understand." Finn listened intently as the creatures shared their tales and insights, each story a thread weaving a tapestry of knowledge and compassion. The compass, resting in Finn's palm, glowed warmly, as if nodding in agreement with every lesson learned. As evening cloaked the forest in a velvet darkness dotted with stars, Finn, Maisie, and Jasper found themselves at the edge of a crystal-clear pond. Its surface shimmered under the moonlight, a mirror reflecting the vastness of the sky. Here the compass began to glow with an ethereal light, casting ripples of luminescence across the water. In that moment, Finn understood the true magic of the compass. It was not meant to lead him to treasure or riches, but to the wisdom of friendship, the beauty of nature, and the kindness that binds all living things. The journey had changed him, opening his heart to the wonders of the world and the gentle power of understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his companions by his side. The compass, now a cherished friend, had revealed its secret. that the greatest journey is often the one that leads us home, with new eyes to see and a fuller heart to give. As the first light of dawn painted the village in hues of gold and rose, Finn knew that the true magic lay not in the compass itself, but in the journey it had inspired. A journey of discovery, wonder, and the gentle wisdom that whispers softly in the quiet corners of the world. And so, under a sky that promised more adventures to come, Finn, Maisie, and Jasper settled into a cozy nook by the fireplace, where stories of their journey would be shared for generations, a testament to the magic that lies within each of us, waiting to be discovered. Story 57. Once upon a time, in a realm where magic danced among the trees and whispered through the winding brooks, there lived a young rabbit named Willow. Her fur was as soft as a cloud, and her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Willow's home was a cozy burrow nestled beneath an ancient willow tree, its branches forming a curtain of whispering leaves. It was here that she spent her days reading enchanting tales and dreaming of grand adventures. One crisp autumn morning, Willow emerged from her burrow to find something peculiar. The air was thick with a shimmering mist that seemed to swirl and dance with every breeze. Willow blinked her eyes in wonder, for this was unlike any morning fog she had ever seen. As she ventured deeper into the misty forest, she noticed that the trees and bushes appeared to be shifting. Their branches twisted and turned as if guided by an unseen force. Willow's heart raced with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Just then, a gentle voice called out to her, "Do not be afraid, little one. The forest is simply waking from its slumber." Willow turned to see a wise old owl perched on a nearby branch, her feathers ruffled by the swirling mist. "What do you mean, wise one?" Willow asked, her voice trembling slightly. The owl hooted softly. "Every autumn, when the leaves begin to turn and the air grows crisp, the spirits of the forest awaken from their summer dreams. They stretch their limbs and dance among the trees, preparing for the long winter ahead." Willow's eyes widened with wonder. "So this mist and the moving trees, it's all caused by the forest spirits?" The owl nodded sagely. "Indeed, little one. Though most creatures cannot perceive their presence, those with open hearts and curious minds can sometimes catch glimpses of their playful dance." As Willow watched in awe, the mist swirled and gathered, forming shapes that resembled tiny, glowing figures. They twirled and leaped, their movements mirrored by the swaying branches and rustling leaves. Suddenly, a high-pitched giggle echoed through the forest, and one of the glowing figures darted towards Willow, leaving a trail of sparkling dust in its wake. Willow gasped as the figure circled around her, tickling her nose with its ethereal touch. She couldn't help but laugh, her fear melting away into pure delight. For the rest of the morning, Willow frolicked among the forest spirits, watching as they painted the trees with bursts of autumnal color and summoned gusts of wind to scatter the fallen leaves. As the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the forest floor, the spirits' dance slowed and the mist gradually dissipated. The wise old owl fluttered down beside Willow. "The spirits must return to their slumber now, little one, but fear not, for they will awaken again next autumn, bringing their magic and wonder with them." Willow smiled, her heart filled with gratitude for the incredible experience she had witnessed. From that day on, she eagerly awaited the arrival of autumn, knowing that the forest spirits would soon rise to dance among the trees once more. And whenever the crisp autumn air carried the scent of falling leaves and the promise of change, Willow would close her eyes and listen closely, for she could still hear the faint echoes of their laughter carried on the wind. Story 58. In the village of Willowbrook, nestled between the whispering woods and the gentle curves of the Silver Stream River, there was a hidden world that awaited discovery. To the casual observer, Willowbrook seemed like any other quaint village, with its cobblestone paths and ivy-clad cottages. But those with a keen eye and a curious heart could feel the subtle hum of magic in the air, like the softest note of a distant bell. Within this village, a young girl named Lila lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Lila was a spirited child, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and hair that flowed like a river of gold. Her days were filled with wonder and exploration, for she possessed an insatiable curiosity about the world around her. Lila had a gift, a magical ability that allowed her to speak with the creatures of the forest, a secret she cherished and shared only with her closest friend, a wise old owl named Oliver. Oliver was no ordinary owl. His feathers glistened with a silvery sheen under the moonlight, and his eyes held the wisdom of centuries. Together, Lila and Oliver would embark on countless adventures, exploring the hidden wonders of the woods and unraveling its mysteries. The forest was a tapestry of life, where every leaf and twig seemed to whisper secrets of ancient times. One crisp autumn morning, as a golden sunbeam filtered through the canopy, Lila set out on one of her usual wanderings. The air was filled with the scent of earth and fallen leaves, and the gentle rustle of the trees was like a lullaby. Oliver perched on her shoulder, his presence a comforting weight. "Where shall we go today, Oliver?" Lila asked, her voice barely more than a whisper in the tranquil morning air. Oliver blinked slowly, considering. "There is a place I have never shown you," he said, his voice deep and soothing. "A hidden glade where time dances to a different tune." Intrigued, Lila nodded eagerly, her heart fluttering with anticipation. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, following a path known only to Oliver. The trees arched above them like ancient guardians, their leaves shimmering in shades of amber and jade. After what felt like both a moment and an eternity, they arrived at the edge of a secluded glade. It was a place of ethereal beauty, where the sunlight poured down in golden streams, and the air was alive with the gentle hum of nature. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching towards the heavens like the arms of a gentle giant. But it was not the tree that held Lila's attention. At the base of the oak, nestled among its roots, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It seemed to pulse with a soft inner light, casting a warm glow on the surrounding grass. "What is it, Oliver?" Lila breathed, her eyes wide with wonder. "It is a time weaver's box," Oliver replied, his voice barely louder than the rustling leaves. "A relic of a bygone era, crafted by those who understood the delicate threads of time." Lila approached the box with reverence, her fingertips tracing the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As she touched it, she felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the box recognized her. "What does it do?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. "Legend says it allows its keeper to glimpse moments across time, to see the past or the future," Oliver explained. "But it is not to be used lightly. The threads of time are delicate, and even the smallest tug can change the tapestry of life." Lila nodded, understanding the gravity of the discovery, yet her heart swelled with the possibilities it presented. She carefully lifted the lid of the box, revealing a shimmering pool of light within. As she gazed into it, the world around her began to dissolve, replaced by scenes from another time. She saw Willow Brook as it was long ago, a burgeoning village filled with laughter and song. She saw faces she recognized from stories told by the village elders, their youthful visages glowing with vitality. And then she saw a future where Willowbrook thrived, its people living in harmony with the magic that surrounded them. But as the visions unfolded, Lila noticed a shadow creeping along the edges of the scenes. It was a dark presence, a blight upon the vibrant tapestry of time. Her heart clenched with unease, and she quickly closed the lid, the visions fading into the quiet of the glade. "What did you see?" Oliver asked gently, sensing her distress. "I saw a shadow," Lila said, her voice tinged with worry. "A darkness that threatens the harmony of our village." Oliver nodded, his eyes thoughtful. "The future is not set in stone, young one. The choices we make shape the path ahead. Perhaps your gift can help us find a way to keep the shadow at bay." Lila nodded, determination settling over her like a warm cloak. She knew that the path ahead would not be easy, but with Oliver by her side and the wisdom of the forest to guide her, she felt ready to face whatever challenges lay in wait. In the days that followed, Lila and Oliver delved deeper into the mysteries of the forest, seeking answers and allies in their quest to protect their village. They spoke with the ancient trees, whose roots stretched deep into the earth, and whose branches whispered secrets of the sky. They sought counsel from the river, whose waters had witnessed the passage of time and carried the stories of countless generations. Through their journey, they encountered a fox named Finn, whose cunning mind was matched only by his loyalty. Finn had long been a guardian of the forest, watching over its inhabitants with a keen eye. When Lila shared her vision of the shadow, Finn's expression grew serious. "I have felt the shadow's presence," he admitted, his voice like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "It seeks to sever the bonds between the forest and the village, to sow discord and fear." "We must stop it," Lila declared, her voice firm with resolve. "But how?" Finn considered her words, his amber eyes thoughtful. "There is a place where the veil between worlds is thin, where the magic of the forest is strongest. Perhaps there we can find a way to dispel the darkness." And so, with Finn joining their ranks, the trio set off towards the heart of the forest, where the veil of magic lay like a shimmering cloak over the land. The journey was fraught with challenges, but through their friendship and determination, they pressed on, their spirits buoyed by the knowledge that they were not alone. As they neared their destination, the forest began to change. The air crackled with energy, and the colors of the leaves seemed to shift and dance. It was a place of wonder and danger, where the lines between reality and dreams blurred. In the center of this enchanted realm stood a circle of ancient stones, their surfaces covered in glowing runes. It was here that the trio paused, feeling the weight of the magic that surrounded them. "This is the place," Oliver said, his voice a mere whisper in the electrified air. Lila stepped forward, her heart racing with anticipation and trepidation. She knew that the Time Weaver's box held the key to their success, but she also understood the risk that came with using it. With a deep breath, she opened the box once more, allowing its light to spill into the circle. As the light touched the stones, the runes began to glow brighter, pulsing with a rhythm that echoed the heartbeat of the earth. The air shimmered, and the shadows that had lurked at the edge of Lila's vision began to retreat, drawn back by the power of the ancient magic. In that moment, Lila understood the true nature of the Time Weaver's box. It was not just a tool for seeing across time, but a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the darkest times, light could prevail. With the shadows receding and the harmony of the forest restored, Lila closed the box, feeling a sense of peace settle over her. She turned to Oliver and Finn, her heart full of gratitude for their friendship and support. "Thank you," she said, her voice thick with emotion. "I couldn't have done this without you." Oliver nodded, his eyes twinkling with pride. "Friendship is the strongest magic of all, Lila. It is the bond that holds the world together." Finn nodded in agreement, his tail swishing contentedly. "And as long as we stand together, no shadow can ever truly take hold." With their mission accomplished, the trio made their way back to Willowbrook, their hearts light with the knowledge that they had safeguarded the future of their village. The journey had changed them, deepening their bonds and teaching them the true value of friendship and courage. As they emerged from the forest, the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the village in a warm, golden glow. Lila felt a deep sense of belonging as she walked the familiar paths, knowing that no matter what the future held, she would face it with the support of those she loved. And so, under the starlit sky, Lila and her friends returned to their lives, carrying with them the lessons of their journey and the magic of the forest within their hearts. For in Willowbrook, where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the veil of a dream, the bonds of friendship and the light of hope would forever shine bright, a beacon to guide them through any storm. In the days that followed, life in Willowbrook resumed its gentle rhythm. The villagers went about their daily tasks, unaware of the shadow that had nearly threatened their peaceful existence. But Lila, Oliver, and Finn knew that the harmony of their village was a precious gift, one that needed to be cherished and protected. With a newfound sense of purpose, Lila dedicated herself to learning more about the magic of the forest and its ancient secrets. She spent long hours in the company of Oliver, who shared with her the wisdom of the ages, and Finn, whose sharp mind and quick wit made every lesson an adventure. Together they explored the hidden world within the natural environment, discovering wonders that had been concealed from ordinary eyes. They found a grove where the flowers sang in the moonlight, a hidden spring that bubbled with laughter, and a meadow where the butterflies danced in patterns that mirrored the constellations above. Through their explorations, Lila came to understand that the forest was a living, breathing entity, its magic woven into the very fabric of the land. And with this understanding came a deep respect for the delicate balance that sustained both the forest and the village. One day, as they sat by the Silver Stream River, Leela turned to her friends with a thoughtful expression. "I've been thinking," she began, her voice soft and contemplative. "Perhaps we should share what we've learned with the other villagers. If they understood the magic of the forest, they might come to appreciate it as we do." Oliver nodded, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Knowledge is a gift meant to be shared, young one. By teaching others, we can ensure that the magic of Willowbrook endures for generations to come." Finn flicked his tail, a playful glint in his eyes. "And who knows? We might even discover new allies among them." With their decision made, the trio set about devising a plan to share their discoveries with the villagers. They organized gatherings where they could tell tales of their adventures, weaving stories that sparked curiosity and wonder in the hearts of all who listened. At first, some of the villagers were skeptical, their minds closed to the idea of magic and mystery. But as Lila spoke, her words filled with passion and sincerity, they began to see the world through her eyes. They saw the beauty in the rustling leaves, the wisdom in the ancient trees, and the magic in the whisper of the wind. As the villagers embraced the stories, a change began to sweep through Willowbrook. People started to venture into the forest, not with fear or caution, but with a sense of awe and respect. They learned to listen to the gentle murmurs of the woods, to understand the language of the birds and the songs of the streams. In time, the bond between the village and the forest grew stronger, a testament to the power of knowledge and friendship. The shadow that had once threatened their harmony was banished by the light of understanding and unity. For Lila, the journey had been one of profound personal transformation. She had grown from a curious child into a wise young woman, her heart filled with love for her village and its magical surroundings. She had learned that true strength lay not in solitude, but in the bonds of friendship and the courage to face the unknown. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Willowbrook thrived, a place where magic and reality danced hand in hand. And at the heart of it all was Lila, Oliver, and Finn, their friendship a beacon of hope and light that would guide the village through any darkness. And so, under the gentle glow of the moon and the soft rustle of the leaves, Lila's story became part of the tapestry of Willowbrook, a tale of magic, friendship, and the enduring power of love. For in a world where anything was possible, the greatest magic of all was the light that shone within each and every heart, a light that could dispel any shadow and illuminate the path to a brighter tomorrow. Story 59. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between ancient oaks and a babbling brook, lay the quaint village of Willow Hollow. The village was known for its cobblestone paths and thatched roof cottages, each adorned with windowsill boxes brimming with vibrant marigolds and lavender. A gentle mist often cloaked the hollow, lending it an air of mystery and magic that danced through the air like a gentle lullaby. The villagers were a merry sort, always greeting each other with warm smiles and kind words. Among them lived a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky above. Finn had a knack for noticing the little things, like the way the morning sun cast golden patterns through the leaves, or how the brook sang a different tune each day. One soft autumn evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Finn noticed something peculiar. Tiny trails of twinkling lights flickered through the village square, vanishing as quickly as they appeared. Intrigued, Finn decided to enlist the help of his dear friend May, a gentle girl with eyes as bright as the stars and a heart as warm as a summer's day. Together, Finn and May set off to unravel the mystery of the twinkling lights. Their first stop was the village library, a cozy nook filled with the scent of aged parchment and polished wood. Here, they found old Merrick, the village sage, sipping tea by the fireplace. His eyes twinkled with the wisdom of years gone by, and his voice was as soothing as the rustle of leaves. "Ah, Finn and May," old Merrick greeted them with a nod and a smile. "What brings you to my corner of the world this fine evening?" Finn explained their quest, describing the mysterious lights that seemed to dance through the village. Old Merrick listened intently, stroking his beard. "Ah, the will-o'-wisps," he said at last. "They are gentle spirits of the woods, known to appear when the balance of nature is disrupted. But fear not, for they mean no harm." May pondered this revelation. What could have caused the balance to be upset, Old Merrick? The sage leaned back in his chair, the firelight casting shadows across his face. "It could be many things, child. Perhaps something in the woods has changed, or a creature is in need of help." With this new knowledge, Finn and May thanked Old Merrick and set off towards the heart of the whispering woods. The forest welcomed them with open arms, leaves whispering secrets as they walked. The scent of pine and earth filled the air, and the gentle coo of an owl guided them deeper into the woods. As they ventured further, they came across a clearing bathed in moonlight, where a small, distressed creature sat atop a mossy stone. It was a fairling, a tiny being with gossamer wings and eyes as deep as the forest itself. The fairling's wings were tangled in brambles, preventing it from flying. "Oh, poor thing," May whispered, crouching down to gently free the fairling from its thorny prison. Finn helped carefully untangle the wings, and soon the fairling was free, fluttering up with a joyous trill. "Thank you, kind souls," the fairling chimed, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "I am Lyra, and I owe you my freedom." Lyra explained that the twinkling lights were indeed the will-o'-wisps, who had been trying to signal for help. With the fairling freed, the balance of the woods would soon be restored. "How can we ensure this balance remains?" Finn asked, his eyes wide with wonder. "By always being mindful of the world around you," Lyra replied with a smile. "The smallest acts of kindness can have the greatest impact." With grateful hearts, Finn and May bid Lyra farewell and made their way back to the village. As they emerged from the woods, they noticed the twinkling lights had disappeared, leaving behind a serene calm that enveloped Willow Hollow. The villagers, unaware of the night's mystery, went about their evening with contentment, the scent of baking bread wafting through the air as the stars twinkled overhead. Finn and May shared a knowing smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment and wonder at the magic that lay just beyond their doorstep. As they settled down by the fire that evening, Finn and May recounted their adventure to their families, who listened with wide eyes and soft laughter. The story of the will-o'-wisps and the fairling became a cherished tale in Willow Hollow, a gentle reminder of the magic that exists in the world and the power of kindness, observation, and friendship. And so, with hearts full of warmth and dreams of new adventures, the villagers of Willow Hollow drifted into a peaceful slumber, knowing that all was well in their beloved forest once more. Story 60. In a quaint village nestled within a lush, rolling valley where the air was always sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the sun painted golden patterns through the dense canopies of oak trees, there lived a young girl named Lila. Her days were filled with simple joys, helping her grandmother in the garden, reading under the shade of the great willow tree by the bubbling brook, and wandering the winding paths that meandered through fields of wildflowers. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the leaves whispered secrets to the wind, Lila stumbled upon a peculiar object, half buried in the rich, loamy earth at the base of her favorite willow tree. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curious and sensing a whisper of magic in the air, Lila carefully lifted the box, wiping away the soil clinging to its delicate carvings. As she opened the lid, a soft, warm glow emerged, enveloping her in a gentle light. Inside lay a shimmering, delicate feather that glimmered in hues of gold and silver, as if woven from the very light of dawn and dusk. The moment she touched the feather, Lila felt a gentle, soothing energy course through her, filling her with a sense of calm and wonder she had never known. From that day on, Lila discovered that the feather held a wondrous secret. It allowed her to understand the language of the whispers carried by the wind, the murmurs of the flowing stream, and the songs of the birds that flitted through the trees. This newfound ability filled her heart with joy, for now she could converse with the world around her in ways she'd only dreamed possible. Word of Lila's magical feather soon spread quietly throughout the village. Yet, instead of envy, her neighbors felt a deep sense of pride and warmth, for they had known Lila as a kind-hearted, gentle soul. They watched as she used her gift to listen to the needs of the village. The trees told her when they needed care, the birds shared news of distant lands, and the brook sang of changes in the weather. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of sunset, the village faced an unfamiliar challenge. A persistent drought had begun to creep over the land, threatening the lush greenery and vibrant gardens that surrounded their homes. The brook's song had grown quiet, and the trees whispered of their thirst in hushed tones. The villagers gathered, their faces lined with worry, as they sought a way to save their beloved home. Leela, with the feather tucked safely in her pocket, sat beneath the great willow tree, listening intently to its ancient, wise voice. The tree spoke of a hidden spring deep within the heart of the forest, a place where water flowed pure and abundant, untouched by time. But the path to this spring was shrouded in mystery, known only to those who listened with their hearts as much as their ears. Determined to help, Lila set off on her journey the next morning, accompanied by two dear friends, Finn, a clever fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves, and Pippa, a cheerful sparrow whose laughter was as infectious as her song. Finn's sharp eyes could spot the faintest of trails, while Pippa's keen sense of direction was unparalleled in the canopy above. Together they ventured into the depths of the forest, where the sunlight filtered softly through the dense foliage, and the air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and damp earth. As they traveled, Lila listened to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves, piecing together the clues that would lead them to the hidden spring. Their journey was not without its challenges. They encountered tangled thickets and winding paths that seemed to twist and turn with a will of their own. But with Finn's cleverness, Pippa's guidance, and Lila's ability to listen beyond the ordinary, they pressed on, ever hopeful. One afternoon, as the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows through the trees, they came across a wise old tortoise named Eldrin, who was sunning himself on a warm rock by a quiet glade. His shell was etched with the stories of ages past, and his eyes twinkled with an ancient wisdom. "Ho there, young travelers," Eldrin greeted them in a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. "What brings you to this quiet corner of the world?" Lila explained their quest, of the drought that threatened their village and the hidden spring they sought to find. Eldrin listened, nodding slowly, his eyes full of understanding. "The path you're on is one of patience and heart," Eldrin said thoughtfully. "Remember, the forest speaks softly. To find what you seek, you must listen with more than just your ears." With Eldrin's gentle guidance, they continued their journey, paying careful heed to the subtle signs around them, the way the leaves rustled in the breeze, the pattern of the sun's rays on the forest floor, and the quiet murmur of the earth beneath their feet. Finally, as evening began to fall and the stars peeked timidly through the canopy, they arrived at a secluded grove where the air was cool and the earth seemed to hum with a gentle energy. There, nestled among moss-covered stones, bubbled the hidden spring, its waters clear and bright under the moon's soft glow. Overjoyed, Leela, Finn, and Pippa set to work, guiding the precious water through channels and gullies back towards the village. As the water flowed, life returned to the land. The brook sang once more, the trees rustled with gratitude, and the gardens sprang back to vibrant life. The villagers welcomed Lila and her companions with open arms, their faces alight with joy and relief. The water from the hidden spring replenished the land, and soon the valley was lush and green once more. As the village celebrated under a sky filled with twinkling stars, Lila sat quietly by the brook, the feather glowing softly in her hand. She realized that her journey was not just one of discovery and wonder, but of listening, understanding, and cherishing the world around her. She had learned that true magic lay not in the extraordinary, but in the simple, profound connections between all living things. And so the village thrived, a place where the ordinary was cherished and the extraordinary was found in every whisper of the wind, every song of the brook, and every rustle of the trees. Lila and her friends continued to listen, to learn, and to share their wisdom, knowing that the heart of their world was stronger when it beat in harmony with the gentle rhythms of nature. As the embers of the evening fire flickered softly, casting a warm glow over the gathered villagers, Lila's grandmother wrapped her in a loving embrace, whispering words of pride and love. Leela knew she was home, surrounded by friends, family, and the gentle magic of the land she loved. And so, under the canopy of a twinkling night sky, Lila drifted into a peaceful sleep, cradled by the whispering winds and the soft, enduring song of the earth. Story 61. In the heart of a quaint little village named Willowbrook, where cobblestone streets crisscrossed under the watchful eyes of ancient oak trees, there stood a tiny, unassuming shop. Its sign, faded but lovingly painted, read, "Whimsy and Wonders." The shop was known to the villagers for its peculiar collection of trinkets and baubles, each with its own whispered story. The shop was tended by a gentle old man named Mr. Whitaker, whose eyes twinkled with the secrets of the world. He had a long, silvery beard that cascaded like a waterfall onto his chest, and a warm, inviting smile that felt like a hug on a cold winter's night. Among his treasures, hidden away on a dusty, forgotten shelf, lay a simple brass key. It wasn't much to look at, ordinary even, but it held a secret of its own. One chilly autumn afternoon, a curious young girl named Maisie wandered into the shop. She was full of wonder and dreams, with a mop of curly hair that seemed to bounce with every step. Maisie's eyes danced over the shelves, absorbing the stories they held, until they landed on the brass key. Her fingers tingled as she picked it up, feeling a gentle warmth radiating from its surface. "Ah, you've found the Key of Whispers," Mr. Whitaker said, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "That little trinket is more special than it seems." Maisie's curiosity was piqued. "What does it do, Mr. Whitaker?" "Why don't you take it and see for yourself?" he replied with a knowing wink. "Sometimes the most magical discoveries are those we make on our own." Maisie clutched the key tightly, feeling its comforting weight in her palm, and thanked Mr. Whitaker before heading home. That evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky with hues of pink and gold, Maisie sat by her window, turning the key over in her hands. She noticed an intricate pattern etched into its surface, a winding vine that seemed almost alive. In the quiet of her room, with only the soft hoot of an owl in the distance, Maisie decided to see if the key fit anything in her home. She wandered around, trying doors and drawers until she reached the attic. The door creaked open, revealing a space cluttered with forgotten memories. Among the dust-covered relics, Maisie noticed an old chest she'd never seen before. It was adorned with the same vine pattern as the key. Her heart quickened with excitement. She inserted the key into the lock, and with a gentle turn, the chest opened with a soft click. Inside, she found a delicate glass orb that shimmered with an inner light. As she held it, Maisie felt a gentle breeze swirl around her, carrying with it hushed whispers. They spoke of far-off lands and forgotten tales, of courage and kindness, of wisdom and wonder. It was as if the orb contained the knowledge of the ages, waiting to be shared with those who would listen. Maisie knew she had found something truly magical. But more than that, she realized she had embarked on a journey, not just to understand the secrets of the orb, but to discover the wisdom within herself. The following day, Maisie visited Mr. Whitaker to share her discovery. He listened with a smile, nodding as she recounted the whispers and the feelings they invoked. "The orb is not just a holder of tales," he explained. "It teaches us to listen, to learn, and to see the world through a lens of wonder. Its magic lies in the ability to change how we perceive the world." As Maisie continued to explore the whispers of the orb, she found herself facing challenges in her daily life. One day, her best friend Oliver was upset about a misunderstanding at school. Instead of reacting with frustration, Maisie remembered the orb's lesson of empathy and understanding. She listened to Oliver, offering comfort and support, helping him see the situation through a different perspective. Through moments like these, Maisie discovered the true magic of her journey, the ability to change and grow, to appreciate the beauty in the simple acts of kindness and wisdom. She realized that the key had unlocked more than just a chest. It had opened her heart and mind to the wonders of the world around her. With each passing day, Maisie shared the stories and lessons from the orb with her friends and family, spreading its gentle magic throughout Willowbrook. The village, with its cobblestone streets and ancient trees, seemed to hum with a newfound warmth, as if embracing the change Maisie had brought. And so, the simple brass key, once an ordinary trinket, became a symbol of discovery and wonder. Maisie's journey, guided by the whispers of the past, transformed not only her own life, but the lives of those around her. In the end, it was not the magic of the object itself, but the magic within each of us that made the world a place of endless possibilities. And as the stars twinkled above Willow Brook, casting their gentle light upon the village, Maisie drifted into a peaceful sleep, her heart full of dreams and her mind alive with the whispers of wonder. Story 62. Title: The Whispering Lantern. In the quaint village of Willow Brook, nestled deep within the verdant folds of the evergreen valley, an enchanting tale began on a particularly crisp autumn evening. The sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and violet, casting a gentle glow upon the cobblestone pathways that wound through the heart of the village. Willowbrook was a place where time seemed to linger, where the air was perpetually tinged with the scent of blooming lavender, and where the whispers of ancient trees shared secrets with those willing to listen. It was a small but close-knit community, where neighbors knew one another by name, and the rhythm of life was punctuated by the chime of the village clock tower. In a snug little cottage just on the outskirts of the village lived a young girl named Mira. She was known to all as a kind-hearted soul, with eyes that sparkled like the morning dew and a smile as warm as the midsummer sun. Mira had a natural curiosity that often led her on wanderings through the surrounding woods, where she would collect peculiar stones and observe the delicate dance of butterflies. One evening, as the first chill of autumn nipped at the air, Mira sat by the fireplace with her grandmother, Esme, a wise and gentle woman who had a story for every occasion. The fire crackled merrily, casting flickering shadows across the room, while the aroma of spiced apple cider filled the air. "Grandmother," Mira began, her voice soft and inquisitive, "tell me about the whispering lantern again." Esme chuckled, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 tales. "Ah, the whispering lantern," she mused. "A story as old as Willowbrook itself. They say it is a magical object, a lantern that glows with a light of its own making. It whispers secrets of the world to those brave enough to listen, leading the way to hidden places and unseen wonders." Mira leaned closer, captivated. "But where is it now, grandmother?" "Ah, child," Esme replied, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial whisper. "Some say it rests within the heart of the Whispering Woods, beyond the village. Others believe it is merely a legend, a tale spun from the threads of imagination." As the fire crackled and the shadows danced, Mira's heart fluttered with the stirring of adventure. That night, as she lay beneath her patchwork quilt, the story of the Whispering Lantern lingered in her mind, weaving dreams filled with glowing lights and whispered secrets. The next morning dawned bright and clear, the first rays of sunlight spilling over the horizon like liquid gold. Mira awoke with a sense of purpose, her mind set on discovering the truth of the Whispering Lantern. Armed with a satchel filled with provisions and her grandmother's stories echoing in her thoughts, she set out towards the Whispering Woods. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the world around her seemed to hum with life. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, and the forest floor was a tapestry of fallen leaves, their colors vibrant and warm. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the ground, and the air was alive with the songs of birds and the distant babble of a hidden brook. Mira walked for what felt like hours, her senses attuned to the magic of the forest. Just as she began to wonder if the lantern was indeed a mere story, she noticed something peculiar. A soft glow emanated from a thicket of brambles, beckoning her closer. Heart pounding with excitement, Mira approached and discovered a small lantern, its flame burning with a gentle, ethereal light. The lantern appeared old, its metalwork intricate and worn, yet it possessed a certain elegance, as though crafted by hands that understood the language of light. As Mira touched it, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, and a gentle whisper filled the air around her, though she could not discern the words. With the lantern in hand, Mira felt an invisible thread guiding her deeper into the woods. The forest seemed to open its arms, revealing hidden paths and secret clearings that she had never noticed before. It was as if the very trees leaned in to watch her passage, their leaves rustling softly in encouragement. As the day wore on, the sun began its descent, painting the sky with shades of coral and gold. Mira emerged into a clearing where the remnants of an ancient stone circle stood sentinel against the encroaching forest. The lantern's light seemed to brighten, casting a glow that danced across the stones, illuminating carvings that told stories of old. Mira set the lantern down at the center of the circle, and to her amazement, the stones began to hum with a gentle vibration, as if awakening from a long slumber. The whispers grew louder, forming a melody that resonated with the very core of her being. She closed her eyes, letting the music envelop her, and in that moment, she understood. The whispering lantern was not just a beacon of light. It was a conduit of connection, a bridge between the seen and unseen worlds. It spoke of the unity of all things, of the threads that bound the fabric of life together in a tapestry of harmony and balance. Mira felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, as though she had found her place within the grand design of the universe. As the music faded, Mira opened her eyes to find the clearing aglow with stardust, the stones shimmering with an ethereal light. She knew that the lantern had chosen her, not to keep, but to guide her on a journey of discovery and growth. With newfound clarity, she realized that the true magic lay not in the object itself, but in the wisdom it imparted and the connections it revealed. With the lantern's whispers as her guide, Mira returned to Willowbrook, her heart filled with gratitude and wonder. She shared her tale with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with awe. Through her journey, Mira had not only discovered the truth of the Whispering Lantern, but had also deepened the bonds of friendship and understanding within her community. As the seasons turned and the years passed, Mira grew into a wise and compassionate woman, beloved by all in Willowbrook. She became a storyteller in her own right, sharing tales of magic, friendship, and the beauty of the natural world with children and adults alike. And though the lantern's light no longer burned in her hands, its whispers continued to guide her, a gentle reminder of the journey that had changed her life. And so the story of the Whispering Lantern became a cherished legend in Willowbrook, passed down through generations, as a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring magic of the world. As the fires of hearths crackled and the stars twinkled overhead, the villagers would gather to hear Mira's tales, their hearts aglow with the warmth of shared stories and the comforting knowledge that in the grand tapestry of life they were all beautifully intertwined. Thus the tale of the Whispering Lantern came to a close, leaving a legacy of wonder and connection that would echo through the ages, a gentle reminder that even in the quietest whispers, the world spoke with a voice full of magic and meaning. As the villagers of Willowbrook drifted into dreams, the lantern's light shone on, a beacon of hope and harmony in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Story 63. In a forest untouched by time, where the trees whispered secrets in the language of rustling leaves, there lived a myriad of creatures whose lives were woven with the very fabric of nature. The air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and cedar, mingling with the earthy aroma of rich, damp soil. Sunlight dappled the forest floor, its golden beams dancing playfully through the canopy, while a gentle breeze carried the soft songs of birds and the distant babble of a hidden brook. This ancient forest was a realm where reality and magic coexisted seamlessly. Here, the change of seasons was not merely a shift in temperature and foliage, but a grand symphony of life, orchestrated by the invisible hands of time and nature. At the heart of the forest stood the great oak, a towering sentinel whose gnarled branches spread wide, providing shelter and wisdom to all who dwelt beneath its shade. The great oak was said to be as old as the forest itself, and its roots ran deep into the earth, connecting all living things in a vast, intricate web of life. Among the forest's inhabitants was a gentle squirrel named Finn, whose tail was as bushy as the softest cloud. Finn had eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a heart brimming with kindness. He was often seen scampering through the treetops, gathering acorns and sharing stories with his friends. Finn's closest companion was Luna, a wise turtle who moved with a deliberate grace, her shell etched with patterns that mirrored the constellations above. Luna was known for her vast knowledge of the forest's lore, passed down through countless generations. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Finn sensed a change in the air. The forest, usually a harmonious blend of sounds and scents, seemed to be holding its breath, as if waiting for something momentous to occur. Finn, ever curious, decided to seek out Luna and unravel the mystery. He found her by the edge of the sparkling brook, basking in the gentle warmth of the morning sun. "Luna," Finn began, his voice tinged with excitement and uncertainty, "do you feel it? The forest is different today." Luna opened her wise eyes, which shimmered like the surface of a tranquil pond. "Ah, Finn," she replied in her soothing, melodic voice, "you have sensed the turning of the season. It is the time of the great balance, a magical phenomenon that occurs but once in a lifetime." "The great balance," Finn echoed, his curiosity piqued. "What is it, and why does it feel so important?" Luna smiled, a serene expression that seemed to hold the wisdom of the ages. "The great balance is a moment when the forces of nature align perfectly, allowing us to glimpse the true harmony of our world. It is a reminder of our connection to the earth, the sky, and all living things. But this time, there is a challenge we must overcome to ensure the balance is restored." Intrigued and determined, Finn nodded. "What must we do, Luna?" "We must journey to the heart of the forest," Luna explained, "where the seasons converge. There, we will find the circle of seasons, a place where the magic of the forest is strongest. But beware, young Finn, for the path is fraught with challenges that can only be overcome through wisdom and friendship." With a sense of purpose, Finn and Luna set off on their journey. The forest around them was alive with the hues of autumn, the air crisp with the promise of change. As they traveled deeper into the woods, they were joined by a chorus of creatures, the melodious chirping of crickets, the gentle rustle of leaves underfoot, and the distant call of an owl echoing through the trees. Their first challenge came in the form of a narrow ravine, its depths shadowed and mysterious. The only way across was a slender bridge made of intertwining vines. Finn hesitated, his small heart pounding in his chest. But Luna, with her calm presence, reminded him of the strength found in trust and collaboration. "Let's work together, Finn," she encouraged, just as the forest does. With Luna's guidance, they carefully navigated the vine bridge, each step a testament to their growing bond. Upon reaching the other side, Finn felt a newfound confidence, his fears dispelled by the power of friendship. As they continued their journey, the forest began to change. The vibrant colors of autumn gave way to the stark beauty of winter. Snowflakes danced in the air, landing softly upon Finn's fur and Luna's shell. The world was hushed, wrapped in a blanket of white, and the only sound was the crunch of snow beneath their feet. In this winter wonderland, they encountered their second challenge, a frozen lake, its surface as smooth and reflective as a mirror. Luna, with her deep understanding of the natural world, knew that the ice was fragile and deceptive. "We must tread carefully, Finn," she advised, "for appearances can be misleading." With this wisdom in mind, they carefully crossed the lake, their breath visible in the cold air. The ice creaked ominously beneath their weight, but their caution and respect for nature carried them safely to the other side. Finally, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, they arrived at the heart of the forest. Here, the circle of seasons awaited them, a magical grove where the four seasons met in perfect harmony. The air shimmered with enchantment, and the ground was carpeted with flowers of every color, their petals glowing softly in the twilight. In the center of the circle stood the spirit of the forest, an ethereal being whose presence radiated warmth and benevolence. With eyes that held the wisdom of time, the spirit spoke in a voice that was both the rustle of leaves and the gentle murmur of the brook. "Welcome, Finn and Luna," the spirit intoned. "You have shown great courage and wisdom to reach this sacred place. The great balance is upon us, and you have proven yourselves worthy guardians of our harmony." Finn and Luna, humbled and awed, bowed their heads in gratitude. The spirit extended a hand, and with a gentle touch bestowed upon them a gift, a seed imbued with the magic of the forest. "This seed is a symbol of our unity," the spirit explained. "Plant it in the soil, and it will grow into a tree that embodies the balance of nature." With reverence, Finn and Luna planted the seed in the heart of the circle. As the first stars appeared in the night sky, the seed sprouted into a sapling, its leaves shimmering with the light of all seasons. The forest seemed to sigh in contentment, the great balance restored through their efforts. With their mission complete, Finn and Luna made their way back home, the forest now a tapestry of peace and unity. The creatures they passed along the way greeted them with joy and gratitude, for they knew that the harmony of their world had been safeguarded for generations to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the great oak, the forest thrived, a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined. Finn and Luna continued to share their tales and wisdom, ensuring that the lessons of the great balance would never be forgotten. As the moon rose high above the treetops, casting a silver glow over the land, the forest settled into a gentle slumber. All was well, and in the hearts of the creatures there lingered a profound sense of peace, knowing that they were part of a greater whole, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, wisdom, and the natural world. Story 64. In a cozy village nestled among rolling emerald hills, peculiar things had been happening. Mrs. Hawthorne, the friendly baker, found that her freshly baked pies would mysteriously levitate off the cooling racks. Young Timmy Underhill's marbles scattered themselves in impossible patterns across the floor at night. And old Mr. Digger claimed his garden tools danced a merry jig when he turned his back. At first, the townsfolk chuckled at these strange occurrences, chalking them up to childish pranks or overactive imaginations. But as the unusual events persisted and grew more bizarre, a sense of unease crept through the village. It was little Sophie Willowbrook who decided something must be done. With her unquenchable curiosity and a mind sharp as a tack, she knew this mystery deserved investigating. One crisp autumn morning, Sophie set out into the sun-dappled woods, basket in hand. As she hummed a merry tune, she couldn't shake the feeling that she was being watched. She paused, peering into the underbrush, and there among the ferns stood a tiny, impish creature. "Why, you must be one of the forest brownies I've heard tales about," Sophie exclaimed with delight. The brownie regarded her with intelligent eyes, giving a solemn nod. "Greetings, child. I am Myrtle, and we are in need of your assistance." Thus began an enchanting adventure as Myrtle explained that the strange happenings around the village were the work of some rambunctious sprites. Though their intentions were harmless fun, their mischievous magic had slipped out of control. With Myrtle's guidance, Sophie set out to solve the mystery, her curiosity burning bright. She visited Mrs. Hawthorne's bakery, observing the fresh pies taking flight with a delighted giggle. She let Timmy's marbles scatter, watching their intricate patterns emerge with wonder. She even caught a fleeting glimpse of the dancing garden tools, their rhythmic jig raising a smile. At each sight, Sophie looked for clues, her mind whirring with theories. Myrtle shared nuggets of wisdom about the mischievous sprite's habits and tendencies, until finally, a surprising pattern emerged. The sprites were drawn to joy and cheer like bees to nectar. With this revelation, Sophie rallied the townsfolk, sharing her plan. That evening they gathered in the village square and raised their voices in song. Fiddles and lutes strummed out sprightly jigs as they clapped and danced with glee. At first, nothing seemed to happen, but then, with a shimmer of stardust, the sprites materialized before them. Captivated by the infectious merriment, they capered through the square, their tinkling laughter mingling with the music. Sophie stepped forward, smiling at the entranced sprites. In a gentle voice, she explained that while their antics had been amusing at first, the villagers needed their help to restore order. As one, the sprites paused, their wide eyes filled with contrition. "Fear not, friends," Myrtle said, emerging from the shadows. "If you promise to reign in your exuberant magic, we shall teach you wondrous new tricks to delight the hearts of all." The sprites readily agreed, and true to their word, Myrtle and her fellow brownies spent many an evening instructing the eager sprites. Songs of joy and revelry soon filled the village once more, but this time, the whimsical magic brought only welcome cheer. From that day on, whenever clouds of gloom threatened the village, the sprites would appear, conjuring vibrant auroras, coaxing rainbows from gentle rain showers, or choreographing breathtaking ballet with autumn leaves swirling in kaleidoscopic patterns. Thanks to Sophie's clever sleuthing and Myrtle's wise guidance, harmony was restored to the cozy hamlet. And the villagers learned that a little bit of magic, combined with open hearts and minds, could transform the most peculiar circumstances into something truly wonderful. Story 65. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of a quaint village, surrounded by whispering woods and gentle hills, there stood a little cobblestone cottage. Its walls were covered in ivy, and its windows twinkled like stars even in daylight. This charming abode belonged to a kind-hearted girl named Lila, who lived with her grandmother, known affectionately by everyone as Granny Willow. Granny Willow was a wise woman, renowned for her herbal remedies and stories that carried the magic of olden times. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Lila would sit by the crackling fireplace, listening intently to tales of faraway lands and wondrous creatures. But among all the stories, one captured her imagination more than any other: the tale of the Enchanted Lantern. This lantern, Granny Willow said, was no ordinary light. It held the power to reveal the unseen, to illuminate paths not yet discovered. But it was hidden somewhere deep within the forest, waiting for someone with a pure heart to find it. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced merrily in the wind, Lila decided it was time to seek the enchanted lantern. She packed a small satchel with provisions, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, and a flask of warm apple cider. With a woolen scarf wrapped snugly around her neck, she set off into the forest, her heart alight with anticipation. As Lila ventured deeper into the woods, the air was filled with the earthy scent of damp leaves and pine. The trees, tall and ancient, whispered secrets to each other as she passed. The path was a tapestry of gold and crimson leaves crunching softly under her boots. Before long, Lila encountered her first companion, Finn, the talking squirrel. Finn was a sprightly little creature with a bushy tail and eyes that twinkled with mischief. "Where are you off to, Lila?" he chirped, bounding from branch to branch. "I'm searching for the enchanted lantern," Lila replied. Finn's eyes widened with curiosity. "Ah, a noble quest indeed. I shall accompany you. My knowledge of these woods is second to none." And so, with Finn by her side, Lila continued her journey. As they walked, Finn entertained Lila with tales of his own adventures and shared his wisdom of the forest. "Remember, young Lila," he advised, "the forest is alive. Listen, and it will guide you." Soon the duo came upon a small clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There they met Maya, a gentle, graceful deer. Her coat shimmered like a cascade of autumn leaves, and her eyes held the wisdom of ages. Maya was known as the guardian of the forest, and her presence was both serene and comforting. "Welcome, travelers," Maya greeted them with a nod. "I sense you seek something of great importance." Lila nodded. "We're in search of the enchanted lantern." Maya pondered for a moment. "The path to the lantern is fraught with illusions and distractions," she said softly. "Only those who see with their hearts, not their eyes, can find their way." With Maya joining their group, the journey continued, guided by the gentle rustling of the trees and the soft murmur of a nearby stream. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and lavender, they reached an ancient oak tree, a giant among its peers. At the base of the tree lay a puzzle, crafted from intricately carved stones. Each stone was etched with symbols that seemed to shift and change when viewed from different angles. This was the first true test, a challenge that required wisdom and insight. Lila knelt before the puzzle, her fingers tracing the cool, smooth surface of the stones. "What do you see, dear Lila?" Maya asked, her voice like a gentle breeze. Closing her eyes, Lila took a deep breath, letting the sounds and scents of the forest envelop her. It was then she realized that the symbols were not just random markings. They told a story of balance and harmony, of nature and time. Gently, she began rearranging the stones, aligning them according to the rhythm she felt within her heart. As the final stone clicked into place, a soft golden light emanated from the puzzle, illuminating the path ahead. "Well done, Lila," Finn cheered, his tiny paws clapping in delight. With the path revealed, they continued their journey, the light guiding them through the twilight. Soon, they arrived at a hidden grove, where the enchanted lantern hung from the branch of an ancient yew tree. Its glow was soft and inviting, casting a warm, comforting light that seemed to chase away all shadows. Lila approached the lantern with reverence, her heart brimming with gratitude and awe. As she gently lifted it from the branch, the lantern shimmered, revealing a cascade of colors that danced like a rainbow in the night. "You have found the lantern," Maya said, her voice filled with pride. "May it guide you and illuminate your path, always." With the lantern in hand, Leela felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she had embarked on a journey not only to find a magical object, but to discover the magic within her own heart. As they made their way back home, the stars twinkled above, and the forest hummed a lullaby of contentment. Finn chattered happily about their adventure, while Maya walked with a serene grace beside them. When Lila finally returned to the cottage, Granny Willow welcomed her with a warm embrace. By the fireplace, the enchanted lantern cast its soft glow, filling the room with a gentle warmth that seemed to whisper of endless possibilities and newfound wisdom. That night, as Lila drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the world was filled with hidden wonders, and that friendship and kindness were the greatest treasures of all. And so, with a heart full of dreams, she slept soundly, wrapped in the comforting glow of the enchanted light. Story 66? Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Lily. She had a heart filled with curiosity and a mind that yearned for adventure. Little did she know, the world around her held secrets waiting to be uncovered. One crisp autumn morning, Lily woke to the sound of chirping birds outside her window. As she stretched and rubbed the sleep from her eyes, something caught her attention. A peculiar little box on her nightstand. It was made of polished wood, adorned with intricate carvings of leaves and vines. Lily had never seen this box before, and her inquisitive nature got the better of her. She reached out and gently lifted the lid, half expecting it to be empty. But to her surprise, a warm golden glow emanated from within, beckoning her closer. As she peered inside, Lily gasped in awe. Nestled among the folds of soft velvet was a single acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. She picked it up, and the moment her fingers touched its smooth surface, a tingle of magic coursed through her veins. Suddenly a gentle voice echoed in her mind. "Young Lily, you have been chosen to embark on a journey of discovery. This enchanted acorn holds the key to unlocking the wonders of nature's wisdom." Lily's heart raced with excitement and trepidation. She had always longed for adventure, but never imagined it would come in such a magical form. The voice continued, "You must seek out the ancient oak grove where the guardians of the forest dwell. They will guide you on your path and help you harness the power within the acorn." Without a moment's hesitation, Lily slipped the acorn into her pocket and set off on her quest. The journey was long and winding, taking her through verdant meadows, misty glades, and towering mountains. Along the way, she encountered a series of helpers, each one more peculiar than the last. First, there was Figgy, a cheerful squirrel with a knack for finding the tastiest nuts. Despite his small stature, he was a fearless explorer and became Lily's loyal companion, scampering beside her and pointing out the safest paths. Then there was Willow, a wise old oak tree whose branches swayed with the secrets of the forest. She offered Lily shelter and guidance, sharing tales of the ancient guardians and the magic they wielded. As Lily ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, she faced challenges that tested her resolve. One day, she found herself at the edge of a vast ravine, with no obvious way to cross. Despair crept into her heart, but just then, a gentle breeze carried the voice of Willow, reminding her to seek wisdom within. Lily closed her eyes and focused on the acorn's warmth in her pocket. Suddenly she understood, the power lay not in brute force, but in patience and harmony with nature. She knelt on the ground and spoke softly to the earth, asking for its aid. To her amazement, slender vines began to sprout from the soil, weaving themselves into a sturdy bridge across the ravine. Lily marveled at the miracle before her and crossed with newfound confidence, her faith in the magic deepening with every step. Finally, after days of traversing the ancient forest, Lily reached the oak grove. A serene clearing where towering oak trees stood as sentinels, their branches intertwined in a canopy of emerald leaves. As she stepped into the sacred space, a trio of ethereal beings emerged from the trees, the guardians of the forest. With kindly smiles, they welcomed Lily and explained the true nature of her quest. The enchanted acorn was a vessel for the wisdom of nature, a gift to be shared with those who respected and protected the land. Through a series of gentle lessons, The guardians taught Lily how to nurture the acorn's magic, coaxing it to sprout into a sapling that would one day grow into a mighty oak. As Lily bid farewell to the guardians and her loyal friends, she felt transformed, her heart filled with a profound appreciation for the wonders of the natural world. The once ordinary acorn had become a symbol of hope, a reminder that even the smallest seeds can blossom into something extraordinary when nurtured with patience and love. From that day on, Lily carried the lessons of her journey wherever she went, sharing the wisdom of the forest with all who would listen. And whenever she felt lost or discouraged, she need only hold the sapling close and remember the magic that had forever changed her life. Story 67. Title: The Whispering Willow. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sparkling streams, there stood an ancient willow tree that everyone in the village called the Whispering Willow. This grand tree was the centerpiece of the village square, its branches sprawling wide like a giant umbrella, offering shade and comfort to all who sought refuge beneath its canopy. The villagers believed that the tree was magical, capable of communicating through the gentle rustling of its leaves, sharing secrets of the forest and stories of old. In this village lived a young girl named Arya, known for her curious nature and her love of stories. Arya had golden hair like the sun's rays at dawn, and eyes the color of the sky just after a summer rain. She spent her days exploring the woods, collecting pebbles and feathers, and listening to the tales spun by the older villagers. But her favorite pastime was sitting by the Whispering Willow, imagining what stories it held within its aged trunk. One misty morning, as the village awoke to the soft calls of songbirds, Arya approached the tree with her usual curiosity. The dew-kissed grass felt cool beneath her bare feet, and the air was sweet with the scent of blooming wildflowers. She settled against the willow's gnarled roots, closed her eyes, and listened intently to the symphony of whispers that danced through the leaves above her. That day, the whispers were different. They were clearer, as if the tree was speaking directly to her. As the breeze picked up, the leaves rustled more urgently, and Arya heard a distinct voice among the whispers. "Seek the hidden realm, child of light," it said. "A journey awaits you, where magic and mystery entwine." Arya's heart skipped with excitement. She had always believed in magic, felt its presence in the world around her, but never had she imagined that she might be chosen for an adventure. With a sense of purpose, she decided to follow the tree's guidance, to seek the hidden realm that the whispers spoke of. The next morning, she packed a small satchel with essentials: a loaf of bread, a flask of water, a warm cloak, and her favorite book of fairy tales, and set off toward the forest. The path was familiar, yet it felt different this time, as if it held secrets just waiting to be uncovered. As Arya ventured deeper into the woods, the world around her began to change. The trees grew taller, their trunks thicker, and the air shimmered with a golden hue. She could hear the soft trickle of a stream nearby, its waters singing a melody that seemed to beckon her forward. Following the sound, she soon arrived at a clearing. In the center stood a peculiar stone archway entwined with ivy and adorned with luminescent flowers that glowed like tiny stars in the daylight. Arya felt an undeniable pull toward it. She knew, without a doubt, that this was the gateway to the hidden realm. With a deep breath and a heart full of wonder, Arya stepped through the archway. Instantly, she was enveloped in a world unlike any she had ever known. The sky was a brilliant tapestry of colors, with clouds that floated like gentle whispers above a landscape of rolling meadows and crystalline streams. Flowers of unimaginable hues carpeted the ground, and the air was alive with the hum of insects and the songs of unseen birds. Arya felt a sense of peace and belonging as she walked through this enchanted realm. She soon came upon a group of creatures gathered by a shimmering pond. They were unlike any animals she had seen. Small, delicate beings with wings like dragonflies and eyes that sparkled with mischief and wisdom. These were the Fae, the guardians of the hidden realm. "Welcome, Arya," one of the Fae spoke, its voice like the tinkling of bells. "We have been waiting for you. The Whispering Willow has chosen you for a great task." Arya listened intently as the Fae explained. The hidden realm was in danger, threatened by a creeping darkness that sought to extinguish its light. Only the pure heart of a child, guided by friendship and courage, could restore balance and protect the magic that sustained their world. Moved by the Fae's plight, Arya vowed to help. She was given a small crystal vial filled with a silvery liquid, the essence of the moon, a powerful antidote to the encroaching darkness. Her task was to journey to the heart of the forest, a sacred place where the essence would be most potent. As Arya set off on her quest, she was joined by an unexpected companion, a small, fluffy creature named Lumo. Lumo was a lumina, a creature of light with fur that glowed softly like a lantern in the night. Though timid at first, Lumo quickly warmed to Arya, drawn to her kind spirit. Together, they traveled through the hidden realm, facing challenges that tested their resolve and deepened their bond. They navigated labyrinthine groves where shadows whispered secrets, crossed bridges spun from moonbeams, and climbed cliffs that reached toward the stars. Along the way, Arya learned to listen not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered that true magic lay in the connections she forged, in the trust and friendship that blossomed between herself and Lumo. As they neared the heart of the forest, the darkness grew stronger, manifesting as a swirling fog that threatened to obscure their path. But Arya's determination never wavered. She held the crystal vial close, feeling its warmth and light pulse in rhythm with her heartbeat. Finally, they reached the heart of the forest, a serene glade bathed in the glow of countless fireflies. At its center stood an ancient oak, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the flickering light. Arya knew this was the moment. She uncorked the vial and poured the moon's essence onto the roots of the oak. As the silvery liquid seeped into the earth, the darkness began to retreat, dispelled by a radiant light that spread through the glade and beyond. Flowers bloomed anew, and the air was filled with the joyful songs of the Fae, who emerged from the shadows to celebrate their salvation. Arya felt a deep sense of fulfillment, knowing she had played a part in preserving the magic of this world. As she and Lumo prepared to return to the village, the Fae gathered around to bid them farewell. They bestowed upon Arya a pendant, a small crystal that shimmered with the colors of the hidden realm, a token of gratitude and a reminder of her journey. Back in her village, Arya's heart was forever changed. She carried the lessons of the hidden realm within her, understanding that true magic was not just in the wonders she had seen, but in the love and friendship that had guided her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the whispering willow, Arya grew, her spirit bright and her heart open to the whispers of the world around her. The tree continued to share its secrets with those who listened, a gentle reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered by those with the courage to seek it. Thus, the story of Arya and the hidden realm became a cherished tale in the village, a bedtime story passed down through generations, inspiring each new listener to find the magic within themselves and the world around them. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the village settled into the embrace of night, the whispering willow stood tall, its leaves rustling softly in the breeze, singing lullabies to the dreams of children. The end. Story 68. In the heart of an ancient, whispering forest, where the leaves of towering trees murmured secrets older than time itself, there lay a hidden world teeming with life. This forest, a verdant tapestry of emerald greens and sun-dappled shadows, was a sanctuary for all manner of creatures, each living in harmony with the natural rhythm of the earth. As dawn's gentle light filtered through the canopy, casting a warm, golden glow upon the forest floor, a soft rustle announced the awakening of a wise old tortoise named Brindle. His shell, a mosaic of mossy greens and earthy browns, bore the marks of countless seasons. Brindle was known far and wide not just for his age, but for the stories he carried within his heart, tales of balance and harmony passed down through generations. This morning, as Brindle emerged from his cozy burrow beneath the roots of a grand oak, the air was crisp with the tang of autumn. A gentle breeze carried the scent of fallen leaves and the distant song of a brook babbling over pebbles, a melody that wove through the forest like a silken thread. In this serene world, Brindle's closest companion was a sprightly squirrel named Pippin. Her fur was the color of autumn leaves, and she moved with the swift grace of a dancing flame. Pippin, with her bright eyes and curious nature, adored the stories Brindle told, and today was no different. She scampered down from her perch high in a sycamore to join him, her tiny paws pattering softly on the ground. "Good morning, Brindle," Pippin chirped, her voice as light as the wind. "I sense a change in the air. Is there a story for today?" Brindle chuckled, a deep, rumbling sound that seemed to echo the contented sigh of the forest itself. "Ah, Pippin, my dear friend, there is always a story. Today let us speak of the winds of change and the magic they bring." As they settled in a sunlit clearing, the forest around them hummed with life. Birds flitted through the branches, their songs weaving a harmonious counterpoint to the rustling leaves. Somewhere nearby, a fox padded silently through the underbrush, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Brindle began his tale, his voice as soothing and steady as the river that wound through the forest. Long ago, when the world was still young, the seasons were not as we know them now. There was only a single season, one of endless warmth and abundance. But the creatures of the forest grew weary of the sameness, longing for change and challenge. Pippin listened intently, her ears twitching with interest. "What happened then, Brindle?" "The forest elders, wise and ancient, gathered to discuss how they might bring about change without disrupting the harmony they cherished. After much deliberation, they called upon the winds of the four directions, each one carrying a different essence." As Brindle spoke, the gentle breeze seemed to whisper in agreement, and Pippin could almost see the invisible winds swirling around them, each with its own distinct character. The north wind, cool and bracing, brought with it the first hint of winter, Brindle continued. Its breath painted the world in frost and taught the creatures the value of preparation and patience. The east wind, warm and life-giving, heralded the dawn of spring, awakening the earth from its slumber with a promise of renewal and growth. Brindle paused, allowing the imagery to settle like a gentle snowfall in Pippin's mind. From the south came a wind full of summer's heat, a time of abundance and vitality, reminding all of the joy found in life's bounty. Lastly, the west wind, with its crisp, cool touch, ushered in autumn, a season of reflection and gratitude. "And so the seasons were born," Pippin said, her voice filled with wonder, each one bringing its own magic and lessons. Brindle nodded, his eyes gleaming with the wisdom of ages. "Indeed, Pippin, this cycle taught the forest dwellers to live in harmony with the land, to cherish each season for its unique gifts. The natural balance was restored, and with it, a deeper understanding of the interconnectedness of all life." As Brindle's story wove its spell around them, the forest seemed to breathe in unison, a living entity bound by the harmony of its diverse inhabitants. Pippin stretched contentedly, feeling the warmth of the sun on her fur and the gentle caress of the breeze. "And what of the magic, Brindle? Is it still with us?" Pippin asked, a hint of curiosity in her voice. Brindle smiled, his expression as timeless as the forest itself. "The magic, dear Pippin, is all around us. In the changing leaves, the murmuring streams, and the whispers of the wind. It is in the wisdom we share and the friendships we cherish. As long as we live in harmony with the world, the magic will endure." With these words, a sense of peace settled over the clearing. The forest, with its myriad of sounds and scents, seemed to embrace them, wrapping them in a comforting blanket of tranquility. Pippin leaned against Brindle's sturdy shell, her heart filled with gratitude for the stories that connected her to the world and to her wise friend. As the shadows lengthened and the sun began its descent beyond the horizon, the forest prepared to welcome the gentle embrace of twilight. And so, in that ancient, timeless forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the creatures of the earth continued their hidden lives, guided by the wisdom of the past and the promise of seasons yet to come. The story of balance and friendship lingered in the air, a gentle reminder that even in a world of constant change, some things remain eternal. Story 69. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and a sapphire lake, there lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was known for her kind heart and the perpetual twinkle in her eyes, a twinkle that seemed to hold a secret of its own. Her village was a place of simple beauty, where cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers, and the gentle hum of nature's orchestra played both day and night. Mira lived with her grandfather, a wise and gentle man who had spent his life as the village storyteller. Each evening, by the glow of the fireplace, he would weave tales of wonder and mystery, tales that spoke of hidden worlds and magical objects. These stories captivated the village children, but Mira found herself particularly enchanted, often imagining herself as the hero of these tales. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun cast a golden glow over the village, Mira wandered into the dense forest that bordered her home. Her heart was light, filled with the promise of adventure. She loved the forest. It was a place of endless wonders where the ancient trees whispered secrets in the breeze, and shafts of sunlight danced upon the forest floor like playful fairies. As Mira walked, she stumbled upon an unusual sight, a small, intricately carved wooden box nestled among the roots of a towering oak. It was adorned with swirling patterns that seemed to shimmer and shift in the dappled light. Curiosity piqued, Mira knelt down and gently opened the lid. Inside, she found a delicate silver key, its surface etched with tiny, luminous runes. Mira's heart skipped with excitement. She had read about magical objects in her grandfather's tales, but never had she imagined discovering one herself. Holding the key in her hand, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers, as if it were alive with a gentle pulse. Determined to uncover its mystery, Mira slipped the key into her pocket and continued her exploration, her thoughts buzzing with possibilities. As dusk began to settle over the forest, she made her way back home, eager to share her discovery with her grandfather. That evening, as the fire crackled warmly in the hearth, Mira presented the key to her grandfather. His eyes widened in surprise and delight. "Ah, Mira," he said, his voice a soothing melody. "This is no ordinary key. It is said to unlock the gateway to hidden worlds, places where the boundaries of magic and reality blur." Mira listened, her imagination alight. "But how do I find these hidden worlds, grandfather?" she asked, her voice tinged with wonder. Her grandfather smiled, his eyes twinkling. "Follow the whispers of the forest, my dear. When the time is right, the key will guide you." The next morning, Mira set out into the forest once more, the silver key tucked safely in her pocket. She walked with purpose, her senses attuned to the subtle rhythms of the world around her. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she began to notice a faint, melodious hum, almost like a song carried on the wind. Intrigued, Mira followed the sound, her heart dancing with anticipation. The melody led her to a hidden glade, a place where the trees formed a protective canopy overhead, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. In the center of the glade stood an ancient stone archway, its surface covered in the same swirling patterns as the key. Mira approached the archway, her fingers tingling with excitement. She retrieved the key from her pocket, and with a deep breath, inserted it into a small keyhole hidden among the carvings. The key turned effortlessly, and with a soft click, the archway shimmered into life, revealing a swirling portal of light. With a heart full of courage, Mira stepped through the portal and into a world unlike any she had ever imagined. She found herself in a magical realm, where the sky shimmered with hues of lavender and gold, and the air was alive with the scent of honeysuckle and jasmine. The landscape was a tapestry of vibrant colors, with hills that rolled like waves and rivers that sparkled like liquid silver. As Mira explored this wondrous world, she encountered creatures both fantastical and friendly. She met a wise old tortoise who spoke in riddles, a mischievous fox who could vanish into shadows, and a flock of luminescent birds whose songs painted rainbows across the sky. But the most remarkable encounter was with a gentle giant named Taro. Taro was a creature of immense size, his skin like polished stone and his eyes as deep as the night sky. Despite his formidable appearance, he had a soft, melodious voice and a heart as kind as any Mira had ever known. Taro and Mira quickly formed a bond, their friendship blossoming as they journeyed through the magical realm together. Taro shared stories of the land's history, of ancient magic and forgotten legends. In return, Mira shared tales of her own world, painting pictures with words that brought smiles to Taro's eyes. As days turned into weeks, Mira discovered that the realm was not without its challenges. She learned of a mysterious mist that occasionally swept through the land, clouding the minds of its inhabitants and causing them to forget who they were. The mist, it was said, originated from the heart of the Shadow Woods, a dark and foreboding forest that lay at the edge of the realm. Determined to help her newfound friends, Mira resolved to uncover the mystery of the mist. With Taro by her side, she ventured into the shadow woods, guided by the light of her silver key, which glowed with a gentle, comforting warmth. The forest was a place of eerie beauty, where shadows danced and whispers echoed through the trees. As Mira and Taro journeyed deeper, they encountered creatures who had lost their way, their memories clouded by the mist. With each encounter, Mira's gentle words and Taro's comforting presence helped to restore their lost identities. Finally, at the heart of the forest, Mira and Taro discovered the source of the mist, a forgotten fountain hidden amid the ancient trees. The fountain, once a place of healing and clarity, had been tainted by a dark magic, its waters turned to swirling shadows. With wisdom and courage, Mira and Taro worked together to cleanse the fountain, using the light of the silver key to dispel the darkness. As the shadows receded, the fountain's waters began to sparkle once more, and the mist lifted from the land, restoring peace and harmony to the realm. With their mission complete, Mira and Taro returned to the Glade, where Mira had first entered the magical world. The portal shimmered before her, a gateway back to her own world. Though her heart ached at the thought of leaving her friends, Mira knew that her journey had changed her in ways she could never have imagined. She had discovered the strength of her own heart, the power of friendship, and the magic that lay within. As she stepped through the portal, Mira felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that she would carry the memories of this magical realm with her always. Back in her village, she shared her tales with her grandfather and the children, her stories now filled with new wonders and wisdom. And so, beneath the starlit sky, with the gentle crackle of the fire and the warmth of her grandfather's embrace, Mira drifted into a restful sleep, her heart light and her dreams filled with the promise of new adventures yet to come. For in the heart of every tale, there lies a spark of magic, waiting to ignite the imagination and light the way to new worlds. And Mira, with her kind heart and courageous spirit, knew that her journey was just the beginning. Story 70. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum softly to the gentle breeze, there lay a quaint little village named Willow Hollow. It was a place where cozy cottages nestled under the boughs of ancient oaks, and the air always carried the sweet scent of lavender and honey. Villagers lived harmoniously, and the rhythm of life was as gentle as the babbling brook that wound its way through the town. Willow Hollow was known for its peculiar charm, but recently something quite curious had begun to happen. Each morning, the villagers awoke to find their beloved village square rearranged in the most delightful yet perplexing ways. Flower pots that were usually aligned along the cobblestone pathways were now arranged in spirals, and the benches had been repositioned to face the sunrise. It was as if an unseen artist was at work each night, painting the cobblestone with moonlit patterns. The villagers, though puzzled, were not alarmed. Instead, they were softly amused and curious. Who could be behind such whimsical mischief? It was not a pressing concern, but it tickled the minds of those who loved a quiet mystery. Among these curious souls was a young girl named Lila, with eyes as bright as the morning sun and hair that danced like autumn leaves. Lila adored the mysteries of the world and had a heart full of wonder. She decided that she would uncover the secret of the nightly rearrangements, not to solve a problem, but because she loved the idea of meeting someone who shared her sense of whimsy. Lila's first step was to visit the wise old owl, Orin, who lived in the tallest oak tree at the edge of the village. Orin was known to be the keeper of secrets and the knower of tales. As Lila approached, Orin blinked his great golden eyes and hooted a soft greeting. "Dear Orin," Lila began, her voice as light as a breeze, "have you seen anything unusual in the village square at night?" Orin ruffled his feathers thoughtfully. "Ah, young Lila, the night holds many secrets, but I have noticed the gentle flit of wings and the soft rustle of leaves. It is as if the forest itself is awake and playing." Lila thanked Orin and set off on her next part of the quest, her mind buzzing with curiosity. As dusk settled over Willow Hollow, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila prepared for a night of quiet observation. She nestled herself beneath a large willow tree, its branches forming a protective canopy. The cool earth beneath her and the soft rustling of leaves above soon lulled her into a drowsy state as she watched and listened. It was well past midnight when something magical happened. From the shadows of the forest, a troop of tiny, shimmering creatures emerged. They flitted about on transparent wings, their laughter like the tinkling of silver bells. These were the mischief sprites, known in folklore for their love of playful pranks and gentle artistry. Lila watched in awe as the sprites began their work. They moved the flower pots with such grace and precision, rearranging the village square into a new, beautiful design. Their energy was contagious, and Lila found herself smiling, enchanted by their creativity. One sprite, noticing Lila's presence, drifted down with a curious tilt of its head. It was no longer than a robin, with eyes that sparkled like dew in the morning light. "Hello, little human," the sprite chimed, its voice a melody. "Do you find our art pleasing?" "Oh, it's wonderful," Lila whispered, not wanting to disturb the magic around her. "But why do you do it?" The sprite twirled in delight. "We love to see the joy on faces when they find the world anew each morning. It's our gift, a small piece of wonder to start the day." Lila nodded, understanding the simple yet profound gesture. "Thank you for sharing your magic with us." The sprite beamed, then flitted back to join its companions. As dawn approached, the sprites finished their work and with a final twirl of joy, disappeared back into the whispering woods. The next morning, as the sun painted the sky with strokes of pink and gold, the villagers of Willow Hollow awoke to their newly enchanted square. As Lila walked among them, she saw the smiles and heard the murmurs of delight at the transformation. Though she knew the secret, Lila kept it close to her heart, savoring the magic of knowing and sharing the wonder of the sprites without saying a word. In the days that followed, the village continued to thrive in its enchantment. Lila often visited Orin to share stories of her nightly adventures, and sometimes left trinkets for the sprites, a small thank you for their nightly gifts of joy. And so, the mystery of the rearranged village square became a cherished part of Willow Hollow's charm. The villagers learned to appreciate the small wonders in life, and Lila, with her love for the magical and mysterious, grew wiser with each passing night. The Whispering Woods continued to hum its gentle tune, cradling the village in its leafy embrace, and the mischief sprites danced on, weaving their dreams into the fabric of the night. And in the heart of it all, Lila knew that sometimes the greatest mysteries are those that remind us of the simple joys and magic that surround us every day.